darkness, fire, eternal punishment. That's hell. Yet the idea of hell is a little bit different, depending on who you ask, and it's far older and more varied than the familiar medieval paintings of that fire and brimstone. Almost since the dawn of civilization, cultures across the world have imagined this horrible and shadowy realm of the dead. In ancient epics and sacred texts from every corner of our world, we find pretty vivid descriptions of what awaits the wicked, and sometimes even the good after death. Underworld visions that differ wildly. Some are cold and desolate, others are torturous and fiery, and a few quite boring. But they all serve a similar purpose, to show humanity what lies beyond, and they reflect our attempt to grapple with mortality and morality. What happens to evildoers beyond the grave? And how can the chaos of injustice and life be corrected in some unseen world? Today, I'm taking you to hell, and you might be surprised about what you encounter. We're going to go from the earliest times to a little bit more recognizable. In any case, it might not be the most pleasant of trips, but you already know that. Before we head off into the underworld, let me just welcome you. Thank you for being with me today. And thank you to those supporting on Patreon, YouTube memberships. The occasional donation and the merch store helps us keep everything ad-free. If you can't do that, then just give us a like, comment, and subscribe, because that is 100% free of charge and helps us out in the algorithm. Anyway, that being said, let's go to hell. What better place to start off than Mesopotamia? Of course, the cradle of civilization has its own ideas. Here, 5,000 years ago in what is now Iraq, the Sumerians imagined a pretty dreary underworld. Sometimes they called it Kur, sometimes they called it Irkala. But don't think too much in modern or even Christian perceptions. It was not a place of fiery punishment for sin. In fact, it was not reserved for sinners at all. You see, in Sumerian belief, everybody had to go down to the same dark realm after death. It doesn't matter how much you behaved in life, everybody gets tarred with the same brush. The afterlife was quite literally this land of no return, a big old cavern beneath the earth. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, which was written around 2100 BC, we did a full reading of it about a year or so back from memory. One of humanity's oldest literary works, by the way. The hero's friend Enkidu describes a frightening dream of the underworld. Now, quote from the text, "There is the house whose people sit in darkness. Dust is their food, clay their meat. They see no light, living in blackness." End of quote. Well, it sounds pretty hellish, doesn't it? You see, in this realm, the dead exist as bird-like shadows. They're clad in feathers. They're always hungry. They're always thirsty. Only offerings from living relatives, poured down through special clay pipes in graves, could give the dead a brief taste of water or food. This Mesopotamian hell was a bit of an equalizer. Kings and peasants alike languished in the dark. No gods inflicted tortures based on moral failings. One's earthly deeds didn't determine your fate in Irkala. The Sumerians seemed to find the afterlife grim enough. They didn't need to add any additional torments to it. A person's burial did matter, however. That was the important part. Proper rituals and a decent burial could ensure a slightly better lot among the dead, while those without funerary honors, well, they were going to have a bit more of a hard time. They would suffer more acutely from neglect and hunger. Yet even the fortunate dead were destined for a miserable, shadowy life. The goddess Ereshkigal, the stern queen of the great below, ruled this subterranean world, and even the gods feared to trespass in her kingdom. One Sumerian myth recounts how the goddess Inanna, also known as Ishtar, descended into Ereshkigal's realm and was stripped naked and killed. No one, not even a deity, could escape the laws of the underworld. Once again, everyone gets painted with that same brush. But here's the interesting part. Mesopotamian texts do mention certain demons associated with the underworld. For example, Gala demons were said to drag unwilling mortals down to Irkala before their time. One legend suggests how the young god Dumuzid, also known as Tammuz, was seized by these demons and hauled off to the netherworld. Kicking and screaming, one can imagine. Well, tales like that hint at a feeling that a premature or violent death could doom one to an especially harsh fate below. But on the whole, the Mesopotamian concept of the afterlife was not about ethical punishment, but rather the universal condition of death. This ancient vision of hell is, well, it's quite dreary. It's an unavoidable fate that would persist for centuries and influence other cultures. But in any case, it stands out as our starting point, where hell really begins. Humanity's first recorded depiction of hell, a place of darkness and dust. Not quite fire, more of a house of shadows, where the only torment was the absence of life's joys. But let's get away from Mesopotamia, because Egypt has its own ideas, and we find a very different early vision of the afterlife. The Egyptians, by around 2000 BCE, developed elaborate beliefs about what happened when you die. Their concept of the underworld, called the Duat, by the way, was detailed in funerary texts like the Book of the Dead. Now, once again, we've talked about the Book of the Dead in a different video. It's not really a book. It's rather a collection of different spells and scrolls taken from sources from tomb walls and inside coffins and all the rest. But we're not going to get into that anyway. If you want to know about the Book of the Dead, go and watch the Book of the Dead video. Now, in any case, in contrast to Mesopotamia's one-size-fits-all kind of hell, Egypt's afterlife was a little bit more moralistic. The fate of your soul depended on how you lived and how you died, and a little bit of the proper ritual, hence having the Book of the Dead as a bit of an instruction manual. You see, the Duat was not exactly hell for everyone. Instead, it contained both perilous regions of punishment and more blissful realms for those who had a bit better luck and behaved a little better in their lives. Upon death, according to Egyptian belief, a person's soul embarked on a pretty perilous journey through the many regions of the Duat. The journey was often envisioned as passing through 12 gates or caves. This corresponded to the hours of the night. The deceased had to overcome demons, magic gates, lakes of fire, and giant serpents. Egyptian tombs were stocked with magical spells, written on papyri or coffin walls to help the soul survive these ordeals. One common image is the sun god Ra traveling through the underworld each night, battling the chaos serpent Apophis, a mythic model for the soul's own fight through darkness. Now, just a quick little personal aside, this sounds like a very cool idea for a video game. If they made Dante's Inferno as a video game a little while back, albeit with a bit of poetic license, I'm sure they can do it with Egyptian hell. That would be cool. Anyway. Now, the climax of this journey was the Hall of Judgment, which basically is exactly what it sounds like. Here the dead person's heart was weighed on a great scale against the feather of Ma'at, the symbol of truth and cosmic order. Now, this scene is famously illustrated in the papyrus of Ani from around 1250 BCE, essentially a exercising moral accounting. If you had led a righteous life, your heart would be light and pure. It would balance equally with the feather. Good job. But if you were laden with wrongdoing, the heart would be heavy and the scales would tip. Not such good luck. Presiding over this ceremony was the very stern-faced Osiris, the god of the dead, famous for his sense of humor, I would assume, along with 42 assessor deities who each examined a particular aspect of the soul's conduct and were kind of like a jury. Anubis, the jackal-headed god of embalming, manipulated the scales, while Thoth, the ibis-headed scribe, recorded the verdict. For those who passed the test, the afterlife was pretty good. A paradise. The field of reeds, as they called it. A heavenly version of Egypt, with all the good things and none of the bad. Lush fields where the righteous could live eternally in joy, reaping the plentiful crops and reuniting with loved ones. But then there's the other side of it. For those who failed the weighing ceremony, a dire fate awaited them. Arguably an annihilation, rather than eternal torture. You see, lurking behind the scales was another deity, Amit, the Devourer, a fearsome demoness, depicted with the head of a crocodile, the foreparts of a lion, and the hind parts of a hippopotamus. Now, by the way, just a quick aside, a hippopotamus is actually the most dangerous animal in Africa, by the way. And these three together, the lion, the crocodile, and the hippopotamus, make up the holy trinity of animals you want to avoid in Egypt. Now, if a soul was judged corrupt, Amit would pounce and swallow the heart whole. Or without a heart, the individual would just cease to exist. A second death, this eternal oblivion. To the Egyptians, this total destruction of the soul was the worst punishment imaginable. Nothing gets worse than just, well, being annihilated. It meant that the person would never enjoy the afterlife or be reunited with ancestors. In effect, their journey was over, and they were erased from order and memory. And that, for them, was the real kind of hell. Some Egyptian texts do go further in describing hellish torments for certain damned souls. You've got things like the Book of Caverns, the Book of Gates, inscribed in the New Kingdom's pharaoh's tombs around 1300 BCE. They talk about regions of the Duat, where the enemies of the sun god are eternally slaughtered and dismembered, or where the damned are burned in fire. Now that sounds a little bit more like a hellish torment, rather than just this click of the fingers and you're gone, turned to dust. There were fiery pits, lakes of flame, and even executioners with knives, scenes strikingly similar to later images of hell, that's for sure. Notably, these torments were often reserved for those who had offended the gods or undermined the cosmic order. You're talking traitors and blasphemers. For example, one text describes rebel souls being decapitated and tossed into the pits of fire by the underworld guardians. These did not coalesce into a single doctrine of hell, though, as in later religions, but they show that the Egyptians did conceive of the afterlife as a bit of a judicial process. The soul could not be rewarded, tested, or rather could be, rewarded, tested, or eliminated based on the truth and justice, its concept of Ma'at. So, basically we can say that ancient Egypt contributed two key concepts to the global idea of hell. First of all, it's a pretty important one. We have this moral judgment after death. And of course, the notion of post-mortem punishment, even if the worst punishment was indeed non-existence. Well, Egyptian religion thus marks a shift from the all-encompassing gloom of Sumer to a little bit more of a hopeful and ethical view. I mean, the Sumerian hell, it just doesn't sound that good, right? Doesn't really give you any, any sort of impetus to act properly in your life before death, right? Well, this theme of afterlife judgment would resonate through many later cultures, and well, honestly, it's a cornerstone of how we think of hell today. So thank the Egyptians for that one. But we can't forget Persia, especially as we move further into the timeline. And it is in Persia that we encounter one of the world's earliest monotheistic faiths, Zoroastrianism. It was founded by the prophet Zarathustra, also known as Zoroaster, perhaps around 1000 to 600 BCE, but there's a lot of argument with that. In any case, for argument's sake, we will just put it between 1000 to 600. Zoroastrianism had a pretty big influence on later Western ideas of heaven and hell. You'll get what I mean as we move forward. You see, in Zoroaster's teachings, recorded in parts of the Avesta scriptures, the universe is this battleground between good, i.e. Ahura Mazda, the wise lord, and evil, Angra Mainyu, the destructive spirit. This dualism extended into the afterlife. For the first time in recorded history, we see a clear promise of heaven for the righteous and hell for the wicked, under the gaze of a single moral God. According to Zoroastrian doctrine, immediately after death, each soul faces judgment at the Chinvat Bridge, also called the Bridge of the Separator. On the dawn of the fourth day after death, the soul approaches this mystical bridge that connects the world of the living to the world of the afterlife. There, a celestial tribunal weighs the person's good deeds against their bad deeds. The soul encounters Diana, a maiden who personifies its own conscience. To the virtuous soul, Diana appears as a beautiful maiden who guides them. To the wicked soul, she's a hideous old hag who frightens and condemns. As the soul attempts to cross the Chinvat Bridge, the bridge itself magically responds to the person's moral state. It's kind of like that one in Indiana Jones, you know. You have to have faith. If you're not of pure heart, you fall through. That kind of thing. Bit more complicated than Indiana Jones, but you get the point. Now, for an evil person, the bridge would narrow to a razor's edge, a mere thread over an abyss, causing the soul to lose balance. Below yawns the gaping mouth of hell, and lurking demons eagerly await to seize the falling soul, no doubt licking their lips and rubbing their hands together. Zoroastrian texts describe hell, called the House of Lies, or the worst existence, as a dreadful place beneath the earth, filled with darkness, smoke, and a noxious odor. Unlike the Egyptian emphasis on fiery punishment, Zoroastrian hell is often described as an icy cold realm, or a deep pit where evil souls suffer from a total absence of light and goodness. One later Pahlavi text, the Book of Arda Viraf, gives a tour of hell with specific punishments tailored to sins, a concept that would become common in many religions, by the way. For instance, liars had their tongues gnawed by demons, and the corrupt were forced to eat foul substances in the darkness. Need we say more? However, an important aspect of Zoroastrian belief is that hell suffering was not necessarily eternal. There is an expectation of a future last judgment and resurrection. At the end of time, according to Zoroastrian eschatology, all souls will be purified. A river of molten metal will flow across the world, but the righteous will feel it as warm milk, while the wicked will be burned clean of sin. Ultimately, even the inhabitants of hell may be redeemed in this final purging, and Angra Mainyu, the bad guy, will be defeated. So in this sense, Zoroastrianism introduced the powerful idea of hell as a temporary purgation, leading to a restored and perfect world. Historically, these Persian ideas greatly influenced Jewish thought during the Persian Empire's rule over Babylon and Judea from the 6th to the 4th century BCE. Concepts like judgment after death, a heaven versus hell dichotomy, and an end-time resurrection with a final justice were new or greatly expanded in Judaism after contact with Zoroastrianism. Thus, Zoroastrian Persia can be seen as a crucial bridge, quite literally given the Chinvat metaphor, between the ancient pagan underworld and concepts later highly moralized hells of the major Western religions. Persia's legacy is a hell of moral consequence, a dark fate that one earns by one's own actions, overseen by a just but stern God, who will at the end of days set everything all right again. Now, even as Zoroastrians were envisioning their moral hell, the civilizations of ancient India were developing their own complex ideas about the afterlife. In South Asia, the concept of hell took on unique forms shaped by the doctrines of karma, that is, the law of cause and effect and reincarnation. Rather than a final one-way trip to heaven or hell, Indian religions generally viewed hells as temporary way stations, where souls could be purified of sins before rebirth. A little bit of a simplistic way of looking at it, but that's at least how I've seen it. Well, nonetheless, the imagery of these hells became extraordinarily vivid, and at times quite gruesome, offering some of the most detailed, travel guides to the underworld found in any religious literature. Let's look at the early Vedic and Hindu views. The earliest sacred texts of India, the Vedas, from 1500 to 500 BCE, only have hazy notions of punishment after death. In Vedic belief, virtuous people, especially those who performed the proper sacrifices, hope to ascend to Svarga, a heaven ruled by Indra, while others might wander as ghosts. A vague realm called Naraka, or simply the Dark Pit, is mentioned as a place for the extremely wicked or those who violated the cosmic order, known as Rita, but the details are pretty sparse. Now, it is in later Hindu literature, particularly the law books called the Dharmasastras and the Puranas, the mythic compendiums compiled in the last centuries BCE and early centuries CE, that we fully get this fleshed-out description of hell, or rather, hells. The Manusmriti, the laws of Manu, the 2nd century BCE, for example, list 21 different hells by name, assigning various types of sinners to each. Subsequent texts expanded the catalogue. Many sources speak of 28 different hells, each with a descriptive name and a fitting punishment. In these Hindu conceptions, Yama, the god of death and lord of justice, presides over the underworld, often called Yama Loka. When a person dies, Hindu tradition says that the Yamadutas, Yama's messengers, fetch the soul and bring it to the court. There, every deed is weighed in detail. Yama then assigns the soul to a suitable realm. Virtuous souls might go to heaven or be reborn in a more fortunate existence. But sinners are dispatched to one or more of the narakas, the hells, to suffer the appropriate consequence. These hells are not eternal destinations, though. They're more like cosmic prisons or purgatories, where souls endure torment for as long as their accumulated bad karma requires. Once the debt of sin is paid through suffering, the soul is released back into the cycle of rebirth, samsara, perhaps to try for a better life next time. The Hindu Puranas revel in describing the imaginative torments of Naraka. The names of the hells often hint at their punishments. For instance, Misra, darkness, is a hell for thieves and those who grab others' wealth. There, souls are kept in blinding darkness and beaten by demons. Next we have kumbipaka, or cooked in a pot. That's a hell reserved for those who harmed animals. There the sinner is boiled alive in vats of oil. In Raurava, the place of howling, violent men are thrown into a pit full of ferocious creatures, whose bites cause constant howls of pain. A particularly nightmarish hell is Shamali, or a Salmali, where adulterers are hung upon a silk cotton tree studded with razor-sharp thorns. As they struggle, the thorns tear the flesh. Another grim fate is found in the Asipatravana, the forest of the sword blades, where souls have whoever harmed innocents must run and flee while razor-sharp leaves cut them to ribbons. Some texts even describe a hell often called the Lalabaksa for sexual sinners, where the punishment is grotesquely poetic. They are damned to be cast into a river of pus or semen, a revolting reflection of impurities indulged in life. Graphic punishments, that's for sure. It's all meant to correspond symbolically to the sin, an early form of the idea that the punishment fits the crime. Of course, I hear some of you already saying, hey, that's just like in Dante's Inferno. And yeah, well, basically, that's it. Every idea comes from somewhere, right? Well, despite these frightening descriptions, Hindu philosophy generally sees Naraka as a more rehabilitative place, or at least impermanent. It is one station in the soul's journey. In fact, some Hindu schools, such as certain Vedanta philosophies, downplay hell quite a bit, focusing instead on achieving liberation, moksha, that is, to escape all rebirth. Interestingly, not all Hindu thinkers accepted the idea of eternal damnation. The influential theologian, gonna have trouble with this name, Madhvacharya, excuse me for taking that slow, from the 13th century CE, was a rare example of one who argued that, particularly incorrigible souls could be redeemed or rather condemned to everlasting darkness. He called these Tamo Yogyas. But it's important to say, this is an outlier view. For most Hindus, Naraka serves as a moral deterrent and a mechanism of cosmic justice, but it's not an ultimate fate. The door of hell eventually opens, and the soul gets another chance. Next, let's have a look at Buddhist and Jain hells. Of course, Indian religions are quite numerous, right? In the 6th and 5th centuries BCE, new religious movements in India added their own perspectives. Buddhism and Jainism, contemporaries of each other by the way, both accepted the basic framework of karma, rebirth, and multiple hells. But they had a few twists with their teachings. You see, Buddhism teaches that the existence itself is a cycle of suffering and rebirth, samsara, and the goal is to attain enlightenment, nirvana, and escape this cycle. But for those still caught in ignorance and bad actions, Naraka awaits as one of those possible rebirth destinations. Buddhist cosmology typically enumerates several major hells which are divided into hot and cold types. A common scheme is the 8 hot hells and the 8 cold hells, often with additional neighboring hells for specific torments. These hell realms are not governed by a god in the way of, like Yama judging in Hindu law, although interestingly, Buddhism did absorb the figure of Yama as a sort of warden or judge in popular tradition. You'll find him in some Buddhist texts as King Yama, who lectures the sinners on their misdeeds. Instead, a being's own karma naturally causes rebirth. It's all automatic. You'll get sent to the appropriate place, and that's going to be hell if your actions were gravely unwholesome. The 8 hot hells in Buddhism escalate from relatively milder to absolutely horrific. The first and least severe is Sanjiva, reviving hell, where beings fight and beat each other to death, only to be magically revived and suffer the violence over and over again. As one goes deeper, the suffering intensifies. Kala Sutra, the black thread hell, has demons slicing beings with burning saws along marked lines. Raurava, same name as in the Hindu text meaning screaming hell, and Maharaurava, the great screaming, involves endless agony from being trapped in burning substances or devoured by fiery beasts. The 7th is Padma, lotus hell, where the ground is hot iron that makes the feet blister like lotus buds. But it gets worse. The worst is the 8th hell, the infamous Avike, often translated as unremitting hell, a place of ceaseless and unrelenting pain, commonly envisioned as a vast pit of incessant fire where the torments have no intervals, hence unremitting. The cold hells, on the other hand, are realms of extreme ice and frigid misery. For example, Arbuda, the blistering hell, where the intense cold raises blisters on the skin, and Nirarbuda, where the blisters burst into frozen cracks. In deeper cold hells, people's teeth shatter so hard that their jaws shatter, or they emit cries that freeze in the air. These detailed panoramas of pain were not meant as literal geographies. The Buddha often treated them as reflections of the mind's suffering. But in popular Buddhist culture, they were certainly taken quite seriously as real places, and certainly somewhere that you'd desperately want to avoid. But here's a crucial point. Buddhist hells, once again, are not eternal. Now, they certainly last a very long time, aeons upon aeons in some descriptions, but they are still impermanent, parts of the cycle of rebirth. A being suffers until the negative karma that led them there is exhausted, and then they die out of hell, and may be reborn in some other realm, perhaps back on earth, or even in a heavenly realm if they've purged all of their bad karma, learned their lesson, so to speak. This temporariness makes Buddhist hell closer to a purgatory in function, though the scale of time and pain in some narakas is so immense to feel effectively endless to its inhabitants. In Buddhist moral teaching, the prospect of naraka serves as a warning to inspire ethical conduct and spiritual practice. The Devadatta Sutta, a discourse on the Buddha, vividly describes the 5 divine messengers, signs in life that one should avoid, or rather warn a person to correct their ways, and then paints the gruesome fate of the sinner who ignores them. Upon death, the wardens of hell drag him before King Yama, and then haul him into hell, where he is made to suffer a catalogue of horrors. What do you expect? Well, you might be flayed alive, you might be cut apart with saws, thrown into boiling cauldrons, forced to climb spiked iron mountains. They're pretty creative. Each torture is certainly described in graphic detail, only to be followed by the next, a sequence of agonies that awaits the undesirables of the world. And through such teachings, Buddhism aimed to startle followers into reflection on the consequences of their unwholesome actions. Jainism, another ancient Indian religion, traditionally founded by Mahavira in the 6th century BCE, presents perhaps the most structured cosmology of all. The Jains believe in a universe with multiple levels of heavens above and hells below, all part of an eternal cosmic cycle, one that has no beginning and no end. They enumerate 7 tiers of hell, each lower than the last, located in the depths of the earth. Jain hells, like those of Buddhism, are temporary abodes where the souls, or jivas, suffer due to their accumulation of bad karma, especially from violence, since non-violence, or ahimsa, is Jainism's paramount virtue. The lowest hell in Jain cosmology is a place of such intense darkness and cold that it is called the Maha Tamisra, the Great Darkness. Souls here and in the other hells endure torments from demonic beings, called Bhavanpati demigods, or from the very environment itself, the fire, the frost, the rocks. But here's a unique aspect. In Jain thought, there is no supreme deity or judge to send all souls to hell. It's all an automated system, an inexorable working out of karma. A soul weighed by cruel deeds simply just sinks down to the appropriate hell after death, drawn by the heaviness of its karmic matter, much as the physical object sinks in water, this kind of thing. It will remain there until the specific negative karma is dissipated, then eventually be reborn elsewhere, give them another chance to escape the cycle of death and rebirth. Well, the pedagogical purpose is pretty clear. It's meant to inspire people to live more harmlessly, truthfully, and austerely, lest they burden themselves with a kind of karma that would literally send them to hell. Nobody wants to go there, right? All right, so here we are at the classical world in a more Western sense. While India and Persia were shaping their own ideas of karma and judgment, the ancient Greeks certainly had some ideas of their own. Greek mythology and philosophy, added crucial new dimensions to the concept of hell, including the idea of differentiated fates for souls and the very word Tartarus, a term later often synonymous with hell. The Greco-Roman vision of the afterlife was pretty complex. It combined all the dreary uniformity of the earliest beliefs with the emerging notions of moral recompense, especially for extreme sinners or blessed heroes. Anyway, let's start with Hades. In Homeric Greek thought, around the 8th century BCE, the afterlife was somewhat akin to the Mesopotamian model, a shadowy realm known as Hades. This is basically where the dead would reside as insubstantial shades. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus travels to the land of the dead, and he's not impressed. He finds it to be quite a cheerless place. Talk about a wasted trip, right? Well, even great heroes like Achilles exist there as feeble spirits. Achilles famously laments that he would rather be a landless serf alive than the king in the land of the dead. This early Hades is not a place of torment for wickedness. It's just a place that awaits everyone. A dreary, monotonous existence. Yeah, that's a kind of hell of its own. Sinners and saints alike share the same gloomy halls. The dead in Hades drink blood. When Odysseus offers sacrificial blood, the spirits flock to it, temporarily invigorating them to speak. Well, a detail that, like the Sumerian dust-eating, shows the deprivation inherent in this existence. They have memories and can suffer emotionally. But physical punishments are not the norm. Oh, by the way, there is this part in the Odyssey where Odysseus meets the spirit of his mother, and she describes the sorrow of the dead. And I tell you what, it must have been hard to leave the underworld and knowing that your mum is still going to be there. Ugh. Mum, if you're listening, I'd never leave you to that fate. But even in these early myths, the Greeks did set aside a bit of special treatment for the notorious offenders, the blasphemers against the gods. In the Odyssey's underworld and other mythic accounts, we hear of certain damned souls suffering more unique and personalized punishments, often in that deeper realm called Tartarus. Now, Tartarus in Greek cosmology was Originally an elemental place, a primordial abyss as far below Hades as the sky is above the earth, it was considered a cosmic prison for defeated gods, like the Titan gods who were imprisoned by Zeus. But gradually, Tartarus also became the dungeon for mortal sinners who had committed especially heinous crimes, particularly those who violated the god's laws or offended divine honor. Three famous examples we got to illustrate the idea of eternal punishment in Greek myth. That's Tantalus, Sisyphus, and Ixion. Tantalus was a king favored by the gods. Committed a gruesome crime, however. In one version, he killed and cooked his own son and tried to serve it to the gods. They didn't order that, that's for sure. Wasn't even on the menu. For his hubris and cruelty, Tantalus was damned in Tartarus with a fruit tree and a pool of water. A seemingly pleasant setting, but it was turned into torture. He stood up in a pool to his chin, with a fruit-laden bough dangling above. Tormented by raging hunger and thirst, Tantalus would reach for the fruit, but the branches would lift just out of his reach. He would bend to drink, but the water would recede. For eternity, he was tantalized, a word that we still use, coined from his name, by the way, by food and drink he could never consume. Now, then there's Sisyphus, the wily king of Corinth, who twice cheated death. He was punished by being forced to roll a great boulder up a hill. Every time Sisyphus approached the summit, the enchanted boulder rolled back down, forcing him to begin again, over and over. This endless, futile labor made Sisyphus a symbol of absurd and never-ending punishment, hence we have the term a Sisyphean task. Ixion, who dared to attempt to seduce Zeus's wife Hera, was bound to a fiery wheel spinning through the air for eternity. Well, the worst she can say is no, right? Oh dear. And we can add Tityos as well, a giant who assaulted the goddess Leto. He was chained and subjected to an eagle eternally eating his liver. Her torment later echoed in the myth of Prometheus. Now these tales establish a prototype of hellish punishment as custom-fitted poetic justice for egregious sinners. It was understood, however, that such fates were extremely rare, reserved for those who had committed crimes against the gods or violated fundamental taboos. The average person in Homeric times did not expect individualized torture after death, only the half-life of Hades. By the 4th centuries BCE, Greek ideas of the afterlife had begun to shift under the influence of philosophical thought and a few of the mystery religions. Thinkers like Pindar and Plato started to suggest that the soul's fate could depend on ethical conduct. The Orphic Mysteries, an ancient religious movement, perhaps a topic for another time, taught of a dual destiny. Pure souls could ascend to a heavenly existence or be reborn into better lives, while the impure would sink into lower forms or suffer purgation in the subterranean realms. These mystery cults introduced concepts of reincarnation and multi-stage afterlives, somewhat akin to Indian ideas, interestingly enough. Now, the philosopher Plato, in several dialogues, presented influential myths about judgment after death. In Plato's Gorgias and Phaedo, for example, he describes souls being judged by divine judges, like the demigod Rhadamanthus, and sent either to the Isles of the Blessed or to Tartarus, with an intermediate state for those who would still be reformed by a bit of temporary punishment. Most famously, Plato ends the Republic with the myth of Air, a visionary tale of a soldier who dies in battle, visits the afterlife, and returns to life to report what he saw. Air describes how souls are judged, and then either ascend to a heavenly place or descend into the earth. Those who descend re-emerge after in his account after 1,000 years, bearing the marks of their punishment, while the blessed come down from heaven quite pleasantly refreshed. Then all souls gather, and they choose new destinies for the next cycle of life, a philosophical merging of moral retribution and reincarnation. Plato's myths aim to illustrate his ethical ideas, rather than to lay out a literal doctrine, but they certainly had wide influence on later religious thought, so they're certainly worth mentioning. The Romans, inheriting Greek concepts, often identified Hades with their own underworld and Tartarus with a hell pit. In the Roman poet Virgil's epic Aeneid, from 29 to 19 BC, we have one of the most detailed classical underworld tours. In Book 6 of the Aeneid, the hero Aeneas descends into the land of the dead to seek his father's spirit. Under Virgil's pen, the underworld is clearly divided. Aeneas first passes by the mournful souls of those who died young, or who took their own lives, and the neutral fields where ordinary souls linger, a little bit dazed and confused. He then comes to the fork in the road. One path leads to the Elysian fields, and the other leads to Tartarus. Virgil gives a memorable description of Tartarus as a gigantic fortress surrounded by the fiery river Phlegethon and triple walls. From within comes an awful cacophony, the cracking of whips and the groans of men with the clanking iron, all those tortured souls screaming out. Ah, something like that, I would assume. Although Aeneas does not enter Tartarus, only looking on from a distance, I can't really blame him. His guide, the Sibyl, explains what lies within, and she lists categories of sinners confined there. Now these include traitors, adulterers, incestuous perverts, greedy hoarders of wealth, frauds, and people who are not subscribed to this channel. No, I'm just kidding. And those who struck their fathers, a catalogue of moral and impious crimes, quite in line with later Christian lists of the damned. Each suffers a punishment. For example, Virgil mentions Salmoneus, who tried to impersonate Zeus. Now he's blasted by real thunderbolts in Tartarus. Or Theseus, condemned to sit forever trapped in a chair of his... sit forever trapped in a chair for his earthly misdeeds. He tried to kidnap the goddess Persephone, by the way. Well, at the very heart of Tartarus, Virgil places the mythic offenders like Tityos, Sisyphus, and Tantalus, still enduring their ancient torments. Over them all presides the judge, Rhadamanthus, who forces the damned to confess their crimes and doles out the penalties without mercy. Virgil's underworld, with its clear-cut moral topography, reads almost like a pagan prototype of Dante's Christian afterlife, just many centuries before. It reflects the intermingling of Greek philosophical morality and the Roman cultural orderliness, a sense that divine justice will sort out the good from the evil in the world beyond. So by the dawn of the Common Era, the Greco-Roman world had established the idea that hell is for the bad guys. Yet it coexisted with the older notion that most people, good or bad, simply go to a dull underworld. One might say that there was a two-tier model, an ordinary Hades for the masses and a special Tartarus for the truly wicked. This ambiguity persisted until Christianity gradually reshaped the Western conception of the afterlife into a more absolute dichotomy. Still, the classical contributions, judging souls, tailoring punishments to crimes, and even the word Tartarus, left a permanent mark. And by the way, in the New Testament, written in Greek, they use the word Tartarus once, in 2 Peter 2:4, 2 Peter 2:4 rather, to describe the abyss of punishment for fallen angels. The classical hell gave later ages the idea that justice extends beyond moral life, and that even if one evades punishment on earth, you've got it coming to you when you eventually pass away. No one gets away with anything. Next, let's move to the Hebrew Bible, those old scriptures of the Israelites. The early view of the afterlife that was somewhat like the Mesopotamian and Homeric model, a rather shadowy and morally indifferent underworld called Sheol. The Old Testament portrays Sheol as a pit or a grave where all the dead go, a land of silence. For example, the book of Ecclesiastes states quite bluntly, "There is no work or thought, or knowledge or wisdom in Sheol to which you are going." End quote. Righteous or wicked made little difference. King David expected to go to Sheol, and so did the wicked King Ahab. It was a gloomy fate, but not one of fiery torment. The worst you could say is that being in Sheol meant being cut off from the living and from God's worship, a fate viewed with dread by the devout. The lack of a strong heaven or hell dichotomy in the early Israelite religion meant that moral justice was expected in life, through blessings or curses by God in the world, rather than after death. However, during the later part of the Second Temple period, from about 500 BCE to 70 CE, Jewish thought began to absorb new ideas, partly from Persian influence, and partly from internal developments. We start seeing references to a post-mortem judgment and separate destinations for the good and bad. One milestone is in the book of Daniel, which contains one of the earliest biblical hints of resurrection and a final sorting of souls. Quote from Daniel 12:2, "Many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, some to shame and everlasting contempt." End quote. Well, that suggests a belief that at the end of days the dead will rise and face either eternal reward or disgrace, although it's brief, not very detailed. It's a clear move toward the concept of hell as a fate for the wicked. Outside the Hebrew Bible, in Jewish apocryphal writings of that era, the concept of hell, often called Gehenna or Gehinnom, took on quite a vivid form. The term Gehenna originally referred to the valley of Hinnom on the outskirts of Jerusalem, a place with a grisly history of child sacrifice in ancient times, which by the Roman period was used as a garbage dump where refuge was buried. This valley, with its smouldering fires and repugnant associations, became a handy metaphor for the fiery fate of sinners. First Enoch, a popular Jewish apocalyptic book, describes the seer Enoch's tours of the afterlife. He sees deep hollow places, one where the spirits of righteous people rest in peace, and others where wicked spirits suffer torment. Especially striking are Enoch's visions of punishment for fallen angels and evil humans, bound in a burning valley or a desert full of fire. Although these texts are not part of the canonical Bible, they were widely read and influenced Jewish and Christian imaginations. By the time of Jesus in the 1st century CE, the idea of Gehenna as a fiery hell for the damned was well established in Jewish law. Different Jewish sects had varying beliefs. For instance, the Sadducees denied an afterlife altogether, while the Pharisees affirmed resurrection and judgment. Mainstream rabbinic Judaism after 70 CE typically taught that most souls undergo at most 12 months of purification in Gehenna before moving on, a bit like a spiritual cleansing process. But the truly incorrigible sinners, and that is very few, might be annihilated or exist there longer. The Talmud and later rabbinic writings portray Gehenna as a fearsome place of punishment, but one that ultimately serves to purify the soul. An oft-cited rabbinic maxim says, "The punishment of the wicked in Gehenna is 12 months. After that, the soul either ascends to a state of rest or if utterly wicked, is erased. Thus, classical Judaism generally rejects the notion of eternal hellfire for the average sinner. Mercy and divine justice, tempered by rehabilitation, are more emphasized. Nonetheless, the imagery of, fire and anguish in Gehenna is often identical to later Christian hell. The ethical purpose is similar too. It shows God's justice and the urgency to live a righteous life. We see here a transitional stage. By the 1st century CE, the Jews had moved from a murky, undifferentiated Sheol to a more defined belief in judgment after death, reward for virtue and punishment for wickedness. These concepts would flow directly into Christianity and later Islam, as those religions emerged from the same cultural matrix. In short, Judaism introduced hell in the sense that we understand it today, a tool of divine justice, even if in Jewish theology that punishment was not eternal. The valley of Hinnom's burning trash became the enduring symbol of divine wrath on wrongdoing, a symbolic backdrop that Jesus himself would invoke in his teachings and reforms. So with the rise of Christianity in the 1st century, the concept of hell took on a central theological role and a starker definition as an eternal state. Jesus of Nazareth often spoke of Gehenna in the Gospels, warning people to avoid this fate of unquenchable fire. For instance, he said it's better to lose an eye or a limb than to be thrown, quote, into Gehenna, where the worm does not die and the fire is not quenched. Such language, drawn partly from Isaiah 66:24 and the old traditions, painted hell as both fiery and repulsive, a place of destruction and disgust. Unlike in Rabbinic Judaism, where hell was usually temporary, early Christianity came to teach that the damned would endure eternal torment. This was linked to the belief in the immortality of the soul and the last judgment. At the end of time, the dead would be raised and judged by Christ. So is it really eternal? I don't know. Maybe for the wicked it is, of course. They would have their eternal damnation, but the righteous would receive eternal life, so be good, basically. The New Testament, especially in Matthew's Gospel and the book of Revelation, contains some of the Bible's most potent imagery of hell. Jesus speaks of a coming judgment when he will say to the accursed, quote, "Depart from me into the eternal fire, prepared for the devil and his angels." Matthew 25:41. Here we see hell characterized as eternal fire, and notably as a punishment originally meant for Satan and other fallen angels, implying that human beings who ally themselves with evil are going to meet the same fate. The book of Revelations from the 1st century CE adds the dramatic vision of the lake of fire that burns with sulfur from Revelations 20:10, where the devil, the beast, and all those not in the book of life are thrown and tormented day and night forever and ever. In Revelation 14:11, the damned have, quote, "no rest, day or night, and the smoke of their torment goes up forever." As Christianity spread and developed in its theology in the first few centuries, church fathers elaborated on hell in sermons and treatises. They emphasized that hell's primary feature was separation from God, a loss of all goodness and light, often described metaphorically as outer darkness, where, quote, "there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth," a phrase used frequently in the Gospel of Matthew. Alongside darkness, however, early Christian writers insisted on the reality of material torment, fire and sometimes freezing, echoing previous traditions. Tertullian, in the 2nd century, rather morbidly relished the thought that in heaven the saved would witness the agonies of the damned below as a testament of God's justice. I mean, talk about entertainment, right? Good Lord. They banned gladiatorial combat because it was too rough, and then they give us this. Well, the concept of hell became not just a vague warning, but a cornerstone of Christian teaching. But hold your horses, because not all Christian thinkers agreed on the nature of hell. A significant theological debate concerned whether hell's torments were literally physical fire or something a bit more spiritual, maybe remorse, alienation from God, etc. The Eastern tradition often spoke of hell's fire as a symbol of the soul's own pain at encountering God's holiness unprepared. Moreover, a minority view espoused by figures like Origen of Alexandria in the 3rd century, and later by some sects, was that hell might not be forever. That ultimately, in God's infinite mercy, all creatures, even Satan, could be reconciled and saved in the end. That is the doctrine of apokatastasis. Oh my God, 3rd time lucky, I'm going to get it. Apokatastasis. Good Lord, excuse me for any Greek listeners. Now, Origen interpreted references to eternal fire as purifying, corrective fire. But this view was eventually deemed unorthodox by the institutional church. The mainstream Christian position solidified by the medieval period was that hell is eternal for the unrepentant. Once a soul is damned at the last judgment, there's just no way out. This finality was a powerful incentive to seek salvation during one's lifetime. Throughout the Middle Ages in Europe, hell loomed large in the popular imagination. Medieval art and literature painted extraordinarily graphic pictures of hell's torments, arguably more detailed than any theologian's dry text. Doom paintings on the church walls showed demons torturing souls and devils carrying the damned in their claws. Morality plays personified vices being dragged to hell. Perhaps the most famous and influential depiction is Dante Alighieri's Inferno from 1320, the first part of the Divine Comedy, which I did a full reading of. It took 14 hours, which it was its own kind of hell, but we got through it. If you want to go listen to that, it's just search it up. Anyway, Dante, guided by the poet Virgil, journeys through the 9 circles of hell, witnessing a vast catalogue of poetic punishments. Each circle corresponds to a category of sin: lust, gluttony, greed, anger, heresy, violence, fraud, treachery. And each sinner suffers a punishment that symbolically mirrors that sin's nature. For example, fortune tellers in life have their heads twisted backwards in hell, forever looking behind. Flatterers wallow in the pit of excrement. Violent souls boil in a river of blood, while centaurs shoot them with arrows as they try to crawl out of it. Dante's hell is a brilliant synthesis of classical, Christian, and new imaginative elements. He uses Minos, the judge from Greek myth, to send souls to their assigned circle. He populates hell with both historical figures and mythical creatures, and also a bunch of people that he just doesn't like. At the very bottom, in a surprising twist, Dante's Satan is not in flames, but trapped in a lake of ice, endlessly chewing on history's 3 greatest traitors: Brutus, Cassius, and Judas Iscariot. He's got 3 mouths, by the way, for this job. Dante thus incorporated the idea of freezing cold as an ultimate punishment for treachery, showing that the absence of God's warmth can be as deadly as any flame. While Dante's work is literature and not scripture, it really did shape later Western notions of what hell looks like. Even today, people allude to Dante's circles of hell when describing awful experiences. Now, in Christian thought, hell served not only as a threat, but as a reassurance that justice would be served. Many medieval sermons emphasized how the mighty and cruel seem to prosper on earth, but they'd get what's coming to them after death. The concept of the devil ruling over hell also became popular, though not strictly biblical. Still, folklore and art often showed Satan as the master tormentor. By scaring the faithful with the devil's snare and hell's agonies, preachers aimed to turn people away from sin. Generally, it was as effective as you could imagine. So by the end of the Middle Ages, Christian doctrine about hell was firmly codified, an eternal, unescapable state of definitive self-exclusion from God, characterized by whatever metaphor would drive the point home. Only the exact nature of suffering was left to a nuanced debate, and later some Christian denominations would soften or question the eternity of hell. For instance, some modern theologians and groups consider annihilation, the total destruction of the soul, as the fate for the wicked, rather than a perpetual torment. But historically, the traditional view predominated, and it profoundly influenced cultures wherever Christianity spread, from Europe to the Americas, Africa, and beyond. Indeed, the word hell in English comes from the Old Norse word hell, which you just gotta drop a L off the end. And, well, that leads us to another part of the world's history, right? Let's talk about the Norse and the Northern Europeans. In the pre-Christian religions of Northern Europe, the afterlife had its own twists. The Norse, in particular, believed in a realm called Hel, sometimes called Helheim, which was both a goddess's name and her domain. This is the direct linguistic source of the English word hell, but the North Hell was not a fiery pit. In fact, it was generally described as a cold, misty, and cheerless place. In Norse mythology, those who died gloriously in battle were taken by Odin's Valkyries to Valhalla, a heavenly hall of feasting heroes, or by the goddess Freya to her hall. But those who died of sickness or old age, and generally the ordinary population, went to Hel's realm, which lay beneath one of the old roots of the world tree. Now, Hel, the goddess, is depicted in lore as a fearsome figure, her face and body half living, half blue-black decayed. This underworld is not particularly a site of punishment, just a more somber continuation of existence, almost like the early Greek and Mesopotamian ones. However, Norse mythology does not single out certain truly vile individuals for a more horrifying fate in the afterlife. The Voluspa, a Norse prophetic poem, describes a place in Hel's realm called Nastrund, the shore of corpses. There stands a dreadful hall woven from serpents, their venom dripping from the ceiling. The poem says, quote, "There, on Nastrond, the evil dead wade through heavy streams. Murderers, oath-breakers, and adulterers writhe in torment, while the dragon Nidhogr sucks the blood from their bodies." End quote. Well, this scene shows that the Norse had a concept of moral hell for the worst sins according to their code, namely oath-breaking, which is a pretty big deal in Norse honor culture, and then murder and adultery, which are also quite big deals. In that venom-soaked hall, perjurers and killers endure a ghastly punishment, as snake's poison flows, and a great dragon chews on the dead. A chilling image, literally chilling, as the overall climate of hell is quite cold. The idea of a dragon or serpent tormentor, Nidhogr, chewing on the corpses, it parallels other Indo-European myths of serpents eating the dead or demons devouring souls. Another aspect of Norse eschatology is the eventual fate of Hell's inhabitants. In the cataclysm of Ragnarok, the end of the world, the legions of Hell will burst forth to fight against the gods in a final battle. Afterwards, the cosmos is renewed, and a few gods and humans survive to live in this new paradise. This implies that Hell's realm as part of the old world is not eternal. It will be emptied at Ragnarok. Presumably its denizens will perish or will be freed when the world is remade. So even here we see a notion that Hell is not everlasting, just part of a cyclical cosmic drama. Of course, this all changed when Christianity came to the north. The old Hell was eventually fused with the Christian Hell in popular imagination. The word remained the same, but now we just had the fire and the demons added by the Christian influence. Yet, the echoes of the cold, dreary Hell lingered in folklore. Interestingly, even in Christian Europe, the idea of an icy hell occasionally appears. We see it in Dante's deepest circle for traitors. The Norse legacy is thus twofold, linguistically giving us hell, and conceptually introducing a vision of hell as a dark and cold wasteland, especially for certain heinous sinners, traitors, etc. And it reminds us that not all hells were hot. What they all share is the aspect of being cut off from warmth, life, and light. Whether by freezing or burning, hell is just a place where hope and joy is extinguished. Meanwhile, in East Asia, the concept of hell developed through a blend of imported Indian ideas and local folklore. Neither Confucianism nor Taoism, the indigenous philosophies of China, not really religions, by the way, more philosophies. Well, Taoism kind of is, but there's two kinds of Taoism. Anyway, I won't get into that. Now, neither of these two philosophies had much emphasis on afterlife punishment early on. The focus was more on this life and one's ancestors. But with the arrival of Buddhism in China from the 1st century CE onward, the intricate Buddhist cosmology of heaven and hell took root. Chinese popular religion and later Japanese and Korean traditions creatively expanded these ideas into elaborate underworld bureaucracies that reflected their own imperial government structures. In Chinese Buddhism and folk belief, the underworld is often called Di Yu, which basically means like underground prison or underground dungeon. Or sometimes it's just called, sometimes just hell in English descriptions, It is depicted not as a single place, but as a vast subterranean region containing multiple courts, chambers, or levels where souls are taken after death to atone for their misdeeds. A common representation is the 10 courts of hell, each ruled by a judge, often called a Yama king, borrowing the name from the Indian death god Yama. Newly deceased souls report to the first court for an initial judgment, and then, depending on the verdict, are sent to one or more of the various hells for specific punishments corresponding to their sins. The Chinese hells show a high degree of moral specificity, and also sometimes a bureaucratic flavor. One can almost imagine a record-keeping office tallying one's sins and assigning appropriate sentences. The punishments themselves are lurid and detailed, much like those in the Puranas or Dante. For example, traditional illustrations and texts describe a mountain of knives, where those who committed murders or violent crimes must climb, only to be incessantly pierced and cut by the sharp blades. Another hell is the cauldron of boiling oil, for sinners who exploited or tortured others. They are fried mercilessly by demons. There is a tongue-plucking hell for liars and blasphemers, where huge demons yank out the tongues of the damned. For adulterers, a common punishment depicted is being forced to climb a tree bristling with sword-like thorns, an interesting parallel to the Hindu Shamali hell that we mentioned. The mirror of retribution in the first court of hell reveals all the misdeeds of the newly dead, stripping away any pretenses they had in life, before they're sent to a proper torment. These torments are not random cruelty, though. Each is symbolically suited to the crime in that classic poetic justice mode. Chinese folk religion also added its own unique touch. For example, one hell is reserved for those who are ungrateful or disobedient to their parents, filial piety being a supreme virtue in Confucian culture. Such souls might be tortured on ice or have their bodies sawn in two. Another chamber punishes the corrupt officials from life, making them stand before tall columns that suddenly close in and crush them, perhaps reflecting a bitterness towards bureaucrats and judges who are unjust in their own earthly lives. Notably, the Chinese hell is also not eternal. After serving their sentences in various courts, souls move on, often to drink the broth of oblivion, cooked by the goddess Meng Po, in the pavilion of forgetfulness. This special potion causes them to forget their past lives and sufferings. Then they are reincarnated into the next life. So, just like the Indian model, Chinese hell is essentially a way station for moral cleansing and retribution, before the cycle continues. But because Chinese religion focused strongly on filial duty and proper ritual, the vision of seeing one's ancestors possibly suffering in Diyu, this underground prison, spurred practices like ancestor worship and dedicating merit to the dead. The Chinese Ghost Festival, in the 7th lunar month, even has a belief that the gates of hell open for a time, allowing spirits to roam the earth and to be placated by living with food and entertainment. Fascinating contrast to the Western fixed, impermeable hell. Here, hell's denizens kind of get a bit of a parole every year, a more porous boundary between the worlds in the Chinese cosmology. Now, in Japan, the hell concept, which they call jigoku, which basically means the same thing as a diyu, was largely imported by Buddhism from China and Korea. Japanese depictions of hell, such as those in the Ojoyoshu, the 10th century or later scroll paintings, are quite similar. The realms of hot and cold hells, the judges, and the torments like the mountains of needles and rivers of fire. Japanese folklore also added a bit of local flavor. For instance, the vision of the blood lake hell for women who died in childbirth, a reflection of certain local beliefs about impurity. Not very fair, but, it is what it is, I'm afraid. Oni, or demons with fierce expressions and iron clubs, would populate these scenes, tormenting the damned. One known story is that of the monk Mu Lian from Chinese Buddhist lore, who travels to hell to save his mother who was suffering for her sins. This tale exemplifies the virtue of filial piety and the power of devotion to alleviate suffering in hell. It became popular in Japan too, showing a hopeful aspect, that prayers or the merit of rituals performed by the living could lessen the torments of those who were trapped in the other world. Taoism too, which some people call Taoism, but I call it Taoism, the proper naming convention, integrated the concept of hell in later centuries, developing the idea of Diyu as part of the balance of yin and yang. Excessive yang, hot passions and violence, might lead the soul to be restrained in yin, a dark, cold hell, until the balance is restored. Taoist priests sometimes performed rituals to journey in spirit to hell realms to negotiate the release of a soul, an interesting spiritual counterpart to the bureaucratic appeals one might find in the imperial court. But no global tour of hell would be complete without looking how the idea appeared or sometimes didn't appear in other parts of the world. Among the indigenous religions of the Americas, concepts of the underworld were quite common, but they didn't always align with the strict moral punitive model seen in European and Asian civilizations. The ancient Maya of Central America, for example, had a rich mythology of the underworld, which they called Xibalba, which often translates as the place of fright. In the Popol Vuh, the great mythology of the Quiche Maya, recorded in the 16th century from oral tradition, Xibalba is depicted as a vast subterranean city ruled by death gods with names like One Death and Seven Death, along with a cadre of demon lords such as Blood Gatherer, Pus Master, and the Bone Scepter. Okay. The Popol Vuh recounts how the hero twins, two brave demigods, descend to Xibalba and must survive a series of deadly trials set by the lords of that realm, including ordeals in the House of Darkness, the House of Cold, and the House of Jaguars, which is filled with jaguars, and the House of Bats, which, guess what, is filled with demonic bats. Anyway, eventually, through wit and magic, the hero twins outsmart the lords of Xibalba and even kill a few of them, thus symbolically overcoming death and evil. But for ordinary Maya souls, the journey to reach the quiet paradise of ancestors involved passing through Xibalba's trials. There wasn't a clear notion that only bad people go there. It was more or less the default afterlife, with the possibility of danger along the way. However, in certain Mesoamerican belief systems, those who died heroically or particularly virtuous deaths could bypass the harder underworld altogether. For instance, warriors fallen in battle were believed to go to the House of the Sun to accompany the sun god, and women who died in childbirth, viewed as battle deaths in a sense, went on to a celestial paradise. Meanwhile, those who died of ordinary causes went through the challenges of Mictlan, the Aztec underworld similar to Xibalba. Now, the Aztec underworld Mictlan consisted of 9 levels that the soul had to traverse over 4 years before coming to rest. They had to cross treacherous mountains that clashed together, pass through winds of obsidian knives, and a deep river, which is why Aztec burials often included a small dog to guide the soul across the water. Now ultimately, the soul would reach Mictlan's ruler, the death god, and find eternal sleep. Notably, this journey wasn't depicted as punishment for sin, but rather an inevitable gauntlet for everyone. The Aztecs did have concept of a Tlarocan, a paradisal afterlife for those who died by drowning or lightning, associated with the rain god, by the way. They had a few other specialized afterworlds, but they didn't articulate an ethical hell where evildoers suffer more than others. The absence of a strict moral hell in many Native American cultures may be because their religions often emphasize living in harmony with nature and appeasing spirits in life. The afterlife, while certainly believed in, it wasn't necessarily a judicial system. Now, in Africa, at least outside of Egypt, which we already covered, many traditional religions similarly focused on ancestors and spirits rather than a codified hell. Some cultures believed in a vague underworld or the idea that the dead live in a world similar to ours but inverted. Yet moral punishment after death was not always elaborated. In West Africa, the concept of wandering ghosts or unhappy spirits often served the function of a hell. Someone who lived wrongly might not be welcomed among the revered ancestors and instead became a restless, lost soul. This was viewed as a kind of punishment. Not a fiery torture, but exclusion from an honored community. The Yoruba people, for instance, have an interesting notion. Exceptionally wicked people, beyond the hope of ancestral exception, were said to go to Orun Apadi, translated as the heaven of broken potsherds. It's a poetic image. Broken potsherds evoke waste and pain, sharp shards underfoot, essentially a spiritual rubbish heap for those who violated fundamental societal or spiritual norms. Now, many African societies shared the idea that living rightly would ensure that the spirit would join the ancestors, while living wickedly would leave the spirit rootless, possibly malevolent. In the Pacific and among many Polynesian cultures, beliefs varied widely from island to island. Some believed in an underworld called Hawaiki, or Po, but it wasn't necessarily a place of punishment, more an origin or return point for souls. Others imagined multiple levels of heavens and a few subterranean abodes for certain spirits. For example, the Maori of New Zealand spoke of Renga or Rarohenga, an underworld where spirits of the dead go, accessible by a legendary departing point at the northern tip of New Zealand. There wasn't a strong notion of hellfire, though, but rather a continuation in a shadowy homeland of the dead. What is fascinating is that despite these differences, once global communication increased and major religions spread, the imagery of hell as a fiery punishment often blended in with local traditions. We've seen that in Japan and Africa, where Christian or Islamic influence added the fire and brimstone element to older concepts. For example, along the Swahili coast in East Africa, after Islam took hold, the local word for the spirit world, kuzimu, came to be understood as hell, and interestingly described as extreme cold, perhaps a memory of some older concept mixing with Quranic ideas. The Quran describes hell predominantly as fire, but also mentions bitter cold and darkness as part of their torment. Tuberculosis, the unwelcome and unpleasant guest, shadowing humanity for a millennia. It's been called the Great Killer, the Captain of Death. Yet it also inspired art, shaped social customs, and spurred medical breakthroughs. From ancient Egyptian mummies to crowded 19th century sanatoriums, the history of tuberculosis is quite the saga, one of suffering and hope, science and society. So today we're going to talk about tuberculosis, a global perspective, all the way from the, as far back as we can trace it, to our modern day. And I think you'll meet a few unpleasant little facts along the way. So how about we get started? Not before I welcome you, though. Hello to everyone, new and old, coming back, and thank you to those keeping everything ad-free by being Patreon or YouTube members. Also the occasional merch store visitor and donator, thank you very much. If you can't afford to do that, that's okay. Just give it a like, comment, and subscribe. That pushes us out a little bit more in the algorithm. Anyway, with that being done, let's get down to business. A global history of tuberculosis. It is often that we think of tuberculosis as a modern thing, sanatoriums and somewhat. But it is perhaps as old as civilization itself. Paleopathologists have uncovered evidence of tuberculosis in human remains dating back thousands of years. In Egyptian mummies from around 2400 BCE, the bone decay of the spine known as Pott's disease is clearly visible. That's a form of spinal tuberculosis. And ancient people, they recognized the disease as well. In fact, there was a remarkable discovery found the bones off the coast of Israel of a young mother and child from a Neolithic 9,000 years ago, both bearing molecular evidence of tuberculosis infection. Well, the people didn't really understand the cause of all this, but they knew something was wrong, of course. The earliest written descriptions of what sound like tuberculosis appear in ancient India and China. But one of the most striking ancient accounts comes from the library of the Assyrian king Ashurbanipal of the 7th century BCE, where clay tablets describe an illness with cough, fever, weight loss, and the coughing up of blood. These tablets effectively list the classic symptoms of pulmonary tuberculosis. A fact that a scholar in ancient Assyria could recognize this cluster of symptoms shows how familiar TB was in antiquity. But not just for humans, also its presence in animals, and even myth. Skeletal evidence indicates that ancient cattle had TB, and early herders might have shared the infection through close contact. Some scholars theorize that human tuberculosis might have initially jumped from animals, perhaps cattle or other domesticated animals, to people in prehistoric times. However, genetic studies of the TB bacterium do suggest the opposite. The human form of TB is very old and may have spread to animals later. Either way, by the time of the earlier civilizations, it was firmly entrenched. And speaking of which, in ancient Greece, the disease was known as phthisis, from a Greek word meaning wasting or consumption. The great physician Hippocrates, writing around 460 BCE, identifies phthisis as the most widespread disease of his age. He noted that it tended to strike young adults in their physical prime, and it was almost invariably fatal. No way of getting out of that one. Hippocrates provided a clinical description too. Patients would develop persistent cough, fever, and emaciation. Gradually, they would just wither away. So hopeless was the prognosis that Hippocrates advised his medical students not to treat patients in the advanced stages of phthisis, lest the inevitable failure damage the doctor's reputation. Jeez. Well, pretty stern warning, isn't it? Shows how deadly it certainly was. Even the best healers could do very little to help once the disease had taken hold. Where's that old Hippocratic oath, huh? Anyway, Greek and Roman medical writers after Hippocrates continued to describe the disease. Aretaeus of Cappadocia, a physician in the 2nd century CE, wrote a particularly vivid account of the disease. He described how a cough would start small but worsen over time, how patients would become skeletal and weak, their skin pale and translucent with feverish bright eyes. He also noted that swellings of the lymph nodes would occur, what we now recognize as tuberculosis lymphadenitis, or a scrofula, in other words. Now, interestingly, some ancient observers even realized the disease could pass from person to person. The Greek historian Thucydides noted during the plague of Athens in 430 BCE that those who tended the sick often got sick themselves. Although the plague was likely something else, not tuberculosis, but you get what I mean. You see where they're getting at, patterns emerge. Of course, we're all in the infancy of a medical study back in those days. Even in our current day, well, we still got a long way to go. Now, for tuberculosis specifically, we have hints of contagiousness being suspected. The Roman writer Marcus Varro in the 1st century BC warned about tiny invisible creatures that float in the air and enter the body to cause disease, an astonishingly early intuition of germ theory. Now, he did not tie this directly to tuberculosis, but it does show that some minds were getting towards the truth of it slowly but surely. Now, moving into the medieval era, tuberculosis remained a constant scourge, though it often went by different names. We've already heard that term, consumption. Well, in Europe, that became quite common, referring to how the disease seemed to consume the body. Another form of TB, known as scrofula, which causes swollen glands in the neck, gained a famous nickname, the King's Evil. This moniker came from the belief that kings and queens of England or France could miraculously cure the affliction by touching sufferers. We even do have a few medieval accounts describing monarchs holding grand ceremonies, where they would lay hands on people with scrofula. Afterwards, the patients were given a coin or a medal to commemorate the event. This practice began in the Middle Ages, and it actually continued for centuries. British royalty performed touchings for scrofula up until the 18th century. Of course, any actual cures were coincidental due to their natural remission of some cases, but in any case it shows the despair that tuberculosis brought. But we can't just stay in Europe. Across the world in the Islamic Golden Age, medical scholars carried forward advanced knowledge of the diseases like TB. The Persian physician Ibn Sina, known in the West as Avicenna, compiled his landmark Canon of Medicine around 1025. In this encyclopedic work,
Avicenna, devoted attention to phthisis, tuberculosis, and remarkably he recognized the contagious nature of it, stating that phthisis was transmitted through the breath and that patients should be isolated to protect others. He also recommended fresh air, milk, and even sea voyages for treatment, echoing some ancient Greek ideas but with a clearer preventative stance. Avicenna's advice to quarantine patients was far ahead of its time in Europe, that's for sure. However, because of limited contact between medieval Islamic and European medicine, the knowledge did not immediately change how things were handled back on the home front. In medieval times, general treatments for consumption were pretty much futile. They tried bloodletting to rebalance the humors, herbal remedies to ease coughing, and palliative measures like perfumes or burning incense to purify the bad air. Of course, there was plenty folk remedies that were around. Patients would drink potions of herbs or inhale smoke from medicinal plants, which I can hardly imagine would do much for the cough. In some European folklore, a cure for consumption was to eat the meat of a turtle dove, or to drink a concoction of fox lungs boiled in wine. How they came to that conclusion, we don't know, but needless to say, these had no real effect on the bacteria that was ravaging the lungs. So TB just continued its steady harvest of lives through the Middle Ages. It didn't cause dramatic epidemics that made headlines in chronicles like the plague or smallpox did, but it was more like a background killer, always present, picking off people one by one. In any case, by the end of the medieval period, it was deeply entrenched in every continent of the Old World. And as we shall see next, it was poised to explode even further with the social changes of the early modern era. The Renaissance and early modern period, 1600s to 1700s, saw leaps in scientific thinking and medicine, and tuberculosis was examined with new eyes. Physicians and anatomists began to conduct systematic autopsies, allowing them to correlate symptoms with the internal pathology. The first real milestone came in 1679, when the Dutch physician Franciscus Sylvius, very cool name if you ask me, very cool, sounds like a Harry Potter professor, Franciscus Sylvius. Well, he published his findings on consumptive patients. In examining the lungs of those who had died from consumption, Sylvius noted the presence of consistent tubercles, small, hard nodules in the lung tissue. Sylvius described how these nodules would progress to form cavities in the lungs as the tissue broke down. His careful anatomical description established tuberculosis as a distinct pathological entity, even though the cause was still unknown. Following Sylvius, other doctors started using the term tubercle and recognizing TB in various organs, the bones, the lungs, the lymph nodes, as manifestations as one disease process. Around the same time, observations in Italy hinted at the contagiousness of tuberculosis. In 1699, the Republic of Lucca, a small Italian state, do you remember Italy was a bit complicated at that time, issued a remarkable public health edict concerning consumption. It declared that items belonging to people who died of consumption should be burned or disinfected, and that the deceased's name and illness be reported to authorities. The decree stated that human health should no longer be endangered by objects remaining after the death of a consumptive. Well, that implies that officials recognized something infectious lingered on in the clothes or furniture of TB victims. Essentially, it was an early attempt at contact tracing and disinfection for tuberculosis, over a century before germ theories. Another one of the most visionary early thinkers on TB was an English physician named Benjamin Martin. In 1720, Dr. Martin published a little book called A New Theory of Consumption. In this work, he hypothesized the consumption could be caused by, quote, wonderfully minute living creatures, and that once inhaled into the lungs, they would settle there and begin to grow, causing lesions and ulcers of the disease. Martin went further to suggest that these microscopic organisms could be transmitted between people. He wrote that sharing a bed or even sitting near a consumptive person and breathing in their exhaled breath might give the disease to a healthy individual. Now, this was a startlingly accurate guess, essentially anticipating the discovery of the tuberculosis bacterium by over 150 years. Where's his Nobel Prize, huh? Martin admitted that casual encounters were pretty unlikely to transmit it, but prolonged close contact could. Now, his work did not immediately change medical practice. It was largely ignored at the time, seen as a bit of quackery. But with hindsight, excuse me. Sorry, it must be tuberculosis getting into me. With hindsight, we recognize Martin as a prophetic figure who grasped germ theory long before it became mainstream. Well, despite all these insights, practical treatment in the 1700s had advanced quite little. I mean, small baby steps, but, things have to take their course, don't they? Without any true cure, physicians and patients tried all manner of approaches. People were often advised to seek a change of climate to cure consumption. This era saw the beginning of a trend: health tourism for tuberculosis. Afflicted individuals who could afford it traveled to milder, sunnier climates, or to mountain resorts, hoping that fresh air would restore their lungs. For example, English patients might go to the south of France or to Italy to escape the damp winters. Some doctors recommended sea voyages. The salt air and moderate exercise of sailing were thought to be beneficial. I'm sure it wouldn't hurt. Others sent patients to take the waters at spas or mineral springs. A common prescription was actually drinking raw milk, sometimes from donkeys or goats, as a strengthening tonic. In the American colonies, a cure involved riding horseback daily, or living outdoors as much as possible. These regimes sometimes helped alleviate symptoms in early or mild cases, likely because rest and nutrition gave the body a chance to wall off the infection. But for advanced disease, nothing in the 18th century could halt the progress of tuberculosis. Just in medical terms, we did not have the arsenal for that yet. By late 1700s, tuberculosis was firmly established in the Americas as well, often spread through growing trade and population movements. The Atlantic slave trade, European colonization, and urbanization all contributed to the reach of tuberculosis. Indigenous populations in the Americas and Pacific Islands, who had no previous exposure to tuberculosis, suffered terribly when they encountered it. Their mortality rates were extremely high, as they had no immunity. Tuberculosis truly became a global disease in this period, sparing no corner of the world. As the 18th century turned to the 19th, consumption was not only a common illness, it was becoming the defining disease of the age, especially in Europe. The stage was set for what would later be called the White Plague, to reach epidemic proportions. So before we get into that, it's worth noting one more little development in 1816, when a young French doctor named René Laennec invented the stethoscope, revolutionizing chest examinations. By 1819, Laennec published a treatise on disease of the chest, in which he described the lung sounds and post-mortem findings of tuberculosis with great precision. He coined the term miliary tuberculosis for the innumerable tiny lesions that resembled millet seeds in the lungs. Laennec's work, and his name of the clusters of lesions as tubercles, helped solidify the concept that various forms of consumption, whether in the lungs, glands, or elsewhere, were manifestations of the same disease. In the mid-19th century, Johann Lucas Schonlein, a German professor, introduced the formal term tuberculosis, around 1834, to describe the disease, replacing the old vague labels like consumption, which is why you don't really see this term in medical literature after that time. Thus, just before the microbiological breakthrough would occur, TB had been recognized as a specific disease entity with improved diagnostic methods and a growing, albeit still imperfect, understanding of how it spread. And so tuberculosis cast its dark net over humanity in the 19th century. This era saw a dramatic surge in cases and deaths, so much that it was called the White Plague and the Great White Death. Industrialization was sweeping through Europe and North America, bringing mass urbanization, crowded tenements, pollution and poverty. Perfect places for TB to thrive. In the cramped, damp slums of London, Paris, or New York around the mid-1800s, tuberculosis found the ideal conditions to pass from person to person. The statistics were staggering. By some estimates, 1 in 4 deaths in Europe during the 1800s were due to tuberculosis. In the great cities, the toll was even higher. For example, around 1850, consumption was roughly responsible for about 20% of all adult deaths in London. In Paris, at certain points, it may have been a cause closer to 30% of the deaths. But it struck rich and poor alike. Of course, poverty made it far more vulnerable if you were in that situation. The urban poor lived in squalid conditions. Damp cellars or airless garrets, with inadequate nutrition and very little sunlight. Tuberculosis bacteria spread through the air when sufferers coughed, and in these crowded dwellings, many breathed the same air. Entire families would contract it one after another, giving the illusion that TB was a hereditary curse that ran in bloodlines. The fear was palpable. In communities where several family members died in succession, people sometimes groped for a supernatural explanation. A haunting example of this took place in rural New England in the late 1800s, during what has been called the New England Vampire Panic. I know, right? That's just what they called it. Maybe a full video on that one time. Well, no, maybe. In towns in Rhode Island and other parts of New England, families devastated by consumption began to believe that perhaps one of their deceased relatives was rising from the grave to drain the life back out of the remaining family members. Well, this wasn't literally a widespread belief, but in a handful of well-documented cases, desperate people exhumed the bodies of those who had died of TB to check for signs of vampirism. The most famous case is that of Mercy Brown of Exeter, Rhode Island. Mercy died of consumption in 1892 at the age of 19, after her mother and sister had already succumbed some years prior. When Mercy's brother also fell ill, townsfolk convinced the father that perhaps an undead Mercy was consuming him from beyond the grave. They exhumed her body in the cold of early spring, finding her surprisingly well preserved, likely due to the winter conditions delaying composition. They took it as evidence of vampirism, and in a gruesome ritual, Mercy's heart was cut out and burned to ashes, and the ashes were then mixed into a tonic for her sick brother to drink as a supposed cure. And guess what? He got better. No, I'm just kidding. Of course he didn't. He died anyway a few months later. No folk magic could stop tuberculosis. Just seeing if you're paying attention. Well, this macabre episode shows the panic and helplessness inflicted upon communities before TB's nature was understood. People were willing to, accept even these explanations out of a gothic horror novel when conventional medicine had nothing else to offer. But it wasn't all panic and despair. Paradoxically, the Victorian era also imbued tuberculosis with a kind of cultural fascination. This was an age when TB became romanticized in literature and art, even as it killed millions. The notion of the delicate consumptive took root. It was observed that TB often produced a certain aesthetic in its victims, weight loss giving a slim and even elegant silhouette, pale skin that highlighted gentle veins, flushed cheeks to give an illusion of vibrancy. To a society obsessed with romantic art and the idea of poetic suffering, this look became perversely fashionable. Between about 1780 and 1850, there was an increasing asceticization of tuberculosis, especially in women. The condition of being doomed by consumption, yet looking somewhat ethereal and lovely, was seen as a mark of spiritual purity and sensitivity. Women who were completely healthy even tried to emulate the consumptive look by using makeup to pale their skin and redden their cheeks and lips, and by wearing corsets to achieve the thin waist associated with, well, wasting away. Bizarre trends, sometimes called consumptive chic. Prominent poets and writers themselves suffered from TB too, adding to the cultural mystique of it all. The Romantic poet John Keats, for example, died of tuberculosis in 1821, at the ripe old age of 25. He had nursed his own brother through the illness, who died in 1818, and then contracted it himself. Keats' letters from his final years are full of references to his fevers and hemorrhages. He knew he was doom, and he wrote achingly, poignantly about his posthumous existence. His poetry, with its intense sensitivity to beauty and mortality, seems to many to be influenced by his illness. I mean, that's kind of hard to ignore, right? Another literary genius, Emily Bronte, the author of Wuthering Heights, died of tuberculosis in 1848 at the age of 30. Emily Bronte's own novels and poems have an eerie awareness of early death and the spiritual unrest of the dying, which readers linked later to her experience with consumption. And the list goes on. You've got the pianist and composer Frédéric Chopin. He expired of TB in 1849. Robert Louis Stevenson, the novelist. He spent his years traveling to healthful climates, but ultimately he died in 1894. Anton Chekhov, the Russian playwright, suffered from chronic tuberculosis of the lungs and would joke darkly about it, till it killed him in 1904, when it wasn't so funny anymore. Tuberculosis was so entwined with artistry that some even thought it conferred some sort of creative intensity, a notion later termed the tuberculosis genius myth. Of course, that's all a romantic illusion. For every famous consumptive who wrote masterpieces, there were millions of ordinary people whose slow deaths were anything but glamorous. So what was it actually like to live with tuberculosis in the 19th century? The experience varied widely by social class, but certain threads were common. Typically, TB started quite insidiously. Perhaps a young man or woman in their late teens or 20s found themselves feeling a bit more fatigued than usual, losing weight despite eating, developing a persistent cough. Well, at first one might attribute it to a stubborn cold or stress. But when the cough refused to go away, and night sweats began to drench the sheets, that's when the real alarm bells began to ring. A dreaded moment was often the first hemoptysis, the coughing up of blood. Even a few streaks of blood in sputum would send a chill of terror, because everybody knew that was the hallmark of TB. Families would often try to hide a member's illness for as long as possible due to the stigma and fear of the isolation. But once it became obvious, they mobilized to take care of the patient. A consumptive life was often one of enforced rest and isolation. Doctors usually prescribed the rest cure, complete physical rest, confined to bed in a well-ventilated room, or even outdoors if possible. The patient might be moved from the family home to a more salubrious location if they could afford it. For instance, many families sent their sick to live with relatives in the countryside, or rented a cottage in the mountains or by the sea. Sounds okay. It's just too bad you can't enjoy it in good health. I mean, what's the point, right? In middle-class homes, a special sick room would be arranged, often upstairs where it was airy. They would keep windows open, even in winter, as fresh air was considered crucial. Sometimes the patient would be bundled in blankets next to an open window, gasping cold, clean air, based on the theory that stale air of indoor spaces promoted diseases, which was kind of true. Yeah, they're getting there. Visitors were restricted, and when they did come, they often wore a look of forced cheerfulness, as if they were denying the likely outcome. Everybody knew the crack, though, that's for sure. Diet was a major focus. The idea was to bolster the patient's strength through nutrition. Rich, fatty foods with plentiful milk, they were the staples of consumptive care. Many patients were encouraged to drink a liter upon liter of whole milk a day, or eat raw eggs, whipped into foamy eggnogs. Meat broth and red meat were served frequently if the patient could digest them. Cod liver oil, a rather unpleasant-tasting oil from fish, became a popular supplement, as some doctors believed it helped tubercular patients gain weight and provided vital nutrients. And yes, they were correct. It's rich in vitamin D, which might have had some immune benefits. Also, fish oil is a great supplement. Everyone should be taking fish oil or krill oil, by the way. Get onto it. Not sponsored, I'm just saying. Well, these treatments show that lacking a true cure, care was basically supportive, palliative in the worst parts. Try to keep the person as strong and well-nourished as possible, and maybe they'd have a chance. Not much of a chance, but just maybe a little bit of one. The psychological aspect of being a consumptive was heavy. People knew that consumption was often a slow death sentence. Patients struggled with alternating hope and despair. Many kept diaries, or wrote letters that laid bare these emotions. They would latch on to any slight improvement, one day with less cough or a better appetite. Anything to view as a sign of recovery. Families, too, would celebrate small victories like a slight weight gain or a peaceful night's sleep. But then, there were the crushing setbacks. A bad hemorrhage, a new fever spike, or simply the patient noticing they could no longer walk up the stairs without breathlessness where they once could. The gradual decline was agonizing for all involved. One contemporary observer wrote that in some ways consumption was crueler than the quick diseases, because it offered false hope by its very slowness, giving months or years of deteriorating health where the patient and loved ones could see the end coming in a very slow motion. But of course, gender roles did influence the experience too. In Victorian society, women with tuberculosis often felt an extra burden of guilt or duty. Many were the primary caregivers for the family. Falling ill meant they couldn't fulfill their expected roles. Some mothers with TB, anticipating they might die, went to great lengths to secure their children's futures, finding adoptive homes or extended family who would take care of them, writing detailed letters of these instructions or love to be read when the child grew up, and so forth. It was a heartbreaking process of saying goodbye in advance. As for the unmarried women with consumption, they frequently faced the collapse of marriage prospects. I mean, it's kind of a red flag if they have tuberculosis, right? It's not going to be a long marriage. A known TB diagnosis might scare off suitors due to fear of contagion and, well, the whole death thing. Thus, there was often secrecy. Families sometimes concealed a daughter's illness, as long as possible to preserve her social standing or chances of normal life, at least for a time.
That's not to say it was much better for the men. That could mean the end of their career or education, and they had to leave their families behind too. Many male patients left school or jobs and went on travels to recuperate. In doing so, they sometimes forged new identities. A number of early American frontier figures were actually tuberculosis patients who moved to the West. For example, Doc Holliday, the infamous gambler and gunfighter of the Old West. He was a dentist from Georgia who had TB. He headed to the dry climate of Texas and later Arizona, where he lived a short but eventful life in cowboy towns, carrying his persistent cough all the while. So, there we go, TB once again leaving its little mark on a few unexpected historical narratives. But one commonality for all consumptives was the longing for normalcy and human connection. The isolation imposed by the disease could be, well, quite depressing, to be frank with you. If in a sanatorium, which we'll get to in a minute, or away at a health resort, patients miss their families terribly, and of course vice versa. Even at home, a patient often had to eat separately, use separate dishes, and refrain from kissing their loved ones. If the family heeded the increasing warnings about contagion, that is. Late 19th century public health campaigns were beginning to teach people that careless spitting or coughing spread TB. Many cities passed anti-spitting ordinances. Since spitting in public was a common habit, especially amongst men, the no spitting signs went up on train cars and in taverns. Violators could be fined, too. Yeah, fair enough, we should have that rule everywhere. Don't like seeing people spitting on the streets. Well, patients were urged to use personal spittoons or cough into cloths that could be boiled or burned. Some families implemented some of these measures at home, trying to protect other members from these seeds of consumption, as they were often called. This was before the word bacteria was in everyday use, by the way, so do keep that in mind. All these precautions, while wise, had the effect of making the consumptive person feel like a dangerous vessel of disease. The social stigma was significant. Many felt shame or embarrassment about their illness on top of the physical suffering. Yet many consumptives also showed remarkable resilience and formed communities of mutual support. This was most evident in the burgeoning sanatorium movement, which we'll turn to next. In those institutions, patients bonded over the shared condition and often developed a camaraderie. Think about the solidarity that modern cancer patients have during chemotherapy. They called themselves lungers humorously, or spoke of stamping out the white plague as if they were on a crusade against it. Some wrote newsletters or little magazines inside the sanatorium to keep spirits up. Through all the coughing and fevers, people still felt like normal humans. They felt love, they celebrated birthdays, they played card games, performed amateur theatricals, and gossiped about the doctors. Anything to distract themselves. While they were alive, they just wanted to live a normal existence. That's the human spirit, right? So as the 19th century progressed and rolled into the early 20th, one of the most significant developments in the fight against TB was the rise of the sanatorium movement. Before antibiotics, sanatoria were the closest thing medicine had to a specific treatment strategy for tuberculosis. The concept was pretty simple. Give the patients a controlled environment in which every aspect of their life, from air to diet to rest, was managed to maximize the chance their bodies could heal. Really, you were just trying to speed run, not dying. Sanatoria were often built in locations believed to be beneficial: high mountain valleys, sunny seaside towns, or dry desert climates. The prototype for the sanatorium came from an unlikely source: a Silesian botany student named Hermann Bremer. Bremer himself was diagnosed with tuberculosis as a young man in the 1840s. His doctor essentially told him that since there was no cure, he should at least travel somewhere with a healthy climate to stave off decline. So Bremer traveled to the Himalayan mountains in India, under the assumption that the high altitude might help. He spent some time there studying plants, fulfilling his botany interest, and to everyone's surprise, he actually recovered significantly. Convinced that the climate and fresh air were key, Bremer went on to study medicine, and in 1854 he wrote an optimistic dissertation titled Tuberculosis is a Curable Disease, which I'm sure was a work flying off the shelves for tuberculosis patients. He wasn't claiming a magic bullet cure, though, but he was rather arguing that with proper care, consumptives could improve or even be cured. To test his approach, Bremer established an institution, specifically for TB patients, in Gorbersdorf in the mountains of Silesia, now in Poland. Opened in 1859, Bremer's sanatorium set the pattern. It featured open balconies where patients would spend hours each day lying in the fresh air of a pine forest, a nourishing diet with plentiful milk, and a regimen of gentle exercise, combined with good rest. Sounds pretty good, actually. Bremer's apparent success, some of his patients did recover and leave, spurred others to emulate him. And soon, sanatoria, as is the plural for sanatorium, for tuberculosis patients, popped up all across Europe, in Germany, Switzerland, France, and Italy by the late 19th century. One notable advocate was Dr. Peter Detweiler, a patient of Bremer's, who later ran his own sanatorium and added the practice of the rest cure, strict bed rest during feverish periods. In the USA, the movement took hold a bit later. The first American TB sanatorium was started by Dr. Edward Livingston Trudeau, who had contracted TB as a young man in New York. After improving in the Adirondack Mountains, Trudeau founded the Adirondack Cottage Sanatorium at Saranac Lake, New York in 1885. The institution began with one small cottage, where a couple of patients, including himself, simply lived in a rustic life of fresh air, but it grew to a larger complex over the years. The sanatorium regiment was quite structured. Typically, the patients were kept on a schedule that maximized time outdoors. Even in winter, nurses would wrap patients up in thick blankets and park them out on the open porches for hours on end. This was the famous open-air treatment. Well, one can imagine rows of patients, swaddled like mummies in reclined chairs, faces peeking out into that crisp mountain air with little icicles forming on the blankets from their breath, maybe. Doesn't sound like a place where you get better, but, that was just the science of the time. Now, importantly, sanatoria also served a public health purpose, and that was isolation. And some of them were, really, really good, too. They had, billiard rooms, libraries, music performances, kind of a mix of hospital and resort. By gathering those with active TB in one place, however, they were to some extent removed from the general population, reducing opportunities to infect others. In an era before antibiotics, this was a crude but effective means of control. So the question is, did the sanatorium cure actually work? Kind of. Results varied. Many patients in early or moderate stages of TB did improve in sanatoria. Their weight went up, their fever subsided, their cough calmed. Some indeed left sanatorium after a year or two as apparent arrests, which is the term used when TB disease became inactive. However, it's hard to disentangle how much of this was due to environment and how much was due to the natural course of the disease. Some cases of TB do spontaneously go into remission for long periods, especially if the patient's immune system is strong and they get good rest. Late-stage patients, unfortunately, often continue to decline even in the best sanatorium. For them, these places became comfortable havens to die in, just palliative care rather than places of recovery.
Nonetheless, the sanatorium movement significantly changed patient experiences and even medical practice. Doctors who specialized in tuberculosis learned a great deal from running these facilities. By observing many patients over time, they refined their supportive treatments. One innovation in the late 19th century was the idea of lung collapse theory. The logic was that a diseased lung might heal if given complete rest, just as one might rest a broken leg. In 1882, coincidentally the same year that Koch discovered the TB bacillus, we'll get to that in a minute, an Italian doctor, Carlo Forlanini, pioneered the technique of inducing an artificial pneumothorax. Essentially, he inserted a needle between the patient's ribs and pumped air into the chest cavity to partially collapse the affected lung. This procedure would make it easier for cavities in the lung to close and scar. Now it sounds drastic, but surprisingly it did help some patients, and became a standard treatment for decades before antibiotics. Later, even more aggressive surgeries were attempted for those who did not respond. Thoracoplasty, where surgeons removed a few ribs to permanently collapse part of the lung, or surgical resection of the localized lung lesions. Dr. Edward Archibald in Montreal was an early adopter of thoracoplasty around 1908, removing ribs to collapse cavities. But besides surgery, other therapeutic ideas at sanatoria include heliotherapy, that is, sunlight therapy, helios being the Greek word for that. TB of the skin, lupus vulgaris, was known to improve with exposure to sunlight. Niels Finsen, a Danish physician, even won a Nobel Prize in 1903 for his work treating skin TB with concentrated light rays. So many sanatoria encourage patients to sit in the sun for periods, weather permitting of course, to get both fresh air and sunshine. This was particularly common in places like the Swiss Alps, where sunny days were frequent above the clouds. Social life in the sanatoria was a double-edged sword. On one hand, patients suffered together and thus understood each other. Lifelong friendships were forged. Some even found love and married fellow patients. But on the other hand, being surrounded by others with the disease meant daily reminders of mortality, especially when the black wagon, the euphemistic term for the hearse or mortuary cart, rolled up to take away the latest victim. Sanatorium patients had a lingo of their own, of course. Now, by the early 20th century, the sanatorium had become an institution nearly everywhere. In Japan, Russia, Australia, TB hospitals were built on mountaintops or outside of cities to treat segregate patients. It represents an era of optimism, even without a true cure. And indeed, in several countries, TB mortality began to gradually decline around the turn of the century, even before antibiotics or vaccines were introduced. But this decline is attributed to many things: better living conditions from social reforms, the natural ebb of an epidemic, and the possible impact of sanatoria and public health measures, like, for example, pasteurizing milk to prevent bovine TB and educating people on avoiding infection. By 1914, while TB was still rampant, the worst seemed to have passed in much of Western Europe and the US, with mortality rates slowly dipping year by year. Yet tuberculosis was far from defeated. What really clinched the downward trend was the breakthroughs of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, which we will turn to next. March 24th, 1882. An audience of scientists and doctors gather in the lecture hall of the Berlin Physiological Society. There, Dr. Robert Koch presented what would become one of the most famous papers in medical history, The Etiology of Tuberculosis. Now, Koch calmly demonstrated he had isolated the specific germ that causes TB, a tiny rod-shaped bacterium visible under the microscope with a special staining technique he had developed. He showed these tissue samples from animals and humans with the bacteria, and described how he grew the organism in pure culture, on a coagulated blood serum outside the body. But most dramatically, he explained that by injecting these cultured microbes into healthy animals like guinea pigs, he could reproduce tuberculosis in them. Koch's findings proved to be irrefutable that TB was an infectious disease caused by a single microorganism. This discovery certainly set the medical world on fire. Finally, the invisible enemy had been given a face, or at least a name and a form. Mycobacterium tuberculosis, that's what they called it. The press quickly picked up the story, and Koch became a significant hero overnight. But why so revolutionary? Well, for one, it settled a long debate about hereditary versus contagion in TB. Koch's work showed TB did not spontaneously generate in people. It was caught from others. And this sparked public health measures to curb transmission. Governments began funding campaigns to educate the populace. People were taught to cover their mouths when coughing, to disinfect living spaces of consumptives, and, crucially, to stop the practice of indiscriminate spitting. Those pamphlets started going around with slogans like "consumption is contagious, prevent it," and "do not spit on the floor, it spreads disease." Koch's discovery also ushered in the golden age of bacteriology. Within a decade or two, scientists discovered the germs behind many other diseases: cholera, diphtheria, plague, etc. But TB was arguably the crown jewel, because that was just their biggest problem at the time. Koch's methods established the famous Koch's postulates, criteria to prove an organism causes a disease, forming a foundation for the new field of microbiology. The immediate practical effect was an explosion of research into diagnostics and cures. By 1890, Koch attempted a cure himself. He announced a substance called tuberculin, a glycerin extract of the TB bacilli, which he hoped would treat tuberculosis. It failed spectacularly. Patients injected with it often got violently ill, and it did not eradicate the disease. But, well, it was worth a try. The initial overblown hopes led to disillusionment and even scandal. Some even accused Koch of hyping up an unproven remedy. However, tuberculin later found use as a diagnostic tool. Years later, doctors would use tuberculin in skin tests to identify if somebody had been infected with TB, based on whether their skin reacted to the injection, a major way to detect latent TB infection. Another key scientific contribution of Koch's era was recognizing that not all TB was the same. In 1882 to 1884, other researchers, building on Koch, identified the bovine form of the TB bacillus, Macrobacterium bovis, which affects cattle and can jump to humans via infected milk, causing TB especially in children, often manifesting as scrofular or abdominal TB. A man called Theobald Smith in the US and Koch himself both did work on differentiating the human and bovine types of the bacillus by the 1890s. This led to one of the first public health victories against TB, and that was the pasteurization of milk. Pioneered by Louis Pasteur for bacteria in general, pasteurization, that is, heating milk to kill germs, was adopted widely in the early 20th century and drastically reduced transmission of bovine TB to humans. Incidence of scrofula in children plummeted once milk was routinely pasteurized. The detection of TB also improved with technology. In 1895, Wilhelm Röntgen discovered X-rays. Almost immediately, doctors realized they had a new way to see inside the chest of living patients. By the early 1900s, chest X-rays had become a common tool to spot the shadows and cavitations indicative of TB in the lungs. By the early 20th century, all these scientific and public health advances began to pay off. In many Western countries, TB mortality rates that had peaked around 1800 to 1850 were slowly declining by 1900. But still, it remained the single leading cause of death in most places. Thus, the fight was far from over, and attention turned to the idea of vaccines and immunity. If we could immunize people against TB, perhaps we could prevent it, just like smallpox, which was being successfully fought at the time with vaccination. But enter two French scientists, Albert Calmette and Camille Guérin. Starting around 1908, Calmette and Guérin worked on a vaccine by trying to weaken the bovine TB bacillus. After years of effort, passing the bacteria through dozens of cultures, they created a stable weakened strain that did not cause disease in laboratory animals, but did stimulate an immune response. Looks like they're on to something. In 1921, this vaccine, named BCG, the Bacille Calmette-Guérin, after its creators, was first used in humans. The initial trial were promising. Infants vaccinated with BCG seemed largely protected from TB. A major early test came in the 1920s in France, when newborns were given BCG, and, well, it was observed that they had lower TB rates than unvaccinated ones. However, there was a tragedy in 1930 in Lübeck, Germany, that set back acceptance quite a bit. Due to a laboratory error, some batches of BCG were contaminated with live, virulent TB, and over 70 children died after being vaccinated. Had to mend the public relations after that one. Understandably, the public were quite weary. It took time and further demonstrations of safety to rebuild the trust. After World War II, the BCG vaccination was adopted on a wide scale in Europe, Asia, and Africa. It was less used in the United States and some other countries that preferred to focus on treatment and case finding. BCG had a mixed track record. It does protect infants very well from severe TB, like TB meningitis, and also save many young lives. But it was less effective in preventing adult pulmonary TB, showing variable efficacy in different studies. Nonetheless, it's the only TB vaccine we have to this day, and hundreds of millions of people have received it. While vaccines aim to prevent TB, the Holy Grail remained a cure for those already sick. Through the 1910s and 1930s, sanatoria and surgery were the main options, but scientists continued to search for chemotherapy or drug treatment for TB. Early attempts included various plant extracts, dyes, even metals like gold, but none had a real impact. The TB bacillus proved incredibly stubborn to kill inside the human body. It had a waxy cell wall that resisted common antibiotics, and it could hide in body tissues beyond the reach of the drugs. Many felt if a cure was to come, it would come from the burgeoning field of soil microbiology, the search for natural antibiotics produced by microbes. Sure enough, in the 40s, salvation arrived in the form of antibiotics. In 1943, Selman Waxman, a microbiologist at Rutgers University, and his team discovered a compound from a soil bacterium that was powerfully effective against TB bacteria in the lab and in animals. This antibiotic was named streptomycin. The first human trials took place in 44 to 45, and the results were nothing short of miraculous for the time. Patients who were deathly ill with TB showed improvement. Their fevers subsided, their bacteria counts dropped. It all looks pretty good. And these were even with those ones with a TB meningitis, which previously always proved fatal. Well, now they had a pretty good chance. In November 1944, a critically ill TB patient in the Mayo Clinic in the US received streptomycin as something of a last resort. He began to recover. Doctors were stunned. It was as if, after centuries of darkness, A light had suddenly been turned on. However, streptomycin alone was not a magic bullet. The TB bacillus had a tendency to develop resistance to single drugs. Indeed, after some months on streptomycin, many patients would relapse with a resistant strain. But the principle was established. TB could be attacked and held at bay with chemicals. Researchers scrambled to find additional drugs to combine with streptomycin to outwit the resistance. The late 40s and 50s saw a rapid succession of anti-TB drugs. Next came para-amino-salicylic acid. That was first used around 1949, which, given with streptomycin, helped prevent the emergence of resistance. Then came isoniazid in 1952, a highly potent and cheap drug that became the backbone of TB therapy. Isoniazid was a game-changer. Doctors described it as a near miracle because it could cure TB patients in a matter of months, when used properly. Additional drugs like pyrazinamide and ethambutol followed in the 50s and early 60s, each adding a little bit of a weapon to the arsenal. By combining 3 or 4 of these medications, physicians found they could kill virtually all TB bacteria in a patient and greatly reduce the chances of any surviving bugs becoming drug-resistant. The advent of effective chemotherapy truly turned the tide. TB wards that had been filled with chronically ill patients now saw people recovering and going home well. The once overflowing sanatoria began to empty out, or were repurposed for other diseases or turned into general hospitals. In the 60s, the closure of sanatoriums became common across the developed world, something unimaginable a few decades earlier. Mortality rates from TB plummeted, and by the late 20th century, many people in wealthy countries came to see TB as a disease of the past, something that their grandparents had worried about, but finally no longer a pressing threat. But it has to be said that the story doesn't completely end with triumph. Tuberculosis persisted in areas of poverty and in the developing world. So as one chapter of the TB saga closed, another began with the new challenges that would remind that humanity had not quite gotten rid of TB yet, and depending on the time and the place, it could very easily come roaring back. So while the history of TB is not completely ended, our video is. I hope you enjoyed our time together. I had fun. I'm glad we don't have to deal with these things anymore. Hopefully we can wipe cancer off the list next. Maybe someone in 50 years' time will be making a video about how we conquered cancer. We finally cured it. I heard a little while back that they were still working on it. They made a few breakthroughs, but well, the medicine companies are never going to let us cure everything, aren't they? But well, we can't go into that. That's going to the realm of politics. You know what I mean, though. Anyway, let me thank the top-tier members and patrons. Take a good look at this photograph. It was taken in the Congo Free State in the year 1904. The man is named Nsala, and he sits in grief, staring at the small, severed hand and foot of his 5-year-old daughter. These remnants of his child were all he had left to hold. The rest of her body had been butchered and cannibalized by rubber harvest agents as punishment for his village failing to meet its rubber quota. This was the reality of life under King Leopold II's regime in the late 19th century. During Leopold's rule, the territory known as the Congo Free State was transformed into a vast labor camp, where millions of Congolese were coerced into extracting ivory and wild rubber under constant threat of violence. Severed hands, burned villages, whippings, summary executions. They all became commonplace. The story of the Belgian Congo, especially in the period of Leopold's personal control from 1885 to 1908, is one of the most horrifying chapters in colonial history. A tale of greed and brutality on an unfathomable scale. We are going to talk about the atrocities committed in the Congo Free State and the early Belgian Congo. There's plenty of them. I hope you have a strong stomach moving forward. We'll also talk about how Leopold II acquired his personal African fiefdom under the guise of philanthropy, and then unleashed a reign of terror to plunder its riches. Well, spend the next hour with me and we'll go down a very dark path, But let me welcome you to the channel first. Good to meet you if you're coming here. How about you click that subscribe button? It's right there. Also, give it a like, comment, and subscribe. That helps the algorithm. If you want to see less brain rot slop on this platform and more actual historical content, well, all you need to do is click those buttons and the algorithm pushes us out more and the world becomes a better place. Also, speaking of the world becoming a better place, we're doing our bit by not filling the videos with ads. You won't get interrupted from start to finish on this channel. They're all turned off. We're supported by those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store, and of course the occasional donation. All links are available in the pinned comment, video, and channel description if you are interested in following them. Now, with that being said, let's get to the topic at hand, the Belgian Congo. First of all, understand how King Leopold II of Belgium managed to turn an enormous swath of Central Africa into his personal colony. That's where this all starts. In 1865, when Leopold came to power, as a constitutional monarch with limited authority, at least at home, but he did harbor grand imperial ambitions. In the late 19th century scramble for Africa, European powers were busy carving up the continent, often likening Africa to a cake to be divided. We've all seen that famous picture. Leopold refused to be left without a piece of that. As he reportedly told an aide in the 1870s, quote, "I do not want to miss a good chance at getting us a slice of this magnificent African cake." With Belgium itself being a quite small nation, Leopold knew that he had to act shrewdly on the international stage to secure a colony. You see, he was up against Spain, Britain, France, pretty big-ticket countries. And Belgium just being that little piece of Europe, well, they just wanted a little bit of their own colonial venture. Well, lucky for Leopold, his opportunity came with the exploration of the Congo River Basin by the famed Welsh-American explorer Henry Morton Stanley. Between 1874 and 77, Stanley crossed Central Africa and navigated the length of the Congo River, noting its rich natural resources and strategic potential. Leopold was paying attention, and he carefully cultivated a relationship with Stanley, eventually hiring him to help establish a foothold in the region. Working through front organizations that sounded benign, such as the International African Association, ostensibly formed to promote scientific and humanitarian work in the continent, Leopold secretly laid plans to acquire as much territory as possible along the Congo River. Stanley, with extraordinary vigor and often brutal methods, negotiated treaties with hundreds of local chiefs from 1879 to 84, inducing them through gifts, bribes, sometimes deception, to sign off on documents that they did not fully understand. These papers, some merely marked with an X by those illiterate chiefs, effectively ceded sovereign control of their lands to Leopold's organization. The diplomatic triumph for Leopold came at the Berlin Conference of 1884–85, when the major European powers convened to establish ground rules for the colonization of Africa. Leopold shrewdly convinced them to recognize his claim of what he called the Congo Free State, a territory roughly 76 times the size of Belgium. He promised an enlightened colonial regime, pledging to bring Christianity, abolish the slave trade, and guarantee free trade rights in the Congo region. All sounds good on paper, doesn't it? The Berlin Act obliged the new Congo Free State to protect the welfare of the native inhabitants and allow international commerce to flow in and out. But in reality, all of these lofty promises were a smokescreen. Leopold had zero intentions of developing the Congo for the benefit of the Congolese people. It was quite the opposite. Instead, he viewed it as a vast private estate from which he could extract a fortune in resources. And here's something telling. The king never even set foot in the Congo during his life. He just delegated its rule from afar. To him it was just an investment. Leopold's rule in the Congo quickly devolved into outright exploitation and brutal repression. Even in the first years of its administration, reports of abuses began to emerge. Leopold's agents conscripted thousands of Africans as porters to haul goods across the country, especially ivory and equipment, since roads were few, and motor transport, of course, did not exist at the time. These porters, sometimes secured through intimidation or through deals with local chiefs, were forced to carry heavy loads for weeks on foot. Many perished from hunger, exhaustion, or illnesses along the way. To tighten his grip, Leopold also expanded his military presence. In the early 1890s, his Force Publique fought a campaign against Arab Swahili slave traders in the eastern Congo. This is known as the Congo-Arab War of 1892–1894. This war was publicized as a humanitarian victory, one that abolished the last slave raids in the region. But that wasn't quite the truth now, wasn't it? It also eliminated a rival source of power, which was the real objective. And after that rival source of power was gone, the way was cleared for Leopold's troops to dominate the entire country. With the Arab networks crushed, the Force Publique could turn its attention fully to extracting resources from the Congolese people, and they did so with little external interference. From 1885 onward, Leopold II reigned over the Congo Free State as an absolute sovereign. He invested his own money, and later loans and profits from the land itself to set up an administration. The colony was divided into 14 districts, run by commissioners who answered directly to the king. In the early days, ivory was a prime target. Elephants were hunted relentlessly for their tusks, which fetched quite a high price in Europe. Ivory hunting and trading expeditions penetrated deep into the interior. To transport the ivory and other supplies, Leopold's agents often forced local people into porterage, as we mentioned, or utilized steamboats on the Congo River network where it was possible. By the mid-1890s, however, a new resource overtook ivory in importance: wild rubber. The industrializing world's demand for rubber, whether it be for machinery belts, automobile tires, bicycle tires, insulation, Loads of stuff made with rubber, really. Well, the demand was all soaring, and the Congo possessed vast forests of rubber-yielding vines. Leopold realized that rubber could really be the colonial bonanza he was looking for. To maximize rubber extraction, Leopold's regime effectively enslaved the Congolese population. The colonial administration declared that all unoccupied land, when unoccupied defined so broadly as to include most of the country, belonged to the state of Belgium, and by extension, to Leopold himself. So what does that mean? Well, for the villagers, it meant they could no longer freely use the forests, or hunt and gather, as they had done for generations. Instead, they were compelled to labor almost exclusively for foreigners, collecting rubber and other trade commodities for the profit of Leopold. Villagers who had once lived by hunting, fishing, and subsistence farming were now driven to spend most of their days bleeding rubber vines in the forest. The process of collecting wild rubber itself was excruciating. Men often had to climb high on the forest canopy to tap the vines, making cuts to gather the oozing latex. With no containers handy, many would smear the rubber sap onto their own bodies to carry it, letting it coagulate on their skin. Peeling off the dried rubber later, of course, was agonizing. It yanked out hair and tore at the skin, sometimes in rather large strips. And so day after day of such toil left people weak and covered in wounds. Yet those who paused or fell behind in their quota risked savage punishment upon the soldiers' return. The regime introduced forced labor quotas. Each community was ordered to deliver a certain amount of rubber or ivory at frequent intervals. The quotas escalated to unrealistic levels as demand for rubber began to skyrocket. Chiefs who failed to meet the quotas could be imprisoned or beaten. Ordinary people who resisted or could not keep up faced the worst fates. Leopold's agents had no qualms about using terror to meet their targets. The survival of their post, and often their personal bonuses and promotions, depended on extracting sufficient rubber, and that's by any means necessary. Under Leopold's rule, terror became a deliberate tool of governance, a means to enforce rubber collection and crush any resistance. The Congo Free State maintained a ruthless military force called the Force Publique, which functioned as both an army of occupation, but also an instrument of internal coercion. By the 1890s, the Force Publique numbered around 19,000 men. Its officers were Europeans, mainly Belgian, also some Italian, Scandinavian, etc., but the majority were Belgian, while most of the rank and file were Africans conscripted from various regions. Some Congolese men were forced into service after their villages were defeated. Others were kidnapped or purchased as children from slave traders and raised in military camps. Recruits were trained under iron discipline, and service terms of 7 years were enforced. Essentially, the Force Publique held many of its own soldiers' families hostage to ensure loyalty. With this army, Leopold's state wielded a mailed fist over the population. Good luck standing up to them. 1, it's the numbers. 2, it's the experienced leadership. And 3, of course, it's the equipment. The Belgians had the good cannons, the good guns, all the best technology that the 1890s could provide, whereas the poor Congolese, well, they had nothing. They weren't going to start running at them with medieval-like weapons. Perhaps they had some firearms, but They would have been cleared up quite quickly by the force publique if anything, any conflict had have broken out. Now, the main task of the force publique was to ensure that villagers complied with the rubber and ivory quotas. They were an economic protection vehicle, just very iron-fisted. Small garrisons or sentry posts were established throughout the rubber-producing areas. Typically, an officer or an armed state agent would arrive in a village with a band of soldiers and demand a certain quantity of rubber. If it was not delivered on time, the soldiers might lash out violently. One of the most infamous instruments of coercion was the chicote, a whip made of sun-dried hippopotamus hide, cut into a corkscrew strip with razor-sharp edges. The chicote could inflict horrific pain, as you can imagine. Victims, often men but also women and children for certain offences, were forced to lie face down and then flogged on the bare back and buttocks. A typical punishment might be 50 to 100 lashes, but even 20 strokes could leave someone bleeding and scarred. 100 or more, well, that could be fatal. Survivors of chicote punishment were often permanently disfigured with criss-crossing wounds. Yet colonial officers routinely ordered these beatings for infractions as minor as a worker appearing to be lazy, or for delivering lumps of rubber that were deemed to be too small. As rubber quotas became even more impossible to fill, the methods of enforcement grew increasingly barbaric. Village men were forced to abandon agricultural work and spend long periods trekking through the jungle to gather latex. While the men toiled, the soldiers often seized the village women as hostages. It was common for troops to lock up women and children in makeshift prisons, sometimes just a fenced enclosure. They would remain there until the rubber quota was met by the men. These hostages were mistreated in a myriad of ways. Many were given little to eat and could be assaulted by the guards. If the men took too long or came back empty-handed, some hostages, including children, might be killed as a warning. The psychological torment is unimaginable, don't you think? Hearing that one's loved ones would suffer unless unattainable quantities of rubber were produced. It drove people to pretty desperate extremes. But even more chilling than that was the widespread use of mutilation and murder as routine punishment. The most notorious practice was the cutting off of hands. In theory, the state administration insisted that each cartridge expended by soldiers must be accounted for, a rule intended to prevent troops from wasting ammunition, or as some observers believed, to discourage them from hunting game for food. Soldiers were ordered to bring back the right hand of every person that they shot, as proof that a bullet had been used to kill a human, and not expended in vain. Now, in practice, this macabre policy turned hands into a sort of death trophy, a kind of currency. Force publique soldiers, both to justify their use of ammunition and to terrorize the population, began to aggressively collect severed hands. If a soldier killed someone, the victim's hand was severed and tossed in a basket to be counted later. Astonishingly, if soldiers ran short of hands, to prove their kills, they sometimes raided villages and chopped off the hands of living victims to make up the difference. Numerous accounts exist of soldiers cutting off children's hands, or severing the hands of corpses after a punitive raid, and smoking them over a fire to preserve them as they carried them back to camp. The basket of severed heads became perhaps the most grotesque symbol of the Congo Free State regime. In some reports, soldiers even traded hands for the state's rewards. A Belgian officer, upon seeing a soldier with a particularly large haul of hands, jokingly called him the best hunter of them all. But the violence did not stop at mutilation. Entire communities were massacred as a warning to others. Let's just say, if a village refused to gather rubber, or if people fled into the forest to escape these exactions, the force publique would go after them, attack and burn the entire village to the ground. Despite the climate of fear, there were instances of resistance, though. Some communities, and even some force publique soldiers, attempted to rebel against the terror. For example, in 1895 to 1897, sections of the force publique composed of Batatela tribesmen mutinied against their Belgian officers. These uprisings and other local revolts were all eventually crushed by the colonial army's superior firepower. And the rebels, when captured, were typically executed or mutilated, and reprisal raids might be carried out against any village suspected of supporting resistance. There are accounts of soldiers decapitating village chiefs and displaying their heads on stakes after suppressing rebellions. In one particularly ghoulish case, a Belgian officer named Leon Rom, a station commander in the Upper Congo, was said to have used the severed heads of rebellious Congolese to decorate the flower beds of his post. This same Leon Rom is often cited as a possible inspiration for the character of Mr. Kurtz in Joseph Conrad's novella Heart of Darkness, which itself drew upon Conrad's experience as a riverboat captain in the Congo in 1890. The systematic brutality had a devastating impact on the population. Many people were outright killed by bullets, beatings, and burnings. Others died slowly from starvation and exposure after their villages were destroyed. Those who survived lived in constant terror. Traditional life was upended. Crops went untended, leading to hunger and malnutrition, and families fractured under the strain. Diseases were also swept through the traumatized populace. A raging epidemic of sleeping sickness, that is, trypanosomiasis, long word, I know, struck the Congo River basin in the early 20th century, as did outbreaks of dysentery and smallpox. These diseases would have been deadly in any case, but under the colonial regime their effects had been magnified. They forced migrations and the concentrations of people in camps. That spread the infection, while the weakened state of a population subjected to overwork and malnutrition meant that death rates were higher. By the early 20th century, observers noted entire regions were once thriving villages. Well, they'd almost vanished now. Based on later estimates and comparisons of census figures, it appears that the population of the Congo may have been reduced by roughly half during the Free State period. Some contemporaries spoke of extermination, while precise numbers are impossible to determine. Many historians believe that from the 1880s to 1908, somewhere around 10 million Congolese died as a result of the combination of overwork, starvation, disease, and outright massacres during Leopold's rule. Now that's a death toll that is so large that a lot of scholars have fairly described it as a hidden genocide. There's plenty of other genocides that go on that seem to get a little bit more attention. Half the reason that we're doing this video is to bring attention to it. For Leopold and his partners, however, this murderous system proved immensely profitable. It all came down to the money. By the turn of the 20th century, the Congo was yielding huge financial returns. One Belgian rubber company's stock had exploded in value, paying dividends hundreds of times over. And Leopold himself was collecting millions of francs in personal profits. The king channeled a large portion of this wealth into extravagant projects in Belgium, commissioning palaces, grand public buildings, and an ornate museum at Tervuren to celebrate his African enterprise. All of it built on blood money. Behind the statistics are innumerable personal tragedies and stories of unspeakable cruelty. Missionaries and other witnesses recorded some of these in their journals and reports. For example, a British missionary, Reverend John Harris, returning from an excursion up country, wrote in a 1905 letter to Leopold's chief agent, quote, "I have just returned from a journey inland to a place called Insongo Mboyo. The abject misery and utter despair upon the faces of these people is more than I can describe." He went on to talk about how a village had been burned to ashes and people's hands had been cut off. In another case, a Swedish missionary, E.V. Sjöblom, reported that in one district the captain had ordered 30 strokes of the chicotte for every man in a village as encouragement to produce rubber, and that several elderly men died from this punishment. Accounts like that, coming from otherwise reserved clergymen, certainly doesn't paint a very good picture of daily life under Leopold's regime. But one of the most notorious atrocities we already mentioned in the introduction. It was documented by an American missionary, Alice Seeley Harris, in the form of a photograph. In that image that we saw at the start, a Congolese man named Nsala sits on a low veranda, gazing at the severed hand and foot of his young daughter. This occurred in the village of Beringa in 1904. Nsala's daughter, just 5 years old, and his wife had been killed and dismembered by militia of Rubber Concession Company because their village had not delivered the required amount of rubber that month. The militia men who did murder later admitted that they actually cannibalized parts of the child's body. The father gathered the remains, well, whatever he could, just the hand and foot, and was photographed in this state of unimaginable grief. When this image, along with others of mutilated Congolese, began circulating in Europe and America, the public were understandably horrified. Mark Twain would later reference the photo's awful poignancy when he wrote of the incorruptible camera being a witness to Congo crimes that could now not be silenced. So, for many years, the atrocities of the Congo Free State were systematically hidden, or if they were discovered, just denied by Leopold's regime. The Congo was privately controlled, you see, not a Belgian national colony, which meant there was very little external oversight. Leopold also imposed strict regulations. Journalists and outsiders were generally not allowed freely into the interior. Protestant missionaries, mostly from Sweden, America, and Britain, were permitted, but they were scattered and often came from small denominations who had limited political influence. Meanwhile, back in Europe, Leopold spent vast sums on propaganda, newspaper articles, pamphlets, and even hired lobbyists to portray himself as a benevolent ruler, one who was bringing enlightenment and prosperity to Central Africa. He bestowed honors on himself, such as calling his colony a work of civilization, and cleverly dismissed any critics as either uninformed or perhaps motivated by jealousy. Yet, despite the secrecy and spin, there were a number of courageous individuals who came out, both foreigners and a few Belgians, bearing witness to what was happening and raised alarms. One of the first and most notable was George Washington Williams, an African-American historian, journalist, and a former soldier. Williams traveled to the Congo in 1890, initially hopeful about Leopold's venture. He even sought a job in the colonial administration. But what he saw upon arrival appalled him. The abuse of local people and the fraudulent nature of Leopold's civilizing mission. In 1890, he wrote an open letter to King Leopold II, which stands as a damning indictment of the misdeeds within the Congo Free State. It was in this letter that Williams accused Leopold's government of murder, slavery, and exploitation. He catalogued how Congolese were forced to labor without pay, how caravans of porters were driven by the whip and left to die, and how Leopold's claim of fighting slavery was a complete sham. He even coined the term crimes against humanity to describe the atrocities. Williams sent copies of the letter to newspapers and governments all around the world, and his bold action seems to have paid off. It was the first major international exposure of the terror within the Congo. But sadly, Williams became ill, and he died in 1891 during a trip to England. He did not live to continue on the campaign. And furthermore, Leopold's supporters sought to discredit him, spreading rumors about his integrity, background, and vested interests. For a time, his revelations were downplayed, but the documentation he provided would later be taken up by others. Throughout the 1890s, several missionaries stationed in the Congo also tried to sound the alarm. These included men like the British Baptist minister John Harris and a Presbyterian missionary from the United States named William Shepherd. Now Shepherd, also an African American who lived in the Kasai region, directly witnessed the aftermath of punitive raids. In one notable incident in 1899, he encountered a village of the Kuba people who had been attacked by rubber agents. He found bodies of men and women with limbs severed, and collected dozens of severed hands that had been presented by the perpetrators as proof of their deeds. Shepherd wrote about this and published his account in a church mission journal. When Leopold's administration caught wind of it, they actually put Shepherd on trial for libel in 1909. This was after the Congo had changed hands, pardon the expression, a trial which became a cause célèbre and ended in Shepherd's acquittal. Then there were other missionaries, like the Swede E.V. Sjöblom, and various British Baptists in the Congo basin, writing reports, giving lectures upon returning home, or even directly petitioning the authorities in Brussels about the abuses. At first, these pleas were met with disbelief or indifference. Many Europeans simply couldn't imagine that such systematic cruelty was being carried out by an officially Christian colonial state, and one under the patronage of a European king. The breakthrough in international awareness came from the work of Edmund Den Morel, a British journalist, and Roger Casmont, a British diplomat. Morel was a young shipping company employee in Liverpool in the late 1890s, when he began noticing peculiar aspects of the Congo trade. He observed that ships coming from the Congo to Belgium were laden with valuable cargoes, rubber and ivory, but the ships going out primarily carried soldiers, arms, and ammunition, not trade goods. There was no evidence of the supposed commerce that a normal colony would have, no merchandise going to Africa to be exchanged for ivory and rubber. Morel realized that the only explanation was forced labor. The Congolese were producing all of the rubber and getting all the ivory, but they were not being paid in trade goods or currency. Rather, the guns were on the boat to compel them by violence. What an epiphany, It spurred Morel to quit his job and devote himself to exposing what he termed the Congo slave state, instead of the Congo free state. Very clever. I've lost where I'm reading. I'm sorry. breaking the third wall. Don't worry, I found it. We're back. In article after article, and through his own journal called the West African Mail, Morel published evidence and denunciations of Congo atrocities. He corresponded with missionaries to gather first-hand testimonies, and he became an unstoppable agitator in the British press. Morel popularized the term red rubber to describe the Congo rubber tainted with blood. With a gift for vivid writing, he declared that, quote, "The Congo state is a monstrous vampire, tricked out in the raiment of philanthropy, sucking the lifeblood out of the African peoples." Such rhetoric, backed by concrete data and witness statement, it all began to turn public opinion in Britain. Now, the British public, embarrassed that it had helped sanction Leopold's rule at the Berlin Conference, eventually took action under growing pressure. In 1903, the British House of Commons passed a resolution of concern about the situation in the Congo Free State, and the Foreign Office dispatched Roger Casemont, their consul in Boma, that is Congo's coastal administrative capital, to investigate the situation. Casemont travelled into the interior of the Congo in 1903 and spent weeks interviewing people and taking notes. Fluent in French, the language of many Congo state officials, and familiar with African cultures from his postings, Casemont compiled a devastating official report in 1904. The Casemont report confirmed that widespread abuses were indeed occurring. Forced labor, indiscriminate killings, mutilations, floggings, the kidnapping of women and children. It was all just one tragedy after the other. It included specific examples, and even statistics, for instance detailing how villages had been razed and populations reduced. Casemont wrote of meeting emaciated refugees who told him that life had become intolerable, that nothing remained for them at home but to be shot for failing to bring rubber, or to starve trying to satisfy the demands of the white man. The report, once made public, has caused an international outcry. Casemont's standing as a respected diplomat lent credibility to what humanitarians had been saying for years. But Casemont didn't stop there. Knowing that effective pressure would require broad public mobilization, he reached out to E.D. Morel and others to form a dedicated organization. In 1904, the Congo Reform Association, the CRA, was established in Britain, with later branches in the US. Morel was its driving secretary and publicist, while Casemont quietly supported it. He was still in the diplomatic service, so he had to maintain a lower profile in the campaign. The CRA brought together an impressive array of supporters, church leaders, prominent writers, and businessmen. And one of its vice presidents was actually the famous author Mark Twain, who, deeply moved by the cause, penned a scathing satirical essay titled King Leopold's Soliloquy in 1905. In this piece, Twain imagined Leopold II speaking in his own defense, sarcastically praising his own work in the Congo and expressing frustration that the photographic evidence of atrocities had undermined his facade. At one point, Twain's Leopold fumes that the camera was the only witness he could not bribe. Twain's satire was both darkly humorous, but also blisteringly direct. It helped sway American public opinion by exposing the moral absurdity of the justifications of Leopold. Likewise, literary figures in Britain took up the pen too, notably Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. You might recognize the name. He was the one who wrote Sherlock Holmes. He published his work in 1909, The Crime of the Congo. Conan Doyle was incensed by what he called, quote, the greatest crime in all history. And in his book, he laid out the evidence, kind of like a legal case, arguing that Leopold's regime had been responsible for the deaths of millions, and that such a crime demanded accountability. Monarchy be damned. Of course, he compared the forced labor system to the worst abuses of the slave trade, and condemned the Belgian public for their complacency. The involvement of such high-profile writers kept the issue in the spotlight of educated society. Now, although not an activist tract, an influential literary work also emerged from this dark period. Joseph Conrad's novella Heart of Darkness in 1899. You see, Conrad had captained a steamboat on the Congo River in 1890, and witnessed the cruelty and greed of the system firsthand. His fictional portrayal of a deranged ivory trader, Mr. Kurtz, presiding over unspeakable atrocities in the jungle, was directly inspired by the realities of the Congo Free State. Conrad's work captured for readers the moral emptiness at the heart of Leopold's enterprise, and left an enduring cultural depiction of the Congo's horrors. All these efforts, the investigative reports, the newspaper coverage, the public meetings, the rallies, the books, the pamphlets, they put Leopold II under a spotlight. In Belgium itself, in the mid-1900s, at first, many regarded the criticism as a foreign attack on their king's honor. But gradually, as missionaries returned to Belgium with stories, and as Belgium socialists and liberal parliamentarians began asking questions, domestic opinion began to shift, and it wasn't shifting in Leopold's favor. The Catholic Church in Belgium, initially a supporter of Leopold's civilizing mission, also grew disturbed by reports from priests in the Congo. And so Leopold found himself increasingly isolated. He was defending what was now the indefensible. By 1906, the weight of evidence and international condemnation had grown to overwhelming proportions. Reluctantly, Leopold II agreed to allow an independent commission of inquiry, composed of a Belgian, a Swiss, and an Italian jurist, to investigate the conditions in the Congo. This commission traveled through the colony, hearing testimony from missionaries and even a few Congolese witnesses, speaking through interpreters, of course. In its 1905 report, the commission corroborated virtually every single allegation. It confirmed that forced labor was rampant, that excesses, including killings and mutilations, had indeed occurred, and that the native population was indeed being decimated. But Leopold, he wasn't quite out of the fight yet. He still tried to iron it out. He had some of his supporters issue a rebuttal, claiming that the findings of the commission were exaggerated. But the pressure was now certainly irrevocably against him. The United States, which had been the first country to recognize Leopold's claim in 1885, by the way, publicly voiced concern. More importantly, the Belgian Parliament forced the issue. Belgium's government, embarrassed and morally provoked, pushed Leopold to relinquish control of the Congo Free State. After protracted negotiations in which the Congo haggled for financial compensation for his infrastructure in the Congo, that is, an agreement was finally reached. In November 1908, the Congo Free State ceased to exist. The territory was annexed by Belgium and became the Belgian Congo. Leopold II extracted a large payment and some concessions, like a continuation of certain lucrative mining rights for companies that he was involved in personally. But he no longer ruled the Congo on that personal level. The Belgian government took over administration in an effort to restore the country's international standing. When Belgium took over, there were some immediate improvements. The more flagrantly abusive practices, such as the indiscriminate forced rubber quotas, routine hostages, and mutilations, were now officially abolished. The notorious concession companies like the ABIR were either dissolved or reorganized under closer government supervision. The population decline began to slow, and the colonial authorities made at least limited efforts to provide health care, for example, setting up campaigns to control sleeping sickness. The Belgian state administration did invest more in infrastructure and introduced some medical and educational services, but its approach remained deeply paternalistic and economically, of course, quite exploitative. Congolese people were still required to pay taxes in the form of labor, a system of obligatory pre-stations for public works, and harsh working conditions persisted in many sectors such as mining and plantation agriculture. For example, vast copper mines in Katanga and new rubber plantations continued to generate wealth for Belgian companies. It was all on the backs of underpaid African laborers, though. Open violence against the population became less overt than in Leopold's time, but institutionalized racism and occasional brutality were inherent to the colonial system, and that wasn't going to go away by just changing the management. However, it would be wrong to assume that the suffering of the Congolese ended in 1908. The regime of the Belgian Congo remained a colonial system of forced extraction. While people no longer were being maimed for the rubber quotas, they still had virtually zero political rights, and in their own country, that is. The colonial administration maintained authoritarian control, with all important decisions made by the Belgian officials. No consultation with the locals. Forced labor, now euphemistically called civil requisitions, which is it's a very gentle word for it, continued for building railroads, for cars, that is, and government projects. One project in the 1920s, a railroad connecting the Congolese interior to the coast in neighboring French Congo, cost the lives of an estimated 20,000 African laborers under French direction. In the Belgian Congo, too, thousands of workers died in hazardous mines and in the construction of infrastructure. Though these events received far less international scrutiny, the extreme population decline began to level off and reverse by the mid-20th century. But the trauma left by Leopold's era cast a long shadow over Congolese society. Now, as for Leopold himself, after yielding the Congo, he didn't live much longer. He died in December 1909, unmourned by many. But in a final act of spite, or perhaps guilt, he ordered that large swaths of the Congo Free State archives be burned, reportedly to destroy evidence of the atrocities and a few financial misdeeds. Even so, a vast record remained in the form of parliamentary inquiries, survivor testimonies, missionary archives, and the damning reports published by the reformers. All of the other atrocities that got burnt up, well, we can only imagine. The horrors of the Congo under Leopold II constitute a grim case of how absolute power and unrestrained greed can lead to a terrible atrocity. What took place in the Congo Free State at the turn of the 20th century was not an accident, nor can we chalk it up to the excesses of a few bad apples. It was a structured system of plunder and terror. It was set up intentionally to extract maximum profit, regardless of human cost. Leopold II managed to convince the world that he was a humanitarian, all while presiding over a colonial regime whose brutality rivaled, and in some aspects exceeded, the worst atrocities of the slave trade that preceded it. The scale of death and suffering, millions dead, many more millions traumatized or impoverished, it's hard to fully comprehend. It reshaped demographics and societies of the Congo River Basin, and the scars of that have still yet to fully heal. In academic terms, the Congo Free State has become one of those quintessential examples used to illustrate the concept of a labor regime of atrocity, a system where a colonial economy was built literally on forced labor, terror, and abuse. It also foreshadowed later human rights crises of the 20th century. The international campaign that eventually brought down Leopold's rule is notable as one of the first major human rights movements. It showed the power of documentation and public opinion in an era before instantaneous communication. The activists of those days had to rely on newspapers, books, public lectures, and diplomatic pressure. It wasn't a quick process. It took over a decade of relentless campaigning by Morel, Casemont, and their allies to effect change. But their success in forcing a reigning monarch to give up his colony, that was unprecedented. And in that sense, there is a silver lining to the Congo horror story, in that it galvanized a generation of activists and set precedents for later international humanitarian efforts. It's just a shame that we had to learn the hard way. The end of the Congo Free State didn't mean the end of oppression for people in that region. They would have to endure that for another half-century of Belgian colonial rule. Sadly, many more post-colonial traumas after that too. The situation in the Congo is not good. I don't have to go there personally to tell you that it is not ideal. Yet, perhaps the worst nightmare of the rubber terror is at least put to an end. One can credit the bravery of those who spoke out, as well as the resilience of the Congolese people themselves for that outcome. The Congolese never completely submitted to the yoke. They resisted passively by fleeing, maybe slowing down work when they could. They resisted actively in uprisings when the time came. And ultimately they survived to eventually reclaim what was left of their land. And so today, this whole story is a pretty somber lesson. Can you see what happens when unchecked corporate and state power meet racial arrogance and greed? Now that's a bit of reflection, isn't it? The true costs of the wealth that fueled industrial prosperity. In recent years, there's been a growing acknowledgement in Belgium of this darker side of the history, including debates about removing statues of Leopold II, and formal government expressions of regret for colonial atrocities. Personally, I don't think they should take down any statues. I just don't. You know, that is just my personal opinion. Let's think about, let's say, a figure like Ashurbanipal or Julius Caesar. Terrible in terms of war crimes, people killed. No one's talking about taking their statues down. And thousands of years later, we're glad that we have the artifacts of them. We're very glad to have them. So I don't think we should be taking any historical monuments down, no matter how distasteful. If anything, allow them to remind us of the past we left behind. In any case, the horrors of the Belgian Congo, that's a chapter of history that needs to be told, both as a memorial and also a warning of the depths to which human exploitation can sink. 10 million people. Makes you wonder why you never heard of it before. Funny how that works. O Nana, the shrine of Ur has been destroyed, and its people have been killed." These were the words carved onto a clay tablet nearly 4,000 years ago, and they lament the fall of the great Sumerian city of Ur. Horror and sorrow following one of the earliest recorded massacres in history. The Bronze Age, roughly 3000 to 1200 BCE across much of the Old World, was an era when the first cities and kingdoms rose, and with them came organized warfare on a scale never seen before. But far from a peaceful prehistoric ideal, the Bronze Age was often bathed in blood. Cities were sacked and burned, armies clashed in brutal battles, and entire populations were sometimes wiped out or enslaved. Today, archaeological excavations and ancient texts allow us to piece together the stories of some of the biggest massacres of that distant era, at a time when civilization was beginning, and all of those unpleasant aspects of humanity were beginning to rear their heads. Welcome to the channel. Well, you know what we're talking about today. Bronze Age Massacres. And let me welcome you to the channel before we begin. For any newcomers, good to have you with us. And once again, a thank you to those who are supporting the channel through Patreon, YouTube, the donations every now and then, and the merch store. Certainly keeping everything ad-free across the entire breadth of the playlists. And I invite you to like and leave a comment as well for the algorithm. It really does help push the video out more, and if you want to fight the brain rot on this platform, it's good to support things that are the antithesis of the new trends. Anyway, with that being said, settle in, get relaxed, and we can begin. Go all the way back thousands and thousands of years. By the dawn of the Bronze Age, we're talking around 3000 BCE, give or take depending on where we are, human societies had developed cities, writing, and complex governments, and with these came organized violence on a completely brand new level. Now do remember that when we say cities, we're not talking about the size of places we have now, we're just talking about large concentrations of populations that are not nomadic anymore, people deciding to stay in one place and farm and domesticate animals, these kinds of things. Which is, of course, new technologies, a topic of another video we'll get to eventually. Now, bronze, which is an alloy of copper and tin, was the star of the show. It provided stronger weapons and armor than stone ever could, not to mention flint, which was the other gold standard materials for tool making and pretty much everything else before bronze came along. And they even had a little bit of use of flint at the same time. It just depends on where you were. Now, the kings and chieftains could equip armies with metal-tipped spears, swords, and arrows, while the invention of the wheel also led to war chariots. So for the first time, armies numbering in the thousands began to emerge, and wars were fought not just for survival, but now for conquest, plunder, and glory. The result of all this was that conflicts grew larger and deadlier than in the Neolithic age before. It wasn't the beginning of conflicts, we always had that. I'm afraid it's just one of those parts of human nature. But the difference is now that it was more organized. It was grander in scale. People were inventing new ways to smash each other's heads in. And the big difference now, it was more state-sponsored. In any case, ancient evidence suggests that Bronze Age contemporaries were well aware of the devastation that war could bring. The world's earliest known historical records often center on battles and conquests. We find boastful inscriptions of victorious kings, as well as these sorrowful laments for the destroyed cities. The stele of the vultures from Mesopotamia is one example of how Bronze Age people remembered their wars. This was erected around 2450 BCE, a carved stone monument celebrating a victory of the Sumerian city-state Lagash over its neighbor Umma. On it, we see a rather gruesome scene. A flock of vultures carries aloft the severed heads of the defeated, and the war god Ninkirsu holds a giant net full of enemy soldiers' bodies. The ruler of Lagash, Enatum, is shown marching at the head of his phalanx of soldiers, trampling over the corpses of his foes. Pretty raw imagery, and it makes a clear image to anyone who sees it. It's a warning, in the clearest of terms, of what's going to happen to those who dared challenge Lagash. And by the way, the Stele of the Vultures is the oldest known war memorial, and it's a pretty vivid picture that massacres were part of the early Bronze Age warfare. Well, it was in this era that war chronicles became a regular part of recorded history too. Bronze Age kings liked to boast in writing about how many enemies they killed or captured. In Egypt and Mesopotamia especially, where writing was established quite early, we have official accounts of battles that often tally the slain by the dozens, hundreds, or even tens of thousands. And of course, when we get up to those numbers, we open ourselves up to a bit of possible exaggeration, which is the trend with a lot of these documents. For instance, Egyptian pharaohs of the New Kingdom, that being between the 16th and 13th centuries BC, left temple inscriptions listing enemy casualties and piles of severed hands or heads that were taken as kind of trophies. These boastful records often blur the line between battle and outright massacre. After a decisive victory, it wasn't uncommon for the victors to slaughter prisoners, or raze entire settlements as a show of force. The Bronze Age concept of war often did not spare civilians. When a city fell, its inhabitants could be massacred or sold into slavery. Not sure which one you prefer. Remember, slavery in those times, you could end up anywhere. Maybe you'd end up in a house preparing meals for some upper-class noble, or you'd end up in some mine somewhere, digging tin out of the ground. Well, some slaves get more pleasant jobs than others, but still being a slave is not good. In any case, as we shall see, some of the largest massacres of the Bronze Age came in the form of cities being violently destroyed and their people decimated in the aftermath of battle. And so before we get into the specific events, it's important to understand that our knowledge of these massacres does come from the two main sources, which is archaeology and ancient texts. Yes, we do have a lot of ancient texts from that time, and fun fact, many of them were still yet to translate. You've got vaults of these cuneiform texts just waiting to be translated, but a lot of them are quite monotonous. Things like records from traders and things like that. But I'm sure there's a few gems among them just ready for someone to come along and do the hard work. Thank you very much to those hard-working translators. Now, archaeology gives us more physical evidence. The charred ruins of cities, the mass graves of victims, arrowheads embedded in skeletons. While texts such as inscriptions, letters, and epic poems gives us a more human perspective, albeit they are always colored by their own biases, always for the victor's glory. But neither source on its own gives a full picture. That's why we put them together, and they allow us to kind of reconstruct these grim chapters of prehistory. And so with this context in mind, let us explore the biggest Bronze Age massacres, moving roughly chronologically and geographically to cover the breadth of the ancient world. The fertile lands of Mesopotamia, modern Iraq and Syria, saw the rise of some of the first cities and kingdoms, and accordingly, some of the first recorded wars and massacres. Now, we've already encountered the stele of the vultures commemorating a savage victory in Sumer, and for all its grimness as a archaeological artifact just off the record, it's pretty damn cool that we have things like that. But in any case, not long after this event, Mesopotamia was united, often by force, under the Akkadian Empire. Sargon of Akkad, ruling around 2330 BCE, famously conquered a vast region, forging what is often considered to be the world's first empire. While detailed accounts of Sargon's battles are pretty rare, later legends and king lists claim that he defeated 50 governors and destroyed their cities. His grandson, Naram-Sin, 2250 BCE or thereabouts, left us another iconic war monument, the victory stele of Naram-Sin, which depicts him as a godlike figure climbing a mountain strewn with bodies of his enemies. Naram-Sin's inscriptions speak of his crushing victories over the mountain tribes, such as the Lulubi people of the Zagros Mountains. Though these stelae are propagandistic, their imagery of fallen foes and triumphant kings suggests that the aftermath of such conquests often involves slaughter and subjugation on a large scale. When a proud city or tribe resisted, the consequence could be quite catastrophic. One Mesopotamian mythological text, the Curse of Agade, written after Naram-Sin's time, even accuses him of impiety and mass violence, saying his actions, for example, the alleged sack of the holy city of Nippur, brought a curse that led to his empire's collapse. Now, superstition aside, and whether or not Naram-Sin truly sacked Nippur, the story reflects the memory of those whole cities laid waste in early Mesopotamian warfare. By the 3rd millennium BCE, another dramatic event occurred in Mesopotamia, the fall of Ur. We discussed that a little bit in the introduction. A good way to set the scene, I think. Ur was the capital of the great Sumerian Empire, the 3rd dynasty, that is, that flourished under kings like Shulgi and Ibbi-Sin. Around 2004 BCE, Ur was attacked and destroyed by an alliance of Elamites and other eastern tribes. The devastation of Ur was total. The city was burned and looted, and the royal dynasty was ended. We know how traumatic this was because the Sumerians composed their heart-wrenching lament about the catastrophe, the lamentation over the destruction of Ur, that poetic dirge that we mentioned in the introduction. It goes on to say, Ur has been destroyed and its people killed. The good house, i.e. the temple, was entirely devoured by fire. The lament goes on to detail how the people of Ur were scattered or slaughtered, and how even the gods abandoned the city to its fate. But Ur was not alone. The city of Ebla, in what is now Syria, provides another example of an early Bronze Age massacre. Ebla was a powerful city-state with its own empire around 2400 to 2300. Archaeologists at Ebla have uncovered a thick destruction layer dating to about 2300 BCE, with collapsed, burned buildings and smashed royal archives, ironically preserving thousands of clay tablets by firing them in the conflagration. Lucky for us. It appears that Ebla was destroyed suddenly and violently. Later Mesopotamian tradition, and some historians, attribute this destruction to Naram-Sin of Akkad, suggesting that he was the one who attacked Ebla and left the entire place in ruin. In any case, whoever it was, Ebla's fall was catastrophic. The city never fully recovered its former power. If Naram-Sin led this campaign, It would rank as a major massacre of that era, likely involving mass slaughter and burning of one of the largest cities of its time. Even if Ebla fell to a lesser-known enemy, or perhaps an internal revolt, the evidence is clear that its end was abrupt and accompanied by widespread death. In any case, it doesn't make a difference to those with their skulls smashed in or burned to death under that destruction layer. Another significant early episode was the collapse of the Akkadian Empire itself, sometime around 2200, amid invasions by mountain tribes known as the Gutians. Some Mesopotamian sources describe the Gutian hordes as a scourge that, quote, filled the land with corpses and spared no one. While such accounts are colored by later prejudice, which portrayed the Gutians as barbaric destroyers, there's certainly no doubt that many cities were devastated in that chaotic period. The city of Akkad, Sargon's capital, was so thoroughly destroyed that archaeologists today still debate its location. It became a ruin, remembered only in legend. Well, this too is part of the pattern. You see, in Bronze Age warfare, cities could vanish from history after a massacre, names preserved only in lamentations and king lists. And thus we see from the very start of the Bronze Age, the lands of the Fertile Crescent saw great massacres, wars of conquest, sackings, and annihilations. These events were documented by the people who experienced them, and that gives us a somber record of human brutality. Through stelae and clay tablets, we hear of a chorus of voices, kings gloating over the vanquished, the victims mourning, the destruction of Ur commemorated in a lamentation where even the gods wail. It sets a template, one that we'll see repeated in different forms across the ancient world. And, speaking of which, we now move eastward to the Indus Valley Civilization in South Asia, circa 2600 to 1900. This civilization, contemporary with the early Bronze Age Mesopotamians and Egyptians, built grand cities such as Mohenjo-daro and Harappa in what is today Pakistan and northwest India, kind of like Punjab area. But it's all quite mysterious, because the Indus cities were abandoned by around 1900 to 1700. For a long time, scholars speculated that these cities met a violent end at the hands of invaders. In the mid-20th century, the prominent archaeologist Sir Mortimer Wheeler proposed a dramatic scenario: Indo-European Aryan tribes sweeping in from the northwest and massacring the inhabitants of Mohenjo-daro. Wheeler's team had found some scattered human skeletons in the streets and houses of Mohenjo-daro, some lying in contorted positions, not formally buried. Wheeler famously invoked a line from a later Indian tradition, saying that Indra stands accused of the crime. Now, if you're not familiar with Indra, he's basically the Vedic storm god, and was known in ancient hymns as Purandara, the fort destroyer. The Sanskrit Rig Veda, composed after the Indus Valley Civilization, of course, but recalling an age of battles, praises Indra as the one who rends forts as an age consumes a garment. One verse describes how, quote, in the kindled fire he burnt up all their weapons, suggesting a fiery destruction of enemy strongholds. Now this does seem to align eerily with the ruins of Mohenjo-daro, where Wheeler imagined the defenders falling amidst flames and carnage as invaders with superior bronze weapons and horse-drawn chariots overran the city. It's quite a gripping tale. The peaceful, urban Harappans, slaughtered by the fierce, warlike Aryans. An ancient massacre, marking the birth of a new age in India. However, as enticing as the idea was, Later research has cast a bit of doubt onto it. Archaeologists re-examining Mohenjo-Daro found that the evidence of a massacre is far from clear. Only about 37 skeletons were discovered in the entire city, a city that likely had tens of thousands of inhabitants. They were found in different strata and contexts, not in one single destruction layer. And many of the skeletons might not even date to the final occupation of the city. Some could be earlier burials or later intrusive remains. Importantly, excavators did not find typical signs of an armed invasion. There were no arrowheads or weapon points embedded in bodies, no remains of burned fortifications or widespread ash, things you would expect from a sacked city. The distribution of bodies, mostly in lower town areas and not in defensive positions, led some experts like archaeologist George F. Dales to conclude that no compelling evidence of a battle or massacre exists at Mohenjo-Daro. Dales memorably titled a 1964 study The Mythical Massacre at Mohenjo-Daro, where he debunked Wheeler's interpretation. He noted that if an invader had truly slaughtered the populace, we would expect hundreds of corpses, weapons scattered about, and signs of combat, things which were just not present. But we're still left with the question, what ended Mohenjo-Daro? The truth might be a little bit more mundane. Climate change, shifting rivers, economic decline, things that caused the city to be abandoned gradually. Some of the skeletons could represent people who died of disease or other causes during the city's waning days, or victims of local skirmishes or crimes, rather than a single mass killing. One cluster of about 14 skeletons found together was initially touted as a tableau of massacre victims, but upon closer analysis, it showed they might have been placed there intentionally, perhaps a hasty burial, rather than left where they fell in battle. So in short, while it sounds, tantalizing, the Aryan invasion massacre scenario is just no longer accepted by most scholars. But who knows? Maybe we'll find something in the future. For now, though, it is what it is. Now that being said, South Asian tradition is not devoid of memories of ancient battles. The Rig Veda, compiled in the centuries after the Indus cities fell, does describe conflicts between the incoming Indo-Aryan tribes and the local Dasyo or Dasa, a term for adversaries, possibly reflecting to indigenous groups or rival chieftains. Indra is celebrated for destroying enemy forts, and there are references to the conquest of walled cities. These accounts are poetic and mythologized. They're not straightforward history in an academic sense, but they hint that as new peoples migrated into the subcontinent, violent clashes occurred. The famous Vedic battle is the Battle of the 10 Kings, in which a Vedic king, Sudas, supposedly defeated a coalition of 10 tribes along the Ravi River. If this event, tentatively dated around the 14th and 13th century by some, had a historical kernel, it might represent a significant conflict in the late Bronze Age Punjab, perhaps leaving many people dead. But once again, without solid archaeological evidence, we have to tread in the realm of legend. So while the Indus Valley's decline was once attributed to dramatic massacres, modern evidence doesn't really support it, whether that's being at Mohenjo-Daro or Harappa. Instead, any violence that occurred in South Asia's Bronze Age was likely spread over time and in many smaller conflicts rather than a big event. The real tragedies of the Indus cities might have been slower, the collapse of urban life and the population dispersal, rather than one epic final slaughter. Still, the idea of an ancient massacre in Mohenjo-Daro certainly captures the imagination. But it is a cautionary tale too. Not every abandoned ruin is the result of a mass killing, and myths of conquest must be weighed against hard data. The problem is, when you are looking for a massacre and you find something that might point to that direction, there's a little bit of confirmation bias that comes into it. And this is what happened with the earlier theories. Perhaps there's not a devil behind every door. And as archaeologists, well, you have to take things as they come. In any case, let's move on from South Asia. Let's take a look at the Near East and North Africa. The mid-2nd millennium BC saw powerful kingdoms colliding, and their battles often resulted in heavy slaughter. Ancient Egypt, in particular, emerged as a military superpower of the late Bronze Age. The Egyptian pharaohs of the New Kingdom, dynasties 18 to 20, roughly 1550 to 1200, campaigned far and wide, into Nubia, which is modern-day Sudan, Libya, and the Levant, Canaan and Syria, leaving vivid records of their victories. Although Egyptian accounts are prone to a little bit of exaggeration, they give us insights into the Bronze Age warfare situation and its often merciless aftermath. Let's take a look at one of the earliest major battles. That is the Battle of Megiddo, circa 1457. The pharaoh Thutmose III faced a coalition of Canaanite city-states at the fortress of Megiddo. Thutmose's own inscriptions, carved into the temple walls at Karnak, describe how he marched his army through a narrow mountain pass to surprise the rebels. In the ensuing battle, the Egyptian army routed the Canaanite forces, who fled into the walled city of Megiddo. Thutmose then laid siege to Megiddo for several months, until they were finally starving and surrendered. The interesting thing about Megiddo is that according to the Egyptian account, Thutmose spared the lives of the defeated rulers in exchange for their submission. While the battle itself likely saw heavy casualties, the Egyptians claim to have killed around 8,000 enemies. Might be inflated. The aftermath saw a more strategic approach. The pharaoh took hostages and treasure, but he did not exterminate the populace. Megiddo's captured soldiers and civilians were instead incorporated as slaves or vassals. This shows that not every Bronze Age victory ended in indiscriminate massacre. Often the goal was subjugation and tribute. However, mercy has its limits. Egyptian texts boast of heaps of enemy dead, and carrying off severed hands or other grisly trophies to prove the body counts. Thutmose's annals list thousands of prisoners taken from Megiddo and surrounding towns. Those who weren't killed in battle were essentially enslaved, which was a different kind of suffering inflicted on vanquished populations. A pharaoh who reveled in brutality was Amenhotep II, ruling from 1427 to 1400. That was Thutmose's son. He left an infamous account of one of his campaigns in Syria where he captured 7 princes, chiefs of a Syrian uprising. He proudly stated that he personally killed them with his mace and arrows. Afterwards, to send a message, he hung the corpses of 7 princes upside down from a prow of his royal ship and sailed back to Egypt. Upon reaching home, he displayed 6 of the bodies on the city wall of Thebes, which was Egypt's capital at the time, and the 7th he took down to Nubia in the south and hung on the wall of Napata, which was a rebellious Nubian town, a pretty gruesome warning against further revolt. Well, this was recorded on a victory stela, and it shows how pharaohs could too resort to terror tactics. It's a small-scale massacre, 7 elite captives executed without mercy, but what's important is its symbolism. Amenhotep also claimed in inscriptions that another campaign saw him slew outright thousands of enemy troops, and deported tens of thousands more as captives. One record from his reign tallies 101,128 prisoners taken over a couple of campaigns. Once again, likely exaggerated, but even a fraction implies a large-scale devastation. Many of these captives were women and children, showing that entire towns were emptied. While not all were killed, the social impact was similar to a massacre. Families and societies destroyed, either by death or permanent enslavement. Now beyond Egypt, the Near Eastern theaters of war produced their own notorious massacres. The kingdom of Babylon in Mesopotamia experienced a cataclysm around 1595, when a foreign conqueror from what is now Turkey descended upon it unexpectedly. Mursili I, the warrior king of the Hittites, led his army over 500 miles from Anatolia to the heart of the Babylonian land. Babylon at the time was the seat of a venerable dynasty, that being the dynasty of Hammurabi, ruling over a rather prosperous empire. Mursili, seeking glory and perhaps plunder, sacked the city of Babylon. According to later records, the Hittites stormed the city, looted its riches, and overthrew the last of the Babylonian line. The Hittite chronicles do not detail the bloodshed, but we can make a good guess that it was quite immense. A foreign army running rampant in the streets, temples pillaged, possibly many inhabitants put to the sword. Now, intriguingly, the Hittites did not stay to rule Babylon. Mursili grabbed what he could, and then hurried back to his own lands, where he was soon assassinated in a palace coup. In the power vacuum he left, Babylon fell into chaos, and a new group called the Kassites eventually took over. The sudden fall of Babylon in 1595 effectively ended Babylon's golden age, and it's often described as a pivotal massacre. The human toll is unquantified, but given Babylon's population and the ruthlessness of ancient sackings, we can imagine thousands dead or enslaved. One later Babylonian chronicle laconically notes how Babylon, quote, was smitten with the sword, and the reigning king met his end when the Hatti came up against the land, end quote. Babylon's people would have bitterly remembered that destruction, and indeed it took Babylon years to recover to its former glory. Similarly, around the same era, Mari, a city-state in eastern Syria, met a violent fate at the hands of Hammurabi of Babylon, the famous lawgiver before his own dynasty fell. Hammurabi had been an ally of Mari's king, Zimri Lin, but around 1761 he turned on him and seized Mari. It seems that Mari had surrendered rather than being destroyed in open battle. Yet not long after, Hammurabi ordered Mari's great palace and fortifications to be destroyed. Archaeologists excavating Mari's royal palace found that it had been intentionally burned, and it was one of the largest at the time too. Apparently it had about 260 rooms. Very big. The thick ash and charred timbers, along with collapsed brick walls, show a conflagration swept through the complex. Hammurabi's own letters refer to destroying the walls of Mari. So even without a pitched battle, the destruction of Mari seems to be quite thorough. The population likely suffered deportation or slaughter of any resisting elements. Now, in the Levant, Canaan, that is, outside powers and local wars led to repeated massacres too. The Egyptian pharaohs after Thutmose III continued to campaign there. Seti I and Ramesses II fought the Hittites and their allies in Syria, including at the famous Battle of Kadesh in 1274, which, while one of the largest chariot battles ever, ended in a stalemate and truce, rather than a one-sided victory. But in Canaan itself, Egyptian control was sometimes enforced harshly. Revolts were met with brutal retribution. One site, Deir el-Medina in Egyptian records, possibly the biblical Diahe, saw a battle where Ramesses claims to have slain thousands of locals. Pharaoh Mernetar, circa 1208, also left an intriguing inscription, the Mernetar Stele, which includes the line, quote, "Israel is laid waste, its seed is no more." Now this is the earliest mention of Israel, likely referring to a people or a tribal group in Canaan rather than a country. Mernetar lists having defeated several communities in Canaan and says he utterly devastated them. And then there's that phrase, "its seed is no more." Well, that implies genocide, the destruction of the future of a people, leaving no offspring. Whether this was literally true or just hyperbole, it shows the mindset of the victors. They boasted of leaving nothing alive. At least some Canaanite towns like Gezer, Yanoam, and others are listed by Mernetar as wasted or captured, made as non-existent. Archaeologically, many Canaanite cities show destruction layers in the late 13th century, which could correlate with these Egyptian campaigns. While Mernetar probably did not wipe out the Israelites, whoever they were at that time, he clearly inflicted heavy casualties on the rebellious subjects. We must also consider the perspective of the Canaanites and later Israelites themselves. The Hebrew Bible, which was compiled much later, contains a few echoes of possible Bronze Age massacres. The book of Joshua describes Israelite conquests of Canaan. Joshua's forces are said to have besieged and destroyed cities like Jericho, Ai, and Hazor, devoting them to destruction. At Jericho, the biblical account famously says, "The wall fell down flat," and the Israelites utterly destroyed all that was in that city, both man and woman, young and old, with the edge of the sword. Similarly, the capture of Hazor is described as a total burn-down and a complete massacre of its inhabitants. But how historical are those accounts? Look at the archaeology and you might find a mixed picture. Jericho's great walls actually fell, and the city did burn. But that happened around 1550, likely due to an earthquake or an earlier Egyptian attack, not by Joshua, if he lived around 1200. By Joshua's time, Jericho was a small, unwalled village. Hazor, on the other hand, does show a massive destruction layer by fire in the 13th century. Hazor was the largest Canaanite city. Some 20,000 people lived there, and the ruins of the palace bear intense burn marks with thick destruction layer dated around 1250 to 1200. Someone annihilated Hazor, and the entire city fell into ruin at that time. The Israelites later remembered Hazor's king Jabin being defeated by Joshua. But another possibility is that Hazor was destroyed by the invading sea peoples, or by internecine Canaanite conflict. Regardless of who the agent was, the fall of Hazor qualifies as one of the biggest localized massacres in the Bronze Age Levant. An entire urban population put to the sword or sent fleeing. The archaeological record at Hazor includes smashed statues and charred architecture, indicating deliberate destruction. In fact, it's quite chilling to stand in the remains of Hazor's throne room, knowing that its last moments involved slaughter and flames, whether by foreign invaders or rebellious captives. I suppose maybe we'll never know. Well, let's move on now to the general picture of around 1300 to 1200. And this was when things were really shaking up. The Great Collapse. Well, the Bronze Age world was interconnected by trade at this time, diplomacy, but also warfare. Empires like Egypt, the Hittite Empire in Anatolia, and the Mycenaean Greek kingdoms dominated their regions. Yet in the span of a few decades around 1200 to 1150, this international system dramatically fell apart. This period, often called the Late Bronze Age collapse, was marked by the destruction of countless cities and disappearances of entire civilizations, a period rife with massacres. So many historians sometimes refer to it as a systematic collapse rather than an isolated event. While multiple factors, climate change, economic troubles, earthquakes, contributed, waves of violent incursions played their role. We hear whispers of mysterious marauders called the Sea Peoples, and we see archaeological evidence of cities burned layer after layer. In essence, the end of the Bronze Age came with sword and flame. Well, let's start with the Trojan War. It's perhaps one of the most famous conflicts of antiquity, and once again it sits in a blurry line between myth and history. According to the later Greek legend immortalized in Homer's Iliad, a coalition of Greek or Achaean kings laid siege to the city of Troy in the northwest Anatolia for 10 years, finally capturing and destroying it. The cause? The Trojan prince Paris had abducted Helen, the wife of a great king. Of course, if you ask him, she went willingly, but depends who's telling the story. The result was one of the greatest massacres in legend. The story goes when Troy fell, the victorious Greeks put the city to the sword. The Iliad itself ends before Troy's fall, focusing on the rage of Achilles. But other ancient sources, and later parts of the epic cycle, describe the sack. King Priam of Troy was slaughtered at the altar of Zeus in his palace. Priam's grandson, Astyanax, was thrown from the walls. Trojan men were killed en masse, and the women and children were slaves. The burning of Troy was seared into Greek cultural memory as the epitome of a city's destruction. Even the gods were said to have been horrified. But the question is, did it even happen? That's where we look at the archaeology. There's a few clues. The mound of Hisarlik in Turkey is the site of ancient Troy. Excavations have revealed multiple layers of settlement. One layer, Troy 7A, which is how they organized them, dates to around 1200, and shows clear evidence of violent destruction. The walls of Troy 7A bear marks of fire. Within the ruins, archaeologist Carl Blegen in the 30s found skeletons of people who died during the city's collapse. Unburied bodies lying in debris. And one of them apparently was gripping a child, possibly trying to shield them. He also found bronze arrowheads of a foreign style scattered in the rubble, and sling stones stockpiled on the towers, as if desperate defenders had prepared for a siege. Large storage jars, sunk into the floors, hinted that the inhabitants had been stockpiling provisions within a blockade. All this suggests that Troy was indeed besieged, and that it did fall in war. Whether the attackers were Mycenaean Greeks, as the legends say, or the other enemies, we cannot be certain. But many scholars think that the Homeric tale has a kernel of truth. Basically, there was a war at Troy at the end of the Bronze Age, and the city was indeed sacked. If so, the massacre at Troy would have been one of the biggest in the Aegean world. You see, Troy was a wealthy city controlling trade through the Dardanelles. Its population in the lower town might have been up to 5,000 to 10,000 people. A Hittite text from around 1280 mentions a city called Wilusa, likely Ilion or Troy, and its king Alexandru, possibly the Paris/Alexander of legend, in a treaty with the Hittites showing Troy was a significant player. The destruction of Troy 7A meant that those thousands were killed or displaced. The very dramatic legend of the Trojan horse, a trick by which the Greeks infiltrated the city, ends with a night of horror as sleeping Trojans are murdered in their beds. While the wooden horse itself is probably a fiction, it symbolizes the sudden breach and ensuing slaughter. For the Bronze Age listener of such tales, Troy's fate was a grim warning. No city, however strong, was safe from annihilation. But at the same approximate time, across the sea in the Greek mainland, the Mycenaean palatial centers, the heartland of those Achaean Greeks, were themselves having a bit of a rough time. The fortified palaces of Pylos, Tiryns, Thebes, and Mycenae, and others were burned and abandoned in the decades of 1200. In some cases, we have signs of struggle. At Pylos in southwestern Greece, clay tablets written in Linear B, the Mycenaean script, were found in the final destruction layer. One tablet rather ominously records the dispatch of watchers to the coastal headlands, apparently to keep an eye out for approaching enemy ships. It seems that Pylos' last days involved frantic preparations for an attack from the sea. But despite this, Pylos was overwhelmed. Its palace was consumed by fire around 1180. But we do not have skeletal remains here, likely because the survivors may have fled, or the attackers might have cleared the bodies. But the sudden collapse of these palaces still implies large-scale violence. The very network that possibly sent Greeks to Troy may have come undone by new invasions or civil strife. Some theories suggest civil war or uprisings could have brought down the Mycenaean elites, hence burning their own palaces. But others point to outside raiders, perhaps the Bronze Age boogeyman, the Sea Peoples, who were ravaging the East. Either way, the Greek world around 1200 saw multiple cities and palaces destroyed within a short span, which would have entailed the massacre of many inhabitants and the collapse of social order. Greece entered a dark age after these events, implying population loss and migration, typical outcomes of widespread massacres and upheavals. Now, speaking of the Sea Peoples, these enigmatic groups are recorded in Egyptian inscriptions as swarms of invaders coming from the Isles, or the northern Mediterranean. Around 1207, Pharaoh Mernetar fought an invasion of Libyans who were accompanied by names that appear to be Sea People tribes, like the Ekwesh, Shekelesh, possibly Achaeans and Sicilians. But the big clash came in the reign of Ramesses III, around 1177. Egyptian records describe a confederation of foreign peoples, including names read as Peliset, which is one of the first mentions of the ancient rendering of Palestine, Sherden, Denyen, Jeker, and others, all moving en masse, destroying everything in their path. Ramesses III's mortuary temple at Medinet Habu is covered in dramatic reliefs of the battles he fought. One scene shows the Egyptian navy defeating the Sea People's ships in the Nile Delta, with enemy bodies floating in the water. Another depicts the land battle, Egyptian archers raining arrows on the advancing invaders, and piles of slain enemies heaped before the pharaoh. The inscriptions boast that the Sea Peoples had already laid waste to the great powers of the eastern Mediterranean. Quote, "No land could stand before their arms. Hatti, Kode, Karkemish, Arzawa, Alishia were all cut off." Now, this does suggest that the Hittite Empire, i.e. Hatti, coastal Anatolia, Arzawa, northern Syrian states like Karkemish, and even Cyprus, Alashia, were ravaged by these invaders. And indeed, archaeologically, we do see destruction. For example, the Hittite capital Hattusa was violently destroyed around 1200 and abandoned. The once mighty Hittite Empire was now fragmented. The city of Ugarit, a wealthy port in Syria, was burned to the ground and never reoccupied. At Ugarit's dig site, excavators found the letter from its last king, Amurapi, that was never sent. He writes in a panic to the king of Cyprus, saying, quote, "The enemy's ships came here, my cities are burned, and they did evil things in my country. The 7 ships of the enemy that came here inflicted much damage." You can feel the desperation. In any case, shortly after that, Ugarit was no more. The pattern repeated across the Levant. Cities such as Ashkelon, Lachish, Hazor, and others show destruction levels around 1200 to 1150. Some sites have arrowheads, collapsed walls, and unburied bodies, pointing to a violent conquest. Now Megiddo, which Thutmose III had spared centuries earlier, was destroyed in this wave too around 1150. Ekron and Ashdod were also destroyed or abandoned. Many of these places would later be reoccupied by new populations. For instance, the Philistines, who may have been one of the groups of the Sea Peoples settled in coastal towns. But the transition was anything but peaceful. It was conquest and displacement. Even Egypt, which survived the onslaught of the Sea Peoples, did not come out completely unscathed. Ramesses claimed a great victory in 1175, saying he killed hundreds and captured many Sea Peoples. He had scenes carved of piles of enemy corpses and bound prisoners. However, Egypt's power waned after this, and one might note that Ramesses III's reign itself ended rather tumultuously, with an internal palace conspiracy and likely an assassination. The fact that Egypt had to fight invasions on multiple fronts suggests that around 1200 mass movements of peoples were occurring, often generating violence on a tremendous scale, as it usually does. Some of these sea peoples may have been fleeing famine or disaster in their homelands, but as they migrated they clashed with the societies in their path. The result was chaos and carnage. Let's put it into perspective. In a few decades, almost every major city from Greece to Canaan was destroyed. The map was dotted with these destructions, all the cities burning roughly within the same human lifespan. Each of those burnings entails a massacre. Populations killed, temples looted, palaces destroyed. Some sites like Enkomi on Cyprus show evidence of violent destruction and signs of a desperate last-minute fortification, implying the people saw trouble coming, and they tried to stop it but couldn't. The toll in human life is impossible to quantify, but it was enough to cause population decline and migrations. Refugees from fallen cities likely became part of new ethnic groups. By around 1100, the politics of the Near East was entirely altered. Larger empires were gone. Smaller successor states were emerging. The Bronze Age did not end peacefully. It ended in fire and sword, and in one of history's greatest waves of collective violence. Well, thus far we have focused on the Near East and Mediterranean. But what about Bronze Age Europe? Well, for a long time, scholars assumed that Bronze Age societies north of the Alps were relatively small-scale and peaceful compared to the great kingdoms of Egypt or Mycenae. But that is a view that has changed quite radically in recent years. In fact, there's been a discovery in northern Europe that reveals a Bronze Age battle of unprecedented scale. This is the site of the Tolenz Valley in present-day Germany, dated to around 1250 to 1200, roughly the same time as the Trojan War and upheavals in the south. What archaeologists found in the Tolenz River Valley stunned them. The remains of what may be Europe's oldest known large battle. It all began in 1996, when an amateur archaeologist found a human arm bone sticking out of a riverbank, a flint arrowhead still lodged within it. Pretty lucky, isn't it? To find it, not for the guy with the arrowhead stuck in his arm, while systematic excavations followed. Over the past 2 decades, researchers have recovered more than 12,000 human bone fragments, belonging to at least 140 individuals and still counting, strewn along a 3-kilometer stretch of the Tolens River. And these were healthy young adults for the most part, overwhelmingly male, the demographic profile of warriors. Many showed signs of traumatic injuries, crushed skulls, parry fractures, arrow and spear wounds. Weapons have been found too, over 50 bronze arrowheads, numerous wooden clubs and spears, even bits of leather, wood, and bronze from shields. The evidence indicates a fierce confrontation took place on the river's edge, based on distributions and density. Archaeologists estimate that around 4,000 warriors may have fought at Tolens, and if so, roughly 20 to 25% were killed. The death toll could have been around 800 to 1,000. Now that's a big deal for Bronze Age Europe. But what makes Tolens really remarkable is that it was completely unexpected. We are in the Nordic Bronze Age culture here, an area with no written records, yet clearly large organized forces were engaging in combat. The battlefield seems to have been a river crossing. Perhaps a wooden causeway existed where 2 groups met, possibly one trying to defend local territory and another moving through, maybe a raiding or migrating band from a different place. The discovery of artifacts like a belt box and dress pins from southern Central Europe among the warriors suggests that some of them did come from far away, hundreds of kilometers to the south. Chemical isotope analysis of teeth confirmed that some fighters grew up outside northern Germany. In essence, Tolens might have been a meeting of different cultures in war. One hypothesis is that a convoy of people carrying valuable goods, maybe amber, bronze, or tin, was moving north or east, and locals attempted to stop and plunder it, or perhaps vice versa. Whatever the cause, the result was an all-out battle. In fact, Tolens might be the largest prehistoric battle known in the world up to that time, aside from the battles of the Near Eastern Empire. If 4,000 combatants fought, well, that implies warrior classes and social organization capable of mustering and leading them. The battle was significant enough that it left a demographic dent in the male population of that area. The losers may have been completely wiped out, an entire community of young men perishing together. It's not hard to label that a massacre, especially if one side routed and slaughtered the other as they attempted to flee across the river. Some researchers even wonder if it was less a formal battle and more of an ambush or a massacre of a marching group at the crossing. Now, Tolens is just one site, but it forces us to reconsider the prevalence of war in Bronze Age Europe. There are other hints: mass graves in Germany and Denmark from later periods, fortifications around settlements, etc., which imply that violence was never really far. For example, an earlier site at Hornoster in Sweden revealed a number of men's skeletons and lethal wounds, possibly another battle or raid. And a bit later, in the Iron Age, we have numerous finds of war victims cast into bogs in northern Europe. Tolens kind of bridges the gap, telling us that large-scale killing did occur in Europe's Bronze Age, even if the names and causes are lost to time. Now, before we go, let's just talk about China for a little bit. We can talk about the Shang and early Zhou dynasties. While China's Bronze Age developed somewhat later, the Shang dynasty traditionally dated 1600 to 1046, followed by Zhou. It too saw the rise of cities, states, and warfare. Early Chinese historical texts and archaeology together reveal at least one major battle that can be considered a pivotal massacre: the Battle of Muye, around 1046, which, of course, led to the fall of the Shang dynasty. The Shang kings ruled in the Yellow River Valley and were known for their bronze weapons, chariots, and practices of human sacrifice, often of unlucky war captives. They built walled cities and frequently waged war on neighboring tribes and states. But the Shang met their bloody end at Mu Ye. According to later traditional accounts, recorded in texts like the Book of Documents and later by the historian Sima Qian, the last Shang king, Zhou, also confusingly called King Di Xin, had become a tyrant, and the neighboring state of Zhou, led by King Wu of Zhou, mobilized an alliance to overthrow him. The figures given by later sources are quite astonishing. If exaggerated, they say that the Shang king arrayed 170,000 soldiers, while King Wu led an army of about 50,000 disciplined warriors. The two forces clashed at Mu Ye near the Shang capital, in what became the decisive battle. The legend goes that many of the Shang's troops, being oppressed slaves, defected or fled as the battle started, leaving the core loyalist army vastly outnumbered. Even so, ancient poems describe the fighting as bitter and a very bloody battle. The Shi Jing, classic of poetry, describes an ode believed to refer to Mu Ye, depicting how the Zhou forces charged and smote the great Shang. An oft-cited phrase claims, quote, "The blood flowed so deep it could float a log." Whether literally true or not, this conveys the idea of a massacre on the battlefield, and indeed King Wu's forces prevailed, and then showed little mercy. The Shang ranks were slaughtered. In the aftermath, the defeated Shang king Zhou retreated to his palace, and facing capture, decided to, light himself on fire amid his treasures. King Wu of Zhou entered the capital and put many of the remaining Shang royal family to the sword. Some members were spared, though, or married into the Zhou nobility. In any case, the Battle of Mu Ye thus marks the end of the Shang dynasty and the beginning of the Zhou. While numbers like hundreds of thousands of troops are probably not really realistic, it was clearly a very large engagement, possibly tens of thousands. The fall of the Shang capital would have involved widespread killing and looting. Some archaeological evidence from Anyang, which was the last Shang capital, suggests burning and destruction around that transition, though interpretations do vary. If we read between the lines of the text, King Wu's own speech after victory, as recorded in the Book of Documents, admonishes his troops not to slaughter civilians unnecessarily, implying that such slaughter was a real possibility when a city was taken. It's likely many who remained loyal to Shang were just executed. The Shang populace that survived was largely incorporated into the new Zhou polity, but under very harsh terms. One account says that the Zhou conquerors executed a swath of Shang nobility and warriors, but spared and re-educated the others to serve the new order. Interestingly, even after the war there was a gruesome coda. The Shang king's beloved consort, historically called Daji, was killed by the Zhou. Some sources say she was executed as a witch or a malevolent influence. Additionally, a few years later, there was a rebellion by Shang loyalists, which was put down by King Wu's brother, and that likely led to another massacre of remaining resistance. The Zhou victory steles metaphorically mention that the Shang remnants were swept away. Chinese archaeology of the late Shang also gives a window into the atrocities of that time from the Shang side. For example, at the site of Shimao, in today's Shanxi province, dating to around 2000 to 1800 BCE, slightly before the Shang proper, but well within the Bronze Age, there is evidence of captured enemies being massacred. Hundreds of skulls from decapitated victims were found buried in pits near the city walls. They might have been sacrificed after a victory in war, which in effect is a mass execution of war captives. This practice likely continued into Shang times. Anyang's sacrificial pits with war prisoners a testament. So Bronze Age China certainly had its share of mass killings, whether in the heat of battle or the aftermath. In any case, the fall of the Shang at Muye is perhaps standing as the largest single clash in East Asia's Bronze Age. It had far-reaching consequences too. A new dynasty, a new political order. But it was ushered through in bloodshed. The traditional narrative celebrates it as ending a cruel regime, but, well, you can't overlook the tens of thousands that died for that cause. The event is sometimes compared to the fall of Troy, or the collapse of other Bronze Age kingdoms. And intriguingly, it occurs around the same time, within a century or so, of the late Bronze Age collapse in the West. While likely unrelated directly, it does show that the turn of the first millennium BCE was certainly a turbulent time across the globe. A Sunday morning in 18th century Paris. The fashionable sightseers are gathered together, ready for a day out, and what better place than a stroll through the stone corridors of La Salpêtrière. They're not there to marvel at the architecture. They're there to gawk at the women who are held inside. In tiny filthy cells called loges, hundreds of mad women sit chained like animals in a zoo. The crowds leer through the iron bars at these unfortunate women, much as you would view exotic beasts. For the inmates, some of them genuinely mentally ill, others merely unwanted wives, prostitutes, or orphan girls, this weekly public spectacle was a humiliation atop the unspeakable misery of normal life. It's a scene like that captures the dark heart of La Salpêtrière. This is France's most notorious insane asylum. Yet the saga of La Salpêtrière is more than just voyeuristic horror. It is a sweeping history of how French society dealt with its most vulnerable, the poor, the mad, the undesirable. From its origins under Louis XIV as a vast prison hospice for women, through the revolutionary reforms of Philippe Pinel, to the late 19th century, when famous neurologist Jean-Martin Charcot turned its wars into theaters of science and spectacle. La Salpêtrière's story is a microcosm of evolving attitudes toward mental illness. And so today, we are going to guide you through that history, rather unflinchingly, though it requires a strong stomach to explore one of history's darkest chapters. But if you'll spend the next hour with me, well, we can do it together. I suppose it's not too bad. But let me welcome you first. Hello to any newcomers, and if you're coming back, good to see you again. And thank you to those keeping everything ad-free by supporting on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store, and the occasional donation. Certainly keeping this a ad-free oasis on this otherwise ad-laden platform. If you want to join that team, links are in the description and pinned comment. If you don't want to, do us a solid. Like, comment, and subscribe, and tell a few of your friends. Now, all that being said, we won't harp on about it. Let's get to the history. Nice and relaxed, as always. Well, if you didn't get it from the introduction, La Salpêtrière began not as a healing refuge, but rather as a dumping ground for society's outcasts. This was not an asylum set up in the 1800s like you see in the Americas, where, well, things were becoming a little bit more optimistic. No, this was set up much earlier than that. In fact, the site had a fittingly explosive origin. In the early 17th century, it was actually a gunpowder factory, Now, saltpeter was actually used to make gunpowder, so that's where the name comes from. In 1656, King Louis XIV, seeking to clean up the streets of Paris, issued an edict that transformed the arsenal into part of the General Hospital, a network of royal institutions to confine the poor, sick, and insane. Under the Sun King's minister, Jean-Baptiste Colbert, the Salpêtrière was converted into a massive hospice for women, a place to lock away the female beggars, the vagrants, the prostitutes, the mentally ill, or anyone that was just seemed troublesome. Of course, yes, as you mentioned, the very name harkens back to the saltpeter works, Salpêtrière, but it would soon become synonymous with human misery rather than gunpowder, although the two tend to go hand in hand, just in a different context. From the outset, the scale of Salpêtrière was immense, to say the least. Architect Liberal Bruant, better known for Les Invalides, was commissioned to design the complex, and by the 1670s, a small city of buildings arose on the left bank of the Seine. This walled compound included courtyards, workhouses, dormitories, even a church, a self-contained world to segregate the so-called undesirables. One contemporary noted that by the late 18th century, the Salpêtrière had grown into, quote, a large village with 7,000 elderly, indigent, and ailing women living inside. And indeed, on the eve of the French Revolution, the Salpêtrière held up to 10,000 women of various categories, making it arguably the largest such hospice in the world at that time, though records are a little bit dodgy from those times, so who really knows? Now, these thousands included not only the mentally ill, but also the poor elderly, orphans, petty criminals, and others, and they were all jammed together under one roof. Initially, there was very little attempt to separate inmates by cause of their confinements. Inhabitants were not segregated regarding the reason for why they were there. An aristocratic widow who had lost her fortune and just had a bit of a breakdown over it might find herself sleeping beside a former street beggar, or even a psychotic pickpocket. Well, it was the age of a grand confinement, as some have called it, when authorities rounded up society's unwanted en masse and jammed them all in the same place under guise of charity and order. Conditions in the early Salpêtrière were appalling. That's one word for it. The institution was nominally a charitable hospice, but it doesn't always do what it says on the label. It functioned more like a prison. Many women were committed indefinitely for their own good, with no hope of release. A bewildering array of pretexts could land a poor woman there. She might be labeled crazy or hysteric, but just as well a depraved girl, a libertine, a witch, an insubordinate, or even a Protestant. Remember, Catholic country. Contemporary lists of inmate categories sound almost absurd in their breadth. Prostitutes, orphans, beggars, epileptics, idiots, melancholics, the blind, the crippled, girls born out of wedlock, alcoholics, even bohemians, and get this, fatties. Well, they all appear on Salpêtrière's registers, so don't shoot the messenger. Well, in short, any woman who didn't fit the social norms of France at the time would be swept away behind the Salpêtrière's gates. With such a mandate, the population swelled rapidly. By 1684, a woman's prison block was added to hold 300 convicted prostitutes, who were kept especially in wretched conditions. And in a bizarre footnote to imperial history, some women of Salpêtrière were even shipped across to the Atlantic. exiled to help populate France's colonies. Well, between 1663 and 1673, at least 240 young women from the Salpeter and his sister's institution, Pitié, were sent to New France, i.e. Canada, as filles du roi. God, I hate doing R's in French, excuse me. We'll just use the English, king's daughters. What is it? Roi. Excuse me. Well, effectively, they were there to be wives for the new settlers. Gee, they would have thrown me away in there back in the day for my French pronunciation, I think. Lucky I'm in 2026. I'm still getting used to that. Well, thus a woman's fate in the Salpeter might range from lifelong incarceration in Paris to a forced marriage in Quebec, whichever the state deemed to be the most appropriate. Your life, their choice. But daily life inside the Salpeter during the Ancien Regime was harsh and austere. The thousands of inmates were typically dressed in coarse institutional uniforms. They slept in crowded dormitories or tiny cells. One report noted cells only about 2 meters square, each with a small barred window and no source of heat. Parisian winters, of course, could be bitter, and indeed visitors remarked that inmates suffered from cold in the early 1800s. Well, actually, at this time, an observer noted the stone floors and lack of fireplace would be almost fatal for many of them. Cleanliness and hygiene were woefully inadequate. With so many people crammed in, disease and infection were constant threats. Low-lying rooms were damp and prone to flooding. Some wards sat practically at sewer level, so that foul odors would waft in and overflow from the Seine's river floods. They could seep under the doors. Well, it was recorded that, quote, rooms in the lower sections of the building were affected by being level with sewers in the rising waters of the Seine, and these damp waters were infested with rats. The gnawing and scuttling of rodents at night was a common misery shared by the women housed in those ground-floor cells. Discipline was maintained by force. The women of Salpêtrière were not free to wander the courtyards at will. Many were kept chained or shackled for long periods. In the notorious district of the mad women, Quartier des Folles, a section established in the 1680s to isolate the most disturbed inmates, about 600 women deemed hysterical were confined in cage-like cells. Each day, as a part of a grim hygiene routine, these women were chained to outdoor benches in the courtyard, row by row, so they could get a ration of fresh air while still restrained. I mean, you know it's bad when they're rationing out the air, that's for sure. Eyewitness accounts describe them sitting on the ground, iron collars and fetters securing them to semicircular benches, pale and disheveled figures blinking in the daylight. Horrifying. The sight was pitiful, if anything. One writer called them anonymous ghosts, pitifully forgotten in their rat hole until a savior would come. Inside the wards, if an inmate became unruly, which was of course left up to the observation of those higher-ups, the solution was often brute force. She could be flogged or shackled to the wall. And speaking of which, beatings were not uncommon, delivered by the hulking male guards, or sometimes by the wardress nuns who oversaw the female inmates. In short, the Salpêtrière offered little mercy, less of a hospital, and more of a warehouse for those that, well, the polite society wished to forget about. By the 1700s, word of the dreadful conditions at Les Salpêtrières had spread among the Parisian public. Ironically, in part because the public could literally come and see for themselves. That's right. It seems a little bit unfathomable today. The Salpeter, like some other asylums of the era, Bedlam in England comes to mind, allowed public visitation as entertainment. On certain days, especially Sundays and religious festivals, curious citizens could gain access to the asylum to observe the inmates. And by the way, they did use that word inmate back then, pretty much universally, not patient or anything. Well, these tours have become a morbid attraction in Paris. Men and women of the bourgeois class would pay a small fee or obtain permission to roam the galleries and peer into the cells of the mad women. They treated it as a titillating spectacle, a living cabinet of curiosities. Visitors gawked at women in manic delirium or in deep depression, and they would leer and laugh at the incoherent babblings of the fools. Such voyeurism just dehumanized the patients completely. It must have been bloody humiliating. One contemporary compared it to visiting the zoo, where gawkers would stare at caged creatures for their amusement. For the inmates, being subjected to the leers and jeers of the strangers only compounded their degradation. Not part of the treatment, I assume. Well, the Enlightenment philosopher Denis Diderot once bitterly observed that society can find the insane only to exhibit them like a freak show, a cruel paradox for an era that prided itself on reason. Where is this age of enlightenment we've been hearing about him? But some Enlightenment figures did begin to decry the barbarity of places like Le Salpeter. Scattered voices called for reform of France's hospices and hospitals. The physician, Jacques-René Tenon, after serving as a surgeon in the Salpeter in the mid-1700s, wrote a comprehensive memoir on Paris hospitals published in 1788 that documented the appalling conditions he witnessed. Tenon described wards jammed with beds, poor ventilation, rampant infections. In general, hospitals, well, they were like death traps. And the Salpeter's custodial system was no exception to that. Still, concrete improvements were slow. The vast bureaucracy of the Salpeter, run by church wardens and royal appointees, was resistant to change. An entrenched bureaucracy managed the place, complete with its own internal market and staff hierarchy, a little fiefdom behind the walls. There were even commerçants inside. By the late 18th century, a bustling market existed in the courtyard, where less incapacitated women could purchase extra food or even trinkets, as Pinel would later recall. The Salpeter had become a city within a city, jealously guarding its authority over thousands of captives. As the French Revolution approached, the plight of those captives took on political dimensions. Critics lumped the Hôpital Général, the General Hospital, including Salpeter, in with the Bastille and other symbols of royal despotism, places where people were locked up without due process. In 1789, revolutionary fervor raised hopes that the innocents in these asylums might be liberated. And indeed, the turmoil of the Revolution literally crashed through Salpeter's gates in September of 1792 during the infamous September Massacres. On the night of September 3rd to 4th, 1792, a frenzied mob of sans-culottes from the nearby Faubourg Saint-Marcel stormed the Salpeter. Their initial intent was to free the women imprisoned as prostitutes. In the new ideology of liberty, these fallen women, as they were called, were seen more victims of the old regime's moral hypocrisy. Approximately 134 prostitutes were indeed released from their cells by the armed crowd. But what began as a jailbreak spiraled into bloodshed. The mob, inflamed by fear and rumor, some thought insane inmates were royalists or dangerous, turned on the truly mentally ill women who remained behind. and in a horrifying frenzy, they dragged 25 mad women out into the streets, some still fettered in chains, and they brutally killed them on the spot. The cobblestones of Salpeter courtyard ran red, and even the hardened revolutionaries were sickened by the slaughter of these hopeless women. The incident stained the revolution with a grim irony. In trying to overthrow oppression, the mob had perpetrated the same atrocity against the very innocents that the enlightened reformers wanted to save. The saviors become the villains. Funny how that works. In any case, in the aftermath, the Salpeter was left in disarray. The old order of management had collapsed. Nuns and staff had fled or been killed by mobs in other institutions. Yet from this chaos emerged one of the most pivotal figures in the history of mental health. That is Philippe Pinel. In 1795, Dr. Pinel, a 50-year-old physician influenced by Enlightenment ideals, was appointed chief physician of the Salpeter's infirmary. Pinel had already begun to make his mark at the men's asylum of Bigetre, where, according to the popular legend, he had boldly struck the chains off male patients in 1793. Now, at the Salpeter, he set out to revolutionize the care of its female lunatics. He was stunned by the conditions he found. Decades later, recollections emphasized how deeply the misery of the chained, half-naked women in squalor affected him. Inspired by revolutionary humanism, Pinel believed that even the insane deserved dignity and compassion. Almost immediately, he began implementing a new radical approach, one that he termed moral treatment. Pinel's tenure at La Salpeter, 1795 to 1826, is often remembered in a single iconic image: a doctor in a frock coat, ordering the chains removed from a group of deranged women. Now this scene, immortalized in an 1876 painting by Tony Robert Fleury, distilled the legend of Pinel as the liberator of the mad, while the reality was somewhat more gradual and complex. Pinel indeed did take the unprecedented step of freeing the patients from their shackles. And, well, you gotta start somewhere, don't you? In the late 1790s, he oversaw the removal of iron chains and manacles that had restrained patients, replacing them, where restraint was still necessary, with humane alternatives like straitjackets. Humane for the time, at least. According to Pinel's own records, he began by unchaining a number of women who had been bound in dungeon-like cells for years. He famously recounted the case of an English woman at Le Salpeter who had been chained in the dark cell for decades. Once freed and treated kindly, she supposedly recovered her wits enough to have a rational conversation. Such stories, whether embellished or not, certainly spread Pinel's reputation as a daring reformer. Now, the philosophy behind Pinel's reforms was the Enlightenment belief in reason and humaneness. Moral treatment meant treating the mad as thinking beings rather than wild animals. Pinel urged that many lunatics could be calmed through kindness, meaningful occupation, and a soothing environment. He and his assistant, Jean-Baptiste Poussin, a former patient turned keeper, did away with the whips and chains in most circumstances, insisting that attendants dominate agitated madmen by persuasion and gentle firmness rather than violence. In practice, this translated into small but rather significant changes. Patients were allowed to spend time outdoors unchained, to engage in simple work or games, or to experience something of a normal routine. Pinel also separated the patients by category, establishing a dedicated psychiatric ward within Salpeter for the first time. You think a mental asylum without a psychiatric ward, sounds a bit strange, like a restaurant without a kitchen. While previously an insane woman might be confined anywhere in the complex. But now Pinel gathered many of them into an infirmary where they could receive closer observation and care. This was the embryonic start of psychiatry as a medical specialty, the birth of a discipline within those asylum walls. To be sure, Pinel's reforms did not instantly transform the life for all 7,000 women of the Salpeter. The hospice still housed thousands of non-mentally ill indigents who remained under a prison-like regime. Even for the mentally ill, moral treatment had its limits. Pinel himself acknowledged that some patients were far too violent or delusional to be completely without restraint. In the most serious of cases, he sanctioned the use of straitjackets or isolation cells as needed. Outright brutality, however, was greatly reduced. A British visitor in 1818, Sir Alexander Morrison, noted with approval that chains had disappeared. Quote, "None of the women are in chains," he wrote, and he dreaded the iron collars and shackles of old were nowhere to be seen. Morrison also remarked that only minimal use was made of the camisole, which is a canvas straitjacket, at Salpeter at the time, a remarkable change from a generation earlier. Pinel's tenure also introduced actual medical care into what had been a non-medical warehouse. Before the Revolution, ill inmates were simply sent to the Hôtel Dieu hospital. Salpeter itself had no medical function in the old system. But Pinel changed that by creating a proper infirmary with 200 beds for sick patients. He started keeping clinical records and patient case histories, systematically studying mental illness. In 1801, Pinel published the Medical Philosophical Treatise on Mental Alienation. Could have picked a better title, but, it was one of the first books on what we now call psychiatry. In it, he detailed observations of various types of insanity and advocated for moral treatment on humanitarian and pragmatic grounds. The very language shifted. Those once dismissed as lunatics now became patients under Pinel's pen. One can still sense the optimism of the revolutionary era in Pinel's writing, the belief that rational reform could heal social ills. Under Pinel, Salpeter saw miracles that must have seemed revolutionary. Women who had been mute and furious allegedly grew calmer when treated with patience instead of beatings. Funny how that works. While some who were thought incurable were said to improve enough to be discharged, though these were the minority, we must say. Pinel also instituted occupational therapies of a sort. He engaged patients in tasks like gardening or sewing, believing idleness worsened their mental state. In 1799, he even established a vaccination clinic at Salpeter and administered one of the first smallpox vaccinations in Paris there in 1800. This blending of public health with asylum care typified Pinel's enlightened approach. Not perfect, but a damn sight better than it was. And that's why we can't really romanticize the situation. Pinel's reforms, while groundbreaking, affected primarily the psychiatric patients, perhaps a few hundred to 1,000 women out of the many thousands that were in the institution. The majority of Salpeter's inmates, the aged poor, the disabled, the prostitutes serving sentences, continued to live under rather bleak conditions. An image from the 1820s would still show overcrowded dormitories, inadequate food, and a Spartan, regimented daily life. Even Pinel's own assistant and successor, Jean-Étienne Esquirol, later admitted that much of it remained deplorable. Esquirol, who took charge after Pinel, and would draft France's first lunacy law in 1838, by the way, documented that dangerous mental patients were at times kept in cages or behind bars if they could not be managed in any other way. The momentum of the reform could only go so far with the constraints of an old, crumbling institution housing thousands. Nonetheless, Pinel had certainly lit a spark. By unchaining the mad and insisting on their humanity, he inaugurated an era of psychiatric progress. Paris, and indeed all of Europe, took notice of the miracle at Salpeter. Doctors and dignitaries came to tour the asylum, now not as a gruesome sideshow, but as a site of pioneering treatment, an example to be followed. And so, we stand at the dawn of the 19th century, when Salpeter would evolve into a new identity, not just a warehouse of woe, but a grand theatre of medical science. Well, in the decades after Pinel, Le Salpeter continued to loom large. Landscape of psychiatry and public welfare, that is. You see, everything on paper sounds good. The ideas of moral treatment started to take root. France passed a landmark law in 1838, championed by Esquirol, which we mentioned, requiring each department to establish an asylum for the mentally ill. Now, department is what they call the different areas, sort of like, administration zones, I suppose. Well, it reflected a new national commitment to care. But there's theory and practice. And in practice, conditions at Salpeter remained a mix of progress and backwardness. The first half of the 19th century saw incremental improvements alongside persistent overcrowding and primitive facilities. Visitors' accounts from this period provide a candid window into daily life. In 1818, the Scottish physician Sir Alexander Morrison visited and found about 1,100 lunatics, all women housed there, a figure that made Salpeter one of the largest single asylums in Europe for the insane. Now, this number does not even count the additional thousands of indigent elderly and others that were on the premises. Morrison described some encouraging signs, though. The patients' beds were clean, the wards were spacious enough, and a cadre of nuns helped care for the women. Importantly, he confirms that no chains were used at that time, and only roughly one attendant per 10 patients, relying instead on surveillance and the calming presence of those religious nurses. Still 1 in 10, that's pretty good. So, he didn't actually note one significant deficiency, though, the lack of heating, which can become quite a problem, remarking that the women must suffer greatly from cold floors and unheated rooms in winter. Overall, Morrison's tone was cautiously positive. Salpeter, under Pinel's influence, was cleaner and less brutal than the old madhouses, but still it was a far cry from comfort. Still, you can only compare it to the previous situation. Progress doesn't take big leaps like that, especially not in the medical field. By mid-century, further cracks in the idealized image of French asylums were becoming evident. In 1853, an English alienist, Daniel Hack-Tuke, toured Salpeter and came away disappointed. Writing about his visit, Tuke acknowledged that the ancient buildings and cramped grounds of Paris's asylums made truly modern care difficult. The Salpeter was then a very old facility, nearly been running for 200 years. The mold tends to build up, doesn't it? With labyrinthine stone halls that were just not designed for therapy. It's hard to ignore that it was originally a prison-like structure. There's only so many pictures you can put on the walls to cover that up. Tuke also observed that despite France's reputation, Bolstered by Pinel and Esquirol's writings, the reality fell quite short. Mechanical restraints were still commonly used on patients in Paris, long after they had been mostly abolished in England. He noted with dismay that a very considerable number of women at Salpeter were restrained in straitjackets, and some were even strapped down to chairs. This contrasted with the progressive English asylums that embraced a complete non-restraint policy by the 1850s, which is pretty early, I think. Well, the French doctors, Duke reported, generally believed restraints were necessary and beneficial, showing a more conservative approach in practice. The well-known Dr. Jean-Pierre Falret, who by the 1850s was a chief physician of one division of the Salpeter, candidly defended the judicious use of restraints when guiding Tuke through the walls. And yet, alongside the grim sight of patients in straitjackets, Tuke also witnessed scenes of compassion. He described visiting a tranquil day room organized by Dr. Falret, where a large number of women sat together, sewing and looking clean and comfortable. In this supervised setting, patients engaged in memorized recitations of poetry and even sang songs accompanied by piano. Tuke was pretty impressed by this, and he praised Falret for encouraging such therapeutic activities. It was a glimpse of moral treatment in action, using social interaction, music, and gentle discipline to bring a sense of normalcy to the inmates' lives. One can imagine the strange poignancy of that scene, though. Rows of formerly raving women, now calm, and dressed up in their best frocks, singing a tune or reciting a verse while the doctor nods approvingly. Sounds a little bit Sound of Music-esque to me. Well, it exemplified how Salpeter in the 19th century could oscillate between oppressive control and earnest efforts of care. A Spanish visitor in 1860, Dr. Pedro González Velasco, left an account that starkly highlights the persistence of inhumane conditions, even on the eve of major changes. Velasco's report, published shortly after Charcot's rise, lauded some aspects of Salpeter, but did not shy away from describing the horrific state of the most severe cases. Women with chronic mental illness or epilepsy who were confined in cages. These unfortunates lay on simple straw pallets placed on stone floors, effectively locked behind bars like animals. Their only toilet was an open hole in the floor to collect excrement. Such an image, human beings in cages with straw and filth, sounds medieval, but it comes from 1860, and that shows how parts of Salpeter remained frozen in this pre-Pinel barbarity. Velasco's account suggests that these were the extreme cases the asylum didn't know how to handle, and they were hidden away from the nicer sewing rooms that all the dignitaries and visitors saw. Indeed, his testimony was later used to shame Spanish authorities about their own asylums, implying that even enlightened France still had deplorable asylum conditions for the worse off. It would fall to the next generations of physicians to finally confront these last bastions of cruelty. But by the 1860s, relief for Salpeter's chronic overcrowding was finally on the horizon. The population pressures that had somewhat eased as the new asylums opened on the outskirts of Paris, institutions like Sainte-Anne, Ville-Évreux, and Vaucluse, were built in the 1860s, providing modern accommodation for mental patients and taking some of the burden off the outdated Salpeter. The patient census at Salpeter decreased from its peak, but it was still quite staggering. Even in the 1870s, records show about 5,300 women were there, of whom roughly 1,500 were classified as psychiatric patients. The rest were just poor or disabled or some other categorization. Now, this shows that Salpeter had evolved into a more specialized hospital for the insane. Yes, but it remained also as a general depot for the needy. The conditions, however, remained cramped and unhygienic. The fabric of the building itself was old and unsanitary. We already talked about the sewers and the rats literally encroaching on parts of it. Thus, on the eve of the most famous chapter in its history, Salpeter was a place of contradictions, a venerable institution revered by psychiatrists worldwide, yet also a scene of squalor and sorrow for many of the poor inmates. In 1862, a new chief physician arrived at La Salpeter, who would catapult the asylum into international renown once again. That was Jean-Martin Charcot, a brilliant neurologist. He took charge of the Women's Mental Health Division and over the next 3 decades transformed Salpeter into both a cutting-edge research center and, well, controversially, a stage for public display of neurological curiosities. Under Charcot's aegis, the darkest hallways of the old asylum became illuminated, sometimes literally with camera flash powder, but figuratively by scientific inquiry, but also by a sort of theatrical fascination with a mysterious condition known as hysteria. Charcot's accomplishments at Salpeter were significant to say the least. He's credited with founding modern neurology and making the hospital the premier training ground for this emerging field. He systematically mapped diseases of the nervous system, from multiple sclerosis to Parkinson's disease, through meticulous clinical observation of the patients. The Salpeter under Charcot boasted wards full of patients with rare neurological syndromes, a living laboratory where he and his students could observe symptoms and test treatments. Excuse me. In 1882, Charcot even established a photography department to document patients' physical signs, producing the famous iconography of photographs of Salpeter, the atlas of clinical photographs of his patients. Well, the old asylum's role had pivoted. It was no longer just a warehouse, but now proudly termed a neuropsychiatric teaching facility. Doctors from around the world flocked to Charcot's Tuesday lectures to watch the master in action. Among the audience in the 1880s was a young Sigmund Freud, who came to witness Charcot's demonstrations and later credited them with inspiring psychoanalysis. For better or worse. Not really a fan of Freud, I'm afraid. However, Charcot's Salpeter also revived the old spectre of spectacle, this time under the guise of medical demonstration. Charcot was especially fascinated by hysteria, a catch-all diagnosis typically applied to women with dramatic, unexplained neurological symptoms, paralysis, convulsions, bizarre behaviors, fainting, this kind of thing. He believed hysteria was a genuine nervous disorder worthy of study, and he used hypnosis to both induce and relieve hysterical attacks in his patients. Every week, in the packed lecture hall, Charcot would present selected patients, often young women, to exhibit their symptoms for the assembled doctors, students, and often just curious lay observers. The atmosphere was pretty electric. Dressed in their hospital gowns, these women might be hypnotized by Charcot with a few passes of his hand, whereupon they would fall into a trance, or reenact their hysterical fits on command. The audience watched in rapt attention, as a patient perhaps suddenly stiffened into a rigid pose, or burst into sobs and laughter, or swooned on the floor. It all depended on the stage of the hysteria that Charcot wished to illustrate. It was both scientific theater and human tragedy. The suffering of these women put on display as lessons to be learned. Many who had histories of trauma and abuse, well, couldn't let that get in the way of a good show. Charcot's demonstrations became famous in Paris. Even the general public became intrigued by the spectacle of hysteria. Newspapers of the time reported on the astonishing scenes at Salpeter, and Charcot's star patients gained a certain macabre fame. For instance, Louis-Augustin Glazé, a teenage girl with dramatic hysterical seizures, became one of Charcot's most photographed subjects. Her contorted postures under hypnosis were printed in medical journals and can be seen in those 19th century photos, wide-eyed or arching her body in a pose of despair. Another patient, Blanche Whitman, often dubbed the Queen of Hysterics, so captured observers with her performances that she too entered lore. Later artists and writers referenced her as an icon of hysteria. It is telling that the era produced an image like Anne Brulé's 1887 painting, A Clinical Lesson at the Salpeter, depicting Charcot in a lecture as an ashen-faced hysterical woman modeled on a real patient swoons in the arms of attendants. The painting looks for all the world like a dramatic stage play, and indeed, this is how many later critics came to view Charcot's sessions, more theatre than therapy. But perhaps the most decadent embodiment of this mix of medicine and social spectacle was the infamous Bal de Folle, the madwoman's ball. Beginning around the 1870s, accounts vary, some claim as early as 1835, but well, in any case it gained renown in Charcot's time. Salpeter hosted an annual costume ball in the spring, coinciding with the Mid-Lent Carnival. It was ostensibly a supervised festivity for the patients' amusement, but it drew throngs of curiosity from high society. Parisian elites, writers, aristocrats, even members of fashionable demi-monde vied for invitations to this ball held on the Asylum grounds. On the evening of the ball, the Grand Recreation Hall of Salpeter would be decorated with flowers and paper lanterns. The female patients, excited to have a night of freedom, were dressed in their best clothes, sometimes in costumes. Some donned masks or ribbons, others were outfitted as if for a normal dance. They mingled with the guests under the watchful eyes of the hospital staff. A band struck up waltzes and polkas. By all contemporary reports, it was a fantastic ball, as beautiful as a bourgeois party, with refined decor and lively music. Sounds pretty good, right? Well, not really, because behind all of that festive veneer lay a disturbing implication. You see, the outsiders weren't coming just to dance. They were hoping of witnessing something thrilling. Perhaps an inmate would suddenly break into a wild dance or a hysterical fit. Indeed, it was said that many came hoping to see a woman contort during the evening. The patients were the entertainment. For the women of Salpeter, who lived the rest of the year in drudgery, the ball was likely a bit of a bewildering experience. One night of illusion, where they were the stars of a very bizarre show. Some might have relished the music and attention, others perhaps felt like animals on display once again, dolled up for the jeers and delight of complete strangers. Certainly not something I would involve myself in, guest or participant. Now, modern interpreters have cast the Bal de Folle in a pretty harsh light, seeing it as a symptomatic of a patriarchal system that simultaneously oppressed these women but also exploited them as curiosities. Writers like Jean-Martin Charcot's contemporary critics and much later scholars pointed out that many Salpeter patients labeled as hysterics were likely just victims of trauma. They'd been abused, or they'd been assaulted, and their symptoms were just expressions of psychological pain. Now, instead of understanding the condition and trying to offer help, The 19th century medical establishment often reenacted their suffering in public forums. The mad woman's ball has been since adopted in novels and films as a symbol of these women's captivity and objectification. Now, here's the other thing, too. It is worth noting that not all stories from Charcot's Salpeter are tales like that. There's a few moments of light in the very dark tunnel. A few patients did find a kind of personal liberation. One remarkable example is Jane Avril, who as a teenager in the 1880s was admitted to Salpeter's hysteria ward. Jane, who was born Jean Baudon, had suffered abuse in her childhood and developed convulsions and a twitching gait, classic hysteric symptoms. Under Charcot's care, she received hypnosis treatments and participated in dance therapy sessions that were sometimes used to channel that hysterical energy. She left the asylum while still a young woman and, well, astonishingly went on to become a celebrated can-can dancer at the Moulin Rouge in the 1890s. Not bad. In fact, she also became a muse of painter Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec and a star of the Montmartre's nightlife. She later credited dance, which she first explored at Salpeter, as a salvation from her madness. Her story, though it is atypical, adds a bit of human dimension. Even in that worst asylum, a strong spirit could sometimes emerge, and a life could be rebuilt beyond those walls. Now, by the 19th century, the Salpeter's time as an asylum was nearing its end. The institution had started to shed its custodial functions and focus on medical ones. After Charcot's death in 1893, the fiery showmanship subsided, but the hospital remained a key center for neurology and psychiatry. Eminent physicians like Georges Gilles de la Tourette, who identified Tourette's syndrome, and Joseph Babinski continued Charcot's work on the wards. But increasingly, the aging complex itself was becoming obsolete. New psychiatric hospitals built outside the city offered more modern accommodations and more space for patients to exercise and recover. Meanwhile, the Salpeter became integrated with a nearby general hospital, La Pitié, a process that would culminate in the following century. As the 20th century dawned, La Salpeter's centuries-long chapter as an infamous asylum began to draw to a close. The grand old edifices on Boulevard de l'Hôpital could no longer meet the contemporary standards for healthcare. In 1911, the neighboring Hôpital de la Pitié, a general hospital originally founded in the 17th century for orphans, was relocated and built adjacent to Salpeter. The proximity of Pitié and Salpeter meant that over time their missions converged. Finally, in 1964, the two institutions formally merged to become the Pitié-Salpeter Hospital. This merger symbolized Salpeter's complete transformation from a segregating asylum to a modern general hospital complex. The once dreaded name, Salpeter, now lives on chiefly in a hyphenated form, attached to one of Europe's largest teaching hospitals, rather than to a house of horror. Through the 20th century, even before the merge, Salpeter had already evolved into more than just a typical hospital. Its neurology and psychiatry departments remained prestigious. For instance, it housed leading neurologists who advanced treatments for epilepsy, stroke, and other disorders. But the era of massive warehousing of the mad or undesirable was well and truly over. This sprawling heterogeneous female population that had characterized Salpeter in 1800 was gradually dispersed. Chronically mentally ill patients were increasingly moved to specialized psychiatric centers elsewhere. The cavernous dormitories that once held destitute widows and paupers were either repurposed or shut down. Where possible, some of the historic buildings were renovated to house new medical wards, research labs, and offices as part of the general hospital. But nevertheless, the dark history doesn't go away that quickly. During World War II, the hospital was occupied by German forces at times. And well, one imagines the ghosts of its past amid the turmoil of Paris's occupation and liberation. After the war, psychiatry advanced with new drugs and therapies. For better or worse, insulin shock, electroshock therapy, and eventually modern psychotropic medications, some of which were certainly administered at Salpeter's psychiatric units. These mid-20th century treatments had their own troubling aspects. For example, electroconvulsive therapy in its early form could be quite traumatic, but they also heralded real improvements in patient outcomes, allowing many formerly long-term inmates to return to society. As the decades passed, La Salpeter shed its image of horror. By the late 20th century, if one heard the name, it might be in a very different context. For instance, it was at the Pitié-Salpeter Hospital that Princess Diana was rushed in 1997 after her tragic car accident, and where she ultimately died. Rest in peace to you. Well, it is a poignant footnote to this location. Once notorious for death and despair in the 1700s, became the place where an international icon's life slipped away, albeit with the world's best modern medicine attempting to save her. I still remember that day watching on the news. I was 7 years old at the time. I was away on holiday somewhere. Terrible what happened. Poor Diana. Anyway, maybe Life of Princess Diana, history one day, Hope I can do that justice. Well, other famous figures received care or died there as well, from the cabaret singer Josephine Baker to the philosopher Michel Foucault. These modern associations show that Salpeter is no longer an isolated, dark island, but a fully integrated urban hospital, part of Paris's everyday life and medical infrastructure. Well, if you walk through Pitié-Salpeter today, you will find a bustling medical campus with manicured lawns and modern buildings. But if you know where to look, you can still spot vestiges of the old asylum. The Chapelle Saint-Louis, built in the 1670s with its grand dome, still stands, a reminder of the religious underpinnings of the original site. And at the entrance courtyard, overlooking the flow of doctors, nurses, and visitors, stands a bronze statue of Philippe Pinel himself, erected in 1885. In his bronze glory, Pinel gazes forward, a gentle paternal hand outstretched, as if to calm an invisible sufferer. The monument's inscription honors him as the liberator who struck off the chains of the insane. And every day people pass by this statue on their way to the cardiology wing or the maternity ward. Perhaps they're unaware of the layers of history beneath their feet. But Pinel's presence also ensures that the legacy is not forgotten. Well, the story of La Salpeter, France's most infamous insane asylum, is ultimately just another narrative of darkness and enlightenment intertwined. Tens of thousands of women experienced unthinkable suffering, chained in dungeon cells displayed like zoo exhibits, subjected to neglect, abuse, violence. The asylum epitomized the failures of early society, which chose to solve social ills by pushing them to the side. But it was also a cradle of progress. It was here that courageous individuals like Pinel and his followers proved that compassion could replace cruelty in the treatment of mental illness. And it was here that the nascent field of psychiatry took shape, and later neurology was born from that. As doctors sought to understand and cure ailments of the mind and brain that had long been dismissed as incurable. In the 19th century, it became a place where, paradoxically, some of the most marginalized patients found a kind of voice, whether through medical photography, public lectures, or even the Mad Woman's Ball. Society could not pretend. that they just didn't exist anymore. In any case, the lesson of it is remaining vitally important. In remembering the long saga, the horror and the hope, we have to remember those countless unnamed who suffered, and very few were saved. Their stories of the conscience of psychiatry, a haunting reminder of where we've been, and a guidepost of where we should never return. And that's where we end today's video. I hope you enjoyed it, continuing on our series of the worst insane asylums in the world, rather grim places, that people just deal with things the way they can with the knowledge they have at the time. We can't judge them too hard, I suppose. Now, let me introduce you to the people keeping this all ad-free for you. The mid and top tier members of the Patreon and YouTube memberships. Julius Caesar, was he a hero or was he a war criminal? The ancient Romans themselves never used the term war crime. In their worldview, the victor in war had broad license to punish the defeated. Yet even all the way back in antiquity, there were voices of disapproval when Caesar's conduct seemed to breach the basic norms of honor or mercy. From the vantage of the 21st century, we can ask a few tough questions about those ancient events. How exactly did Caesar justify slaughtering entire populations? What was it like for the victims on the ground, those Gallic villagers and warriors who found themselves facing the legions of Rome? And what do the primary records say? What happens when we read between the lines of Caesar's own commentary and the reports of other historians? Think about this. If you've ever read through the Gallic War, there's a bit of separation because, well, 2,000 or so years will do that. But if these events happened, say, 100 years ago, 50 years ago, we would view them in a much different tone. In any case, today we are here to discuss the war crimes of Julius Caesar. And it's not to beat anyone over the head, it's just to take a different point of view and really examine whether he was a hero or a war criminal, and perhaps after 2,000 years decide if it's even a relevant question to be asking. In any case, welcome to the channel. If you're new here, then, well, good to meet you. And for those coming back, good to see you again. Now, you can expect plenty of war crimes, but you cannot get the crime of ads on this channel. Indeed, it is a crime to be interrupted by some terrible, very loud ad during a video like this, so we just turn them all off. And we can do this because of the very kind support on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and also the merch store with all of its goodies, along with the occasional donation through Super Thanks and PayPal. So thank you very much, and if you'd like to join that esteemed group, look in the pinned comment and video description. You'll find where you need to go. Other than that, give us a comment, like, subscribe, which helps push us out in the algorithm and fill this platform with worthwhile viewing material. And once that is done, well, let's begin the exploration for today. Now, first off, the context. It's important to understand that in the terms of warfare in Caesar's time. We're in the Roman Republic of the 1st century BCE, and that was certainly no stranger to violence. It was just part of the world that everyone was living in, not like our pampered modern times. Of course, that depends on where you're from in the world. Well, Roman armies had ravaged enemy lands before. Famously, in 146 BCE, Rome annihilated Carthage, and according to legend, they salted the earth so nothing would ever grow there again. There was a little bit of argument about whether they did that. In any case, in the Roman eyes, harsh punishment of defeated foes was often acceptable, and even prudent. Women and children would be enslaved, the men would be killed, and, well, the cities that resisted a Roman siege would just be sacked or completely destroyed. No one really got off lightly unless they cooperated to the fullest consent. Now, mercy was a strategic choice. It was not a moral obligation. Ancient warfare was brutal, and by our standards, virtually every major commander of antiquity committed ghastly acts. Yet even against this backdrop, Caesar's campaign in Gaul from 58 to 50 BCE stands out for its scale and ruthlessness. Over a decade of fighting in Gaul, Caesar subjugated a vast territory of dozens of tribes, forever changing the fate of Western Europe. And in this process, he left a long trail of devastation, one that even some of his Roman contemporaries found to be a little bit on the nose. But why was Caesar even in Gaul in the first place? Well, in 58 BCE, the ambitious Julius Caesar had just been elected consul, that is the highest office in the Republic, and he secured a governorship in Gaul as his next assignment. Gaul was partly Roman-controlled, the southern strip called Provence or Gallia Narbonensis, but the rest was independent Celtic land. When a large migration of the Helvetii tribe threatened Roman territories, Caesar seized on the opportunity to intervene, and what began as a defensive measure soon turned into an offensive war of conquest. Caesar was driven by multiple motives. He needed military glory and riches to boost his political career, and not to mention to pay off his enormous personal debts. And he portrayed his actions as preemptive, conquering Gaul to protect Rome's frontiers from the horrible barbarians, with their mustaches and all the rest. Well, his own account, Commentaries on the Gallic War, is our primary source for these events. It's a compelling war diary, written in the third person, designed to impress the Roman public and Senate back home. But you really have to read it critically. Caesar consistently justifies his actions and often casts the Gauls as treacherous or aggressive to legitimize his preemptive strikes. A casus belli, this kind of thing. Modern historians have noted that his justifications sometimes strain credulity, hinting that a little bit of propaganda was at play. Because what's a war without propaganda? The Roman military norms allowed for extreme measures, but that doesn't mean there weren't a few unwritten rules and expectations. For instance, the right of envoys were considered sacred. Killing or mistreating ambassadors was a dishonorable act, and the Romans prided themselves on upholding fides, good faith between states. Surrendering enemies, if they submitted in time, might be spared, but those who resisted to the bitter end could be punished severely. Complete extermination of a tribe or city was not an everyday affair. It was notable when it happened. Thus, as we examine Caesar's Gallic War, we should note where he possibly crossed the line even by ancient standards. Notably, one Roman observer, Cato the Younger, a statesman, felt that Caesar's conduct had stained Rome's honor in at least one instance, as we'll soon discuss. But on the other hand, many in Rome cheered Caesar's victories without concern for Gallic lives at all. Success in war made Caesar immensely popular. He sent back enormous spoils of war and tales of triumph. The Senate decreed multiple Thanksgiving festivals to celebrate his victories, and by 50 BC, Caesar was being hailed as almost a living legend for conquering Gaul. It's clear that, in the Roman mindset, victory excused a great deal of violence. But from the Gallic perspective, The story was one of invasion and resistance. The people of Gaul, a patchwork of Celtic tribes with rich cultures, fortified towns, and their own warrior traditions, suddenly found themselves facing a relentless war machine. Caesar's legions were disciplined, experienced, and brutally efficient. Tribe by tribe, they fell under Roman attacks, often with catastrophic loss of life. Entire communities were uprooted. Ordinary Gallic villagers who had tilled their fields and traded peacefully one year might the next year find themselves fleeing their burning homes or sold in some far-off slave market. Well, unfortunately, the Gauls left very few written records, so we primarily hear their story filtered through the Roman pen. Yet archaeology and Roman accounts together give us a sense of their suffering. So, we can certainly say that war in ancient Gaul was a no-holds-barred affair, and Caesar was particularly adept at exploiting that reality. So let's get into the actual campaign itself, which began with rapid success that already hinted at the mass violence to come. In 58 BCE, he confronted the Helvetii, a Gallic tribe migrating en masse across Roman allied territory. The Helvetii, including men, women, and children, were seeking new lands. And that's a bit of a hint, too. When it's just a bunch of men showing up, you can expect a raid. They'll take what they need and then they'll go. But when they're bringing the wife and kids, well, that's a little different. They're here to stay. They're taking everything, and they're kicking you out. In any case, Caesar took it as a threat to Roman security. After some maneuvering and failed negotiations, he fought and defeated the Helvetii at a major battle at Bibracte. The result was brutal. According to Caesar's own report, of the 368,000 Helvetii and their allies who set out from their homes, only 110,000 survivors were rounded up after the battle and forced to return to their territory. If those numbers are to be believed, and they may be exaggerated, it implies that over 250,000 people were killed or died of hunger and hardship during the campaign. Now, even if we suspect Caesar of inflating the enemy numbers, it is clear that the defeat of the Helvetii involved enormous civilian casualties. This was not a surgical military operation against soldiers alone. It was a wholesale destruction of a migration, which included non-combatants. Caesar, however, presents it as a strategic victory that saved Gaul, and by extension, Rome, from a dangerous horde. Roman readers likely applauded him for it too. You see, to them the elimination of a roaming tribe that could have caused instability was a good thing. No moral problems at all. Later, in 58 BCE, Caesar turned against the Germanic king Ariovistus and his followers, who had settled in eastern Gaul. Ariovistus had been invited by some Gauls as an ally, but had become an oppressive presence. Caesar again claimed he was acting in defense of Rome's Gallic allies. In a hard-fought battle at Alsace, Caesar defeated Ariovistus' Germanic host. Many of the Germans were slaughtered as they fled. Ariovistus himself barely escaped across the Rhine. The battle was essentially a conventional military engagement. Harsh, but not outside the norms of ancient warfare. It's worth noting, however, that Caesar's victories were often followed by pursuit and destruction of the fleeing enemy. There was no notion of proportional force, or easy surrender on the battlefield. If the enemy ran, the Roman cavalry and legions would chase them down for miles and miles. Surviving captives from these early campaigns might be sold as slaves. Adding once again a financial reward to Rome, and to Caesar personally as he took a cut of all the spoils. By the end of 58, Caesar had already established a pattern: decisive battles leading to the annihilation or capture of large portions of an opposing people. These early campaigns made Caesar's name in Rome. Everyone was talking. The Senate granted a lengthy public thanksgiving in his honor, multiple days of prayers and celebrations. Few, if any, in Rome questioned the cost in Gallic lives. But it's important to stress how utterly asymmetrical the concern for human life was. Roman soldiers' lives were precious, and Caesar himself actually took care to minimize his casualties through clever tactics. But enemy lives were expendable. Caesar's commentaries list Roman casualties in single or double digits for many engagements, versus thousands for the enemy. Whether those figures are accurate or not, the psychological message was clear. Rome was inflicting devastation while suffering little. Its one-sided carnage would only intensify in the years to come. You know, when I was a kid, I used to watch about the Iraq War, this kind of thing. Maybe once a month, there would be an Australian soldier who would get taken out. He would die somehow. But I never understood when I was younger that, you'd have thousands and thousands of Iraqis dying and it never got reported on, but as soon as one Australian soldier died, the whole show came to a halt. It's hard for me to understand that when I was younger. Still hard for me to understand. It's never good. Anyway, back to ancient Rome. Now, one more element set the stage for greater atrocities. Caesar's recognition that terror could be a weapon. If he struck fear deep into the Gauls, they might capitulate faster. And in Gaul, news traveled quickly among the tribes. A reputation for mercy might encourage enemies to surrender, but a reputation for extreme cruelty, well, that could paralyze resistance. Caesar seemed willing to apply either approach as he needed. He offered relatively lenient terms to tribes that submitted without a fight, but he dealt mercilessly to those who defied him. The carrot and stick strategy had meant that when we talk about his war crimes, we are usually referring to what he did to the defiant ones, the examples he chose to make. Now keep in mind that Caesar was not indiscriminately cruel at all times. Rather, he was selectively cruel to serve the Roman objectives. Unfortunately for several Gallic communities, they found themselves on the receiving end of these harsh lessons in Roman dominion. Now, one of the most notorious incidents of the Gallic Wars, and even in the eyes of some Romans, was Caesar's massacre of the Usipetes and the Tencteri, two Germanic tribes, in 55 BCE. Now, this event stands out as a clear breach of norms. Why? Well, because it involved deceit during peace talks, followed by an indiscriminate slaughter including women and children. It so outraged Roman opinion that Cato the Younger suggested handing Caesar over to the enemy for punishment. That's a pretty remarkable rebuke to a Roman commander. So, the Usipetes and Tencteri, they were tribes from east of the Rhine, that's in modern Germany, who had been driven from their lands by even fiercer Germanic tribes called the Suebi. In the winter of 55, these desperate people, numbering in the tens of thousands, crossed into Gaul, seeking new territory or refuge. We might liken them to refugees, albeit armed ones, moving en masse with their families and herds. Caesar frames them as invaders, threatening the stability of Gaul. According to Caesar's commentary, the two tribes sent envoys to him to negotiate. What happened next is a bit murky because we mainly have Caesar's version. Well, he alleges that while negotiations were ongoing, the German horsemen treacherously attacked a contingent of Roman cavalry, catching Caesar's men off guard and killing a few of them. In Caesar's eyes, this deceit justified extreme measures. He decided that he, quote, could not keep faith with those who had broken faith. So he detained the German envoys, which once again is a violation of the usual protocol of safe conduct for diplomats, and immediately launched a surprise attack on the unsuspecting Usipetes and Tencteri camp. The result? Catastrophic violence. Caesar's legions fell upon the migrating tribes suddenly. Many of the Germans, caught in mid-march with families in tow, were slaughtered on the spot. Ancient accounts suggest that the great mass of non-combatants, including women and children, were pursued as they tried to flee and cut down. Some attempted to swim the nearby river and drowned. The numbers given are pretty staggering, too. Plutarch, drawing on Roman reports, writes that 400,000 Germans were killed in this onslaught. Caesar himself doesn't provide a precise figure in his commentary for the body count, but he emphasizes that virtually the entire host was wiped out. So either way, it's not good. Only a small remnant reportedly escaped across the Rhine, finding shelter with a sympathetic tribe. In essence, 2 whole peoples were annihilated as viable groups in a matter of a few days. Now, even for Rome, this was pretty disturbing. First, the breach of faith, attacking during a truce. That was something that undermined Rome's honor. When news of Caesar's victory had reached Rome, the Senate initially moved to grant another Thanksgiving celebration. But Cato the Younger, a staunch defender of Republican morality and Caesar's political enemy, was quite vocal about how appalled he was. He argued in the Senate that Caesar's conduct was impious and dishonorable, to the extent that they should just hand him over to the Germans as an offering of apology, and you know what the Germans would have done to him. Well, this was an extraordinary suggestion. Cato was effectively saying that Caesar had committed a crime deserving capital punishment, and by giving him to the Germans, Rome might avert divine wrath for the broken truce. The motion did not pass. Caesar was far too powerful and popular for that. But the mere fact that a leading senator proposed it certainly indicates that Romans, some of them, recognized this massacre as a disgrace. Although, that being said, perhaps if one of Cato's friends had have done the same thing, maybe he would have had a different spin on it, but that's just conjecture. Of course, Caesar defended his actions. In his write-up, he claims that he was the one deceived first, and thus he owed no mercy to those who had deceived him. He justified the slaughter as a necessary preemptive strike. After all, he reasoned, if he had let those tribes settle, they could join his Gallic enemies or threaten the Roman province. But reading between the lines, you can sense Caesar's calculating fear tactic. By exterminating those tribes so utterly, he sent a message to the others. Later on, when Caesar built a bridge and crossed the Rhine, becoming the first Roman general to invade German territory, perhaps part of his motivation was psychological, to show that even the mighty Germans were not safe from Rome's reach. Now, for the ordinary people of the Usipetes and the Tencteri, this event was apocalyptic, to say the least. We can try to imagine it. Entire wagon trains being overrun, warriors scrambling in vain to form lines of defense, as the Roman legionaries hacked through, and those poor mothers running away clutching their infants, trying to ford a river under a hail of javelin fire. No mercy was given. Ancient sources do not preserve any first-hand Germanic voices from that day, but the silence itself is telling. There were few survivors to tell of such a tale. The memory of this likely lived on across the Rhine in the oral histories of Germanic tribes, and fueled a hatred for Rome, which you can't really blame them. In Gaul, the effect was likewise quite sobering. Many Gallic tribes had considered the Germans even more fearsome than the Romans. After all, Germanic warriors had a fierce reputation, that's for sure. Yet Caesar destroyed 2 Germanic peoples, seemingly with quite a bit of ease. Terror was now an instrument of Roman policy, and Caesar was wielding it expertly here. Well, let's move on from that one. Not to anything more bright, but unfortunately, more disturbing events. Another grim chapter in the conquest was his campaign against the Veneti in 56, which culminated in brutal punishment for that entire people. The Veneti were a seafaring Celtic tribe inhabiting the Atlantic coast of Armorica, which is modern Brittany in France. And unlike many inland Gauls, the Veneti had a navy and a strong coastal fortress. They also had the misfortune of defying Caesar's authority, and for that, they paid quite dearly. Caesar's own account and other sources describe how he executed the Veneti's leaders and enslaved the rest of the population, effectively erasing the Veneti as an independent entity. The conflict began somewhat incidentally. Let me explain. Caesar had stationed some officers in northwest Gaul to secure the grain supplies, obviously important commodities. The Veneti, along with other coastal tribes, captured a group of Roman envoys, perhaps as leverage to negotiate better terms or ensure their own safety. The Romans, they knew that seizing envoys was a grave provocation. They were supposed to be sacrosanct. Caesar seized on this as a justification for war. He was determined, he writes, to teach the natives to respect the sanctity of envoys. But more practically, Caesar saw a chance to assert Rome's dominance over the Atlantic coast. The Veneti, confident in their naval prowess and the natural defenses of their harbors, revolted against Roman rule. This led Caesar to undertake an unusual operation for him, a naval campaign. He built a fleet to challenge the Veneti at sea, which was rather an extraordinary effort, since the Romans were not traditionally masters of the Atlantic. They were more Mediterranean. Well, after some hard fighting on the water, Caesar's forces, aided by clever engineering, i.e. they used hooks to tear down the Veneti ship's sails, managed to defeat the Veneti fleet. Once their navy was destroyed, the Veneti's coastal strongholds were isolated, and one by one the towns fell to Caesar's army. The war was essentially over. The Veneti surrendered. But it's what came after the surrender, what we're really here to talk about. Caesar decided to make an example of the Veneti. According to his own account, he had the entire Veneti Council of Elders put to death in a public display. These were leaders of the tribe, the nobles, the chieftains who had led the rebellion. They were likely executed by beheading, a common method in Roman military justice. Then Caesar sold the rest of the population into slavery, and we should pause to consider what the rest of the population means. Effectively, every man, woman, and child of the Veneti who could be captured. Families would have been broken apart on the auction block, with people from infants to the elderly sold to the highest bidder. Many would be taken to slave markets in Italy and other provinces, never to see their homeland again. In one swift reprisal, the Veneti, as a distinct community, were wiped off the map. Their lands would eventually be repopulated or absorbed by neighbors, and Roman control, that would be unchallenged. To the Romans, this punishment was harsh but within the realm of acceptable retribution, at least by Caesar's telling. The Veneti had violated the rules by detaining Roman envoys. Caesar thus asserted he was punishing them, but modern observers can see it as collective punishment of a civilian population, entirely disproportionate to the initial offense Essentially, Caesar engaged in an act of state terror, effectively telling them, this is what happens when you resist us. The severity was meant to deter other tribes from ever contemplating revolt, and indeed the neighboring tribes must have been struck with fear. Caesar notes that he wanted to send a message to all of Gaul, a shock and awe policy if we're going to borrow a modern phrasing. From the perspective of ordinary Veneti people, the end of the war was devastating. Roman legionaries would round up the populace, disarm the warriors, separate the families. The able-bodied men might have been killed on the spot or sold for hard labor. The women and children marched off to waiting ships to be transported away as slaves. The fields and villages of the Veneti were left empty, save perhaps for a few who fled or hid. For those captured, a life of servitude in a foreign land awaited. We've got a few records of individuals, but we know the general fate of the Gallic slaves. They might end up working on Roman farms, mines, or as household servants. Day by day, their tribal identity and pride lost. The Veneti's nautical skills might have meant some of them were taken into service on Roman ships as galley slaves. In any case, the Veneti people, as a people, ceased to exist in any autonomous sense after 56. Caesar's treatment of the Veneti was noted by later historians as an emblematic symbol of his ruthlessness, showed that even after a foe surrendered, Caesar could choose total retribution rather than mercy. And it's interesting to contrast this with Caesar's well-known clemency during the Roman Civil War a few years later, where he famously pardoned many defeated Roman enemies. But in Gaul, against non-Romans, his approach was often the opposite. Not an ounce of mercy for those who defied him. And that difference speaks to a double standard in Roman ideology. Fellow Romans, even enemies, were afforded respect and forgiveness to win them over politically, whereas foreign tribes were seen as legitimate targets for exemplary punishment. Caesar cultivated the image of clemency in Rome, but in Gaul he didn't hesitate to be cruel when it served his aims. But perhaps the closest thing to a genocide in Caesar's campaigns was his relentless pursuit and destruction of the Eburones, a small Gallic German tribe, in retaliation for their revolt. Now they were led by their chieftain Ambiorix, and they dared to strike a severe blow against Caesar. And, well, Caesar responded with a campaign aimed at erasing them completely. The story of the Eburones is a pretty chilling example of how Caesar's policies targeted not just armies, but the entire populations for annihilation. All the trouble began in the winter of 54. Caesar had stationed Roman legions throughout Gaul to winter among the tribes, a strategy to keep Gaul subdued after several years of war. In a calculated move, Ambiorix and the Eburones plotted an uprising. They deceived a Roman outpost into leaving its fort by pretending to offer safe passage, and then ambushed the Romans on the march. The result was a disaster for Rome. An entire legion, plus cohorts from another, totaling around 15 cohorts, was massacred, and their allies in the forests of what is now Belgium. It was one of the worst defeats for Caesar's forces suffered in Gaul, akin to a smaller scale Custer's last stand, I suppose. Ambiorix himself was said to have personally struck down the Roman commander, Sabinus, under false pretenses of parley. After this victory, Ambiorix disappeared into the wilds, and the Eburones melted away into the dense forests and swamps, trying to avoid Roman retaliation. Eventually, the news got to Caesar's ear, and when he learned of this, he was determined to exact revenge. The loss of a legion was a deep stain on his record, and a threat to Roman prestige. In 53 BC, as soon as the campaigning season began, Caesar assembled a large force to hunt down the Eburones. But finding and defeating them in pitched battle was difficult. The Eburones did not oblige him by gathering in one place. They used guerrilla tactics, hit-and-run attacks, and then dispersed. Ambiorix himself was elusive, never staying to be caught. Frustrated by this, Caesar adopted a different approach: scorched earth and search and destroy. He made it known that he intended to wipe out the entire tribe for this. Caesar even invited neighboring tribes to join in the destruction and plunder. Essentially, he put a bounty on the Eburones. Any Gaul or German was free to kill or capture them and take their goods with Rome's blessing. This was a dangerous strategy, effectively encouraging chaos. But Caesar calculated that the Eburones, being small in number and now without friends, would be quickly overwhelmed. In his own words, as preserved by later authors, Caesar resolved that the race and name of the Eburones must be wiped out. Well, there was a Latin phrase too, that translates roughly to "let the stock and even the name of that state be removed." An unambiguous call for a total elimination. Not just defeating a tribe militarily, but extinguishing its entire identity. And so, for the next year or more, Roman legions and allied warriors scoured the lands of the Eburones, an area roughly between the Meuse and Rhine rivers. Villages were burned, crops seized and destroyed, and any Eburone who fell into Roman hands was likely killed or sold into slavery on the spot. Ambiorix and his followers fled into hiding. Legend says that Ambiorix himself escaped across the Rhine and was never caught. But the people he left behind suffered a collective fate. Without central coordination, many of the Eburones would have been hunted down in small bands. Caesar even sent a detachment under a loyal officer, Lucius Minucius Basileus, on a mission to specifically track Ambiorix. But they couldn't find him. In frustration, Roman troops under another commander, the legate Labienus, at one point even massacred a large group of civilians by mistake, thinking that Ambiorix was among them. It shows how Caesar's orders had essentially created a free-for-all war of violence in that region. The campaign against the Eburones lasted through 53 into 52 to 51 as a mopping-up operation. And when all was done, the Eburones had effectively vanished as a distinct tribe. Ancient commentators later noted that the name completely disappeared from history after Caesar's wrath. They were likely so depleted, through killing, starving, capture, and dispersion, that any survivors merged into other populations or remained hiding. As for Ambiorix himself, if he lived out his days, he did so as a fugitive, without a tribe to rule. The Romans had achieved what they intended: collective punishment on an epic scale. And this is why some historians today indeed label Caesar's treatment as genocidal. The intent was clear. He announced it in no uncertain terms, and the result was the near or total destruction of an ethnic group. Literally, that's what genocide means, right? For those on the ground, the ordinary Eburones, this period must have been one of unimaginable terror. Just imagine that you're a normal farmer, and one day you hear that your warriors scored a great victory against the Romans. I suppose you'd feel a little bit proud of that. But soon after, panic sets in. You hear that the Romans are coming, and they're burning and killing everything. Maybe you take your family and try to hide in the Ardennes forest or a swamp. But even there, danger lurks. Not just Romans, but Gauls might betray you for a reward, or roaming bands of scavengers might attack you to take your livestock. A scenario where every village could be destroyed in isolation. No large battles are recorded, just a grinding campaign of extermination. Eventually, hunger or fear might drive you out of hiding, only to fall into the hands of a Roman patrol that has clear orders to show no mercy. And then, that's the end of you. I suppose we could surmise that some of this tribe were captured alive, likely sold off as slaves, but yeah, most were killed outright. In any case, their life and freedom was ended violently. This is one of the more haunting episodes, because Caesar doesn't describe it in gory detail. He shifts it to a strategic tone about eliminating a threat. But the scope of violence is apparent. Even the method inviting other tribes to do the dirty work, it suggests that Caesar wanted to maximize the destruction while minimizing Roman losses. There is a chilling practicality to it all. Interestingly, the Romans themselves seem to have less moral qualm about this than the Usipetes massacre. Perhaps because it was seen as a justified revenge. I mean, they had, from the Roman point of view, broken trust and murdered Romans under false pretenses. Roman honor demanded a heavy payback. And within that cultural context, this may have seemed like rough justice. But by any objective measure, Caesar's retaliation went far beyond military necessity and into the realm of a vindictive atrocity. He could have simply defeated them in battle, executed the leaders, and just taxed the rest of them. But instead he chose to obliterate them entirely. And that reveals a bit about Caesar's character as a commander. He was extraordinarily bold and able to think outside conventional constraints, sometimes in constructive ways and sometimes in terrifying ones. In any case, it had quite a big psychological impact on Gaul. Other tribes saw that even a small group could nearly topple Caesar's plans, but they also saw the price of trying. This double lesson may have influenced the Grand Revolt of Vercingetorix in 52, which we'll discuss next. Some Gauls were inspired to resist even harder. Others were likely cowed into submission. In any case, Caesar's name now carried the weight of ruthless retribution in the nightmares of every Gaul child. The Eburones became a cautionary tale. Cross Rome, and you won't make it far. All right, next one. It was the year 52, and the Gallic tribes made, at last, a massive attempt to reclaim their freedom. A quite desperate one. They united under the charismatic young Arvernian chieftain named Vercingetorix. There's a big statue of him in France, stands to this day. A lovely light green, by the way. Look it up, it's pretty cool. In any case, the Great Revolt of Gaul led to some of the fiercest fighting of the entire war, and it also led to one of Caesar's most infamous atrocities, the massacre at Avaricum. Avaricum was a large fortified town of the Bituriges tribe, located near modern Bourges, France. Caesar's siege and capture of Avaricum, and the slaughter that followed, is just another example of how Roman victory often meant devastation for the other side. Now, as for Vercingetorix, the rebel leader, he had studied Caesar's tactics and devised a clever strategy: scorched earth. He urged the Gauls to avoid open battles, knowing that Caesar's legions were superior in pitched combat, and instead burn their towns and supplies ahead of the Romans to deny Caesar's army food or shelter. It was a harsh strategy, essentially sacrificing one's own land to starve the invader out. But many Gauls agreed that this was the only way they could really stand a chance. Town after town was torched by its own people to slow Caesar's advance in the winter of 52 BCE. However, when it came to Avaricum, the Bituriges begged Vercingetorix to spare their capital city. Avaricum was a jewel, you see, richly provisioned, strongly fortified, surrounded by a river and marshes on several sides, with only one narrow approach. They argued it could be defended successfully, and was too precious to destroy. Vercingetorix reluctantly allowed Avaricum to stand and be defended against his better judgment. He himself camped with his army not far away, keeping watch, but not directly in the city. Caesar was determined to capture Avaricum, and he laid siege despite the appalling weather and supply shortages. The siege lasted several weeks. The Romans built massive siege works, towers, ramps, overcoming both the muddy terrain and fierce Gallic resistance on the walls. Inside Avaricum, the townsfolk and warriors endured hunger and prayed that their walls would hold. Caesar described several close calls, including a Roman siege tower being burned and desperate sallies by the Gauls. His troops were exhausted, and even at one point on the brink of mutiny due to hunger. But eventually, Roman engineering and persistence paid off. They breached the defenses. On a day of heavy rain, with the defenders worn down, Caesar's troops managed to scale the walls, and they burst into Avaricum. What followed was as you would expect. The Roman soldiers, frustrated by long siege and the losses they had suffered at the Gallic hands earlier, took a brutal revenge. They were beyond control, and Caesar likely did little to restrain them. Once the gate was opened and the Roman eagle standards poured in, it was a massacre. The entire population of Avaricum was slaughtered or put to flight. Accounts at the time, including Caesar's own narrative, state that out of roughly 40,000 inhabitants, only 800 of them survived. Those survivors presumably escaped by slipping into the woods or marshes amid the chaos, or by hiding among the dead until their fury passed. Nearly 39,000 people were thus killed in a single day, if the figures are to be believed. Even if we expect exaggeration, the scale is undeniably tens of thousands. Archaeological evidence at some Gallic sites corroborates this episode of destruction, with layers of ash and mass graves consistent with ancient descriptions of such massacres. It is hard to overstate what those numbers mean on a human level. Avaricum was essentially wiped off the map in terms of its populace. A whole bustling town, with one day having its markets, temples, and families, and by the next day, it's a charnel house, a smoking ruin. Roman troops went street by street, killing everyone they encountered. There was no differentiation between combatants and civilians at that point. It was a total, indiscriminate slaughter. Some people might have tried to surrender or beg for mercy, but in the heat of storming a city, Roman discipline gave way to rage and desire for plunder. And here's another detail for you. Caesar notes that his soldiers were especially angry because the Gauls had earlier ambushed and killed some Romans, and because the siege had been so difficult. They felt justified in taking vengeance. Caesar himself, writing later, claims that he lamented the slaughter of Avaricum and pleaded with his men to spare the innocent. But the soldiers were too inflamed to listen, and we should treat that with a bit of skepticism. It was common for ancient commanders to, retrospectively claim they had to rein in their troops to appear merciful, even if in reality they didn't try very hard. I suppose when all the gory details came out, it doesn't really matter when you say, oh, come on, I tried to stop them, but they didn't listen. Where's the discipline after that, Who was punished? No one. In any case, he didn't really have much to lose by the destruction of Avaricum. In fact, it was a blow to Gallic morale. Vercingetorix, encamped not far off, could only gaze in despair as he saw the smoke rising from the city and realized the catastrophe. The loss of Avaricum reportedly brought Vercingetorix to tears, and this was a turning point. Many Gallic allies were demoralized, questioning how they could resist a foe capable of such a relentless assault and a ruthless aftermath. They were probably thinking, geez, that's what's in for us if we don't give up now. For the ordinary people of Avaricum, those few who survived, faced a bleak reality. Some 800 survivors, out of the whole city, if Caesar's account is correct. Perhaps they hid in the sewers, or among corpses, or slipped out at the last moment. They would have been traumatized, and they became refugees with nothing but the clothes on their back. Maybe they found shelter with Vercingetorix's main camp after relating all the horror they witnessed. Think about the personal tragedies. The wounded survivors crawling away through the night. Now, the Bituriges, as a tribe, lost a significant portion of their population in one day. But in the broader context, Avaricum's fall fueled a cycle of resentment that kept the war going at a high pitch. The Gauls, seeing what happened, had even more reason to fight to the death, because they knew now that surrender might not save them from annihilation. It was already past that point. And then came the grand crescendo. At the siege of Alesia in 52, which pitted Caesar against Vercingetorix in a direct confrontation. While Alesia is often remembered for Caesar's military brilliance, building double lines of fortifications to hem in the besiegers, it also involved, elements of cruelty and suffering that overlooked in their grand narrative, specifically the fate of the people of Alesia and the surrender of Vercingetorix himself are worth talking about in a lens of war crimes and human cost. Now, Alesia was a fortified hill town of the Mandubi tribe in present-day Burgundy. After the defeat of Avaricum and some back-and-forth maneuvers, including a rare Roman defeat at Gergovia, Vercingetorix and his united Gallic army took position inside Alesia. Caesar decided to besiege the entire Gallic host there, even though he was outnumbered. He built an encircling fortification called a circumvallation around Alesia to starve them out. And then, when a massive Gallic relief army showed up, he built another outward-facing fortification, a contravallation, to hold them off. Now this was siegecraft unprecedented in scale, roughly 60,000 Roman troops, trapping perhaps 80,000 Gallic warriors inside, while another relief force of perhaps 100 to 250,000 Gauls, ancient sources vary, attacked from the outside. The humanitarian situation inside Alesia became dire as food ran low. Now, a truly tragic episode unfolded during this siege. With supplies dwindling, Vercingetorix and the Gauls made a heart-rending decision. They expelled the women, children, and elderly from the town. These non-combatants were essentially surplus mouths that the defenders could no longer feed. The Gauls hoped that Caesar, in his mercy, would allow these innocents to pass through the Roman lines, or at least let them out to forage. In medieval or early modern sieges, we have similar accounts of civilians being expelled, in hopes that the besiegers would show pity. But guess what? Caesar did not budge. He refused to allow the refugees to cross his lines, nor would he permit them to return to Alesia. Thus the hapless Mandubi women and children were caught in a no-man's land between the Romans and Gauls. They had nowhere to go, left to starve under the open sky. Ancient accounts say that these people slowly perished of hunger and exposure, crying out to the Romans for mercy that never came. The Roman soldiers atop their ramparts could only watch as day by day desperation turned to death among the families camped between the enemies. It is a particularly cruel aspect of the siege, using starvation of civilians as a weapon. Caesar, ever pragmatic, likely reasoned that feeding these people would burden his own supplies, and releasing them might strengthen the resolve of the enemy inside. So every mouth gone, was a relief for the besieged if they didn't have to care for them. So he made the cold calculation to just let them die off slowly. Now, by modern standards, starving civilians is a war crime. And yes, it still happens in the modern times. But even by ancient standards, it was pitiless, though not unheard of. Eventually, Caesar won the Battle of Alesia. In a dramatic series of engagements around his fortifications, he managed to repel the massive Gallic relief force. When the relieving Gauls lost heart and dispersed, the fate of those trapped inside was sealed. Facing starvation and hopeless odds, Vercingetorix decided to surrender. And the surrender itself became legendary. Supposedly, Vercingetorix donned his finest armor, mounted his horse, and rode out of Alesia. He circled Caesar's camp, and then, in a dignified gesture, he dismounted before Caesar, took off his armor, and sat at Caesar's feet in silence, awaiting either execution or mercy. The scene is described by later writers that Caesar himself mentioned the surrender more tersely. But Caesar chose not to kill Vercingetorix on the spot. Instead, he took the Gallic leader as a prisoner, intending to display him in a Roman triumph parade. Essentially, Vercingetorix's life was spared, only to be saved for a future public spectacle. But what about all those Gauls in Alesia? Well, here again was a humanitarian catastrophe. With Vercingetorix giving himself up, the tens of thousands of Gaulish warriors inside laid down their arms. Caesar's forces took a gigantic number of prisoners. Some say up to 40,000 warriors survived the surrender. Others give different figures. These captives did not enjoy mercy or release. The majority were sold into slavery on Caesar's orders. Once again, making that money. Really on the grind, isn't he? Essentially, the entire fighting force of the Gallic Confederation was neutralized, either by death in battle or by bondage after capitulation. It was a colossal haul of human chattel. The Roman economy and society readily absorbed these slaves, or they were sold off across the Mediterranean. As for the townsfolk of Alesia, the Mandubi who hadn't already been expelled or died outside, they too would fall into Roman hands. Their fate is less individually noted, but in practice, any inhabitants of a besieged town that had resisted would become property of the victors. So one can infer that the remainder of Alesia's non-combatant populace was likewise enslaved or, in some cases, executed. Excuse me, I was just yawning. Come on, it's a long video, okay? Anyway, you can imagine the aftermath, right? The Roman victors sorting through the masses of prisoners, separating those worth selling from those who were perhaps too old or infirm. Some might have been slaughtered if deemed of no value or dangerous. The battlefield around Alesia was littered with the dead from both the sorties and external relief battle. It must have been a horrific scene, all those wounded warriors groaning, the refugee dead between the lines, and the long lines of shackled Gauls being led to the auction block in some place they'd never even heard of. Caesar's triumph in Rome, a few years later, featured a grand parade of spoils and captives from Gaul. And, of course, the star of the show, Vercingetorix himself, by then kept alive in a dungeon, ready for his grand parade, and then ritually strangled, as the custom was for defeated enemy leaders. A final humiliation for that once proud Gallic hero. So is there any real evidence of war crimes at Alesia? Well, if we look by our modern standards, yes. The deliberate starvation of civilians, the mass enslavement of a surrendered enemy populace. Well, they violate multiple principles of decency. But we don't really judge the past by modern standards, don't we? If we did, we'd be convicting everybody as a complete monster. At the time, Caesar's conduct would have been seen as well within his rights. Alesia had resisted. The population was thus at his mercy. And he chose profit, i.e. slavery, over a wanton massacre. But from the perspective of those people, it hardly mattered. Their freedom was gone, and many lives were effectively destroyed. In an academic sense, one can argue Caesar might have actually been moderate by not simply just killing all the surrendered warriors, which he could have done, but selling tens of thousands of people into lifelong servitude is just a different kind of atrocity. It's been termed by some scholars as the social death of slavery. Generations of Gauls would now be born in chains far from their homeland, a snapped and broken cultural continuity. For the ordinary Gaulish soldier at Alesia who surrendered, what followed was a forced march to the slave markets of Massilia or Narbo, then perhaps a voyage to Italy. They would be sold to whoever paid, maybe ending up as farm laborers in Campania, or miners in Spain, or even gladiators if they were young and strong. Families were certainly split up. Whatever comradeship existed in war ended at the auctioneer's stand. Just a broken group of people. Well, Alesia effectively ended the organized resistance in Gaul. It was just a little bit of a mop-up from then on. The war sputtered on in 51, with a few actions of small skirmishes. Well, but Gaul was pretty much broken. Caesar's victory was total. In the grand narrative, Alesia is often lauded as Caesar's finest hour, a masterpiece of military engineering and nerve. But that has to be juxtaposed with that immense suffering in achieving it. But hey, you've got to tell both sides. The genius of the siege, and the tragedy of those endured it. And if we don't tell the side of the Gauls, well, who will? Certainly not the Romans, that's for sure. Now I know what you're thinking. This would be a perfect spot to end the video. And I would have ended the video here. But that's not quite where the story ends. You see, even after Alesia and the capitulation of Vercingetorix, there was a few pockets of resistance flaring up in 51, and the most notable and final stand, and I mean the final stand, was at Uxellodunum, a hill fort. Some scholars think it may be Puy-de-Solud in France. Probably butchered the pronunciation, but you know, butchering things seems to be the topic of the video, so you know. Anyway, a band of staunch rebels refused to surrender. Among them, leaders like Drapes and Lucterius. Caesar, determined to snuff out even the idea of rebellion, besieged Uxellodunum with the vigor he had showed all the time. The outcome was yet another demonstration of skill and cruelty. Caesar inflicted a gruesome punishment on the survivors. He ordered that all of the captors' men's hands be cut off. The siege at Uxellodunum itself was fierce but relatively brief. The defenders had ample water, initially thanks to a spring, but Caesar ingeniously diverted or cut off that water supply. He had his men tunnel to the spring and block it, according to some accounts, that is. Well, once the fort's water source dried up, the Gauls were pretty much done for. Thirst compelled them to surrender. Unlike Alesia, these were die-hard rebels who didn't lay down their arms earlier, so Caesar viewed them with particular contempt. His handling was meant to be the ultimate object lesson. Instead of executing the men, which would simply just remove them, his decision to amputate their hands was a psychological and symbolic act. By maiming them and sparing their lives, he created living monuments to Roman vengeance. He effectively said, "Go and live your life, but let every person who sees you be reminded that this was a person who tried and failed to take up arms against Rome." Ancient sources note that Caesar ordered the hands cut off, likely the right hand, the one used to hold a weapon, of every man who had borne arms at Uxellodunum, and then he just let them go. Now the brutality is pretty startling even for that era. You see, it wasn't unheard of to have such punitive mutilations. For example, other kings had occasionally mutilated rebels, but this was far from the standard Roman practice. This was calculated cruelty, with a capital C. In fact, 2 capital C's, because both of those words are spelled with C's. See, you're learning so much already. Well, Caesar wanted no more uprisings, and he figured that if every village in Gaul had a few one-handed beggars from Uxellodunum telling their tale, that no chieftain would ever think of war again. Well, for the individual subject to this punishment, it was a fate arguably worse than a clean death in battle. They lost their livelihood. I mean, a one-handed man struggles to farm or fight or do most tasks of the day, but they also lost their dignity and lived with a constant reminder of defeat. They might have been objects of pity or horror to their fellow Gauls. In a society of warriors, to be physically maimed, that was deeply humiliating. Basically, they'd look at you and say, "Well, this one's no good." Yeah, it's rough. Well, at the same time, these survivors might also inspire quiet resentment against Rome. Though without hands, their ability to act on it was nullified. Caesar's cruelty was effective, and Uxellodunum was indeed the last major fight of the Gallic War. After that, no organized resistance remained. Gaul was conquered. Well, if we classify the hand mutilation at Uxellodunum in terms of war crimes, it's clearly an act of cruel and unusual punishments of combatants who had surrendered. And remember, yes, they had surrendered, just only when their water ran out. Today would violate Geneva Conventions. They've got prohibitions against mutilation and on cruel treatment of prisoners. But this did not take place in that time. This was the Roman world. And it was harsh, but, technically within a victor's rights to punish rebels. But what's notable is that Caesar didn't do this in every case. Earlier, many surrendered groups were just enslaved. So why choose the mutilation path? Well, it's because Uxellodunum's garrisons were not ordinary enemy soldiers. They were considered rebels who broke the peace after the rest of Gaul had given in. They represented a defiance that Caesar found particularly intolerable at that stage, and so he responded in kind. There's a Latin term, exemplum, meaning an example or precedent to deter others. Caesar made the men of Uxellodunum an exemplum in the flesh. And from the vantage of the ordinary Gallic populace in 51, news of the punishment would have been terrifying. At this point, most communities were already submitting to Rome, giving hostages, being disarmed. The war-weary Gauls likely thought, well, we're never bloody doing that again, aren't we? Look at what happened to those who tried. At least those who survived. And indeed, Gaul remained largely peaceful under Roman rule for generations after Caesar. One might say this was due in part to the Pax Romana, the Roman peace, bringing stability and benefits. But you can't ignore the initial foundation that set that peace upon sheer fear. The image of one-handed survivors, or tales of mass enslavement and slaughter. Well, that's a pretty hard image to forget. A tropical storm rages in the night sky over the northern plains of San Domingue. Under the cover of night, a group of enslaved men and women huddle in the clearing of the Bois Quémant, deep within a forested mountain. Their clothes are soaked by rain, but they stand transfixed by the ceremony that is unfolding before them. A voodoo priest named Duty Bookman raises his arms toward the sky as the lightning streaks the sky above. He invokes the spirits and cries out against their oppressors. The god of the whites calls them to commit crimes, but our God calls upon us to do good. He will aid us. We must throw away the image of the white man's God, who so thirsts for our tears. Listen to the voice of liberty that speaks in our hearts. The crowd responds with murmurs of assent. Eventually, it builds to a shout. A black pig is brought into the circle, a sacrificial offering, and by the flicker of candlelight and torch flame, the pig is killed, and its blood is collected. Each person present takes an oath, and they seal their resolve with a smear of blood. They've decided that they will fight for their freedom. On that August night in 1791, this clandestine ritual sparks a conflagration. Within days, the plantations of the fertile northern plains are in flames. Slaves rise up by the thousands, torching cane fields and sugar mills, and they exact a violent revenge for years of cruel bondage. This is the story of the Haitian Revolution, history's first and only successful slave revolt, leading to an independent state. So, we could say it's a story that sounds too astonishing to be true. But everything we're going to talk about here is very real history. Over 12 tumultuous years, the enslaved population of San Domingue threw off the chains of one of the richest colonial regimes on earth. They faced not only their French masters, but also intervention by Spain, Britain, eventually civil war by their own ranks, and a massive invasion by Napoleon Bonaparte's forces. But somehow, against all odds, these former slaves and their leaders achieved the unthinkable, the abolition of slavery, and the birth of a new nation, Haiti, in 1804. It was a struggle that upended the established order of the 18th century world. It sent shockwaves through colonial empires and struck fear into slaveholders everywhere, while inspiring enslaved and oppressed people with a little bit of hope. The Haitian Revolution is a landmark in the universal fight for human freedom, a story that needs to be told, and too often is not. So today we are here to tell that story. I hope you enjoy. But first let me welcome you to the channel. I am your host, back here again, and I would like to begin by asking you to tell me where in the world you're listening from. Reporting in from someplace at some time. Hopefully it's nice and warm for you. In any case, we'll also do the traditional thank you to those who are supporting the channel financially, keeping everything ad-free across the breadth of playlists that we have. There's the YouTube and Patreon members, along with the donators and the people who visit the merch store. Thank you so much to those people. If you want to become one of them, well, look at the pinned comment or video description. You'll get to where you need to go if you want to go there. Now, with all that being said, let's get busy. So it all starts in the late 1700s, where we find ourselves in the French colony of Saint-Domingue, which is today's Haiti. Actually, back in those days, it was known as the Pearl of the Antilles, so you know it's good. It was the glittering jewel of France's colonial empire, and the world's most lucrative sugar exporter. Visitors to the colony marveled at the immense plantations that blanketed all the plains and valleys. It was all very impressive. Vast fields of sugar cane, coffee, indigo, and cotton stretched as far as the eye could see. Of course, they were all worked relentlessly by an army of enslaved Africans. By 1789, Saint-Domingue produced nearly half of all the sugar and coffee that was consumed in Europe, a source of enormous profit for its planters and for France. Each year, hundreds of ships laden with Saint-Domingue's products set sail for ports like Bordeaux and Le Havre. The wealth generated in this single colony was said to rival that of all 13 American colonies of Britain combined. Yet, behind all of the prosperity laid one of the most exploitative and cruel slave systems in the world. The wealth of Saint-Domingue was built on the backs of the enslaved. By the 1780s, about 500,000 enslaved people toiled in the colony, and that vastly outnumbered the free population, which in general terms is not a smart thing to do. Foreshadowing, we'll get to it later. But the remainder of the inhabitants included roughly 40,000 whites, divided between wealthy Grand Blancs planters and the poorer Petit Blanc, and about 30,000 free people of color, also called gens de couleur, often of mixed race. It was a kind of complex three-tier society. Of course, this was rife with tensions. Whites guarded their privilege and lived in fear of the masses of the slaves beneath them, and meanwhile the free people of color, and we must say that not every single black on that colony was enslaved. In fact, many of them were educated and well off, but they still resented the system. They didn't quite have equal status with the whites despite their wealth, and also the French culture. You see, they'd taken that upon themselves to learn French and fit in where they could. In any case, at the very bottom were the 500,000 enslaved black Africans, who were enduring lives of unrelenting violence and hardship. The conditions on the plantations were notoriously brutal. Slaves were whipped, beaten by overseers, and they were forced to work from sun up to sun down. All of that in tropical heat, cutting cane or tending boiling sugar cauldrons. All of it on inadequate food or rest. Now, the French Code Noir, the Black Code, theoretically regulated slave treatment, but this was all on paper, and of course the French government was a long, long way away. They're all the way out there in Europe, whereas Haiti, being all the way in the Caribbean, well, you could pretty much get away with anything. Planters routinely ignored these protections, even though they were minimal. Torture and mutilation were common punishments. Now, due to that, life expectancy for a slave newly arrived in San Domingo was tragically short. Many perished from overwork, disease, or just punishment within just 5 to 10 years. Planters generally found it more profitable to work their slaves to death and just buy replacements than to provide human care. This shows again just how profitable all of this was. In any case, by the eve of the Revolution, the slave population was maintained only by massive imports from Africa. Ships coming back day by day, multiple a day in fact. About 2/3 of the enslaved people in the colony had been born in Africa and survived the Middle Passage. Now, surviving the Middle Passage in general was a feat on its own. Made a video about that a little while back if you're interested while we're on the topic, but let's just finish this one first. In any case, those who came across the oceans brought with them diverse cultures, languages, and strong memories of freedom back home. Now, that being said, it is freedom just in a slight contrast. It wasn't as if the situation in Africa was perfect, because it was, of course, other people of that continent who were going and capturing them and selling them. A lot of the times the Europeans didn't even get off their ships. They just, well, met the traders out there and did the deal. In any case, resistance among the enslaved was constant. From subtle day-to-day defiance to maroonage, that is, escaping to form hidden communities in the mountains. Occasionally there were plots of revolt, but of course these things had to be whispered in the dark, and, well, access to weapons and all the rest. Yeah, good luck with that. Only just a generation earlier, a famous maroon leader named Francois Macandal had allegedly conspired to poison the water supply of the Europeans. Although Macandal was captured and executed in 1758, there was a legend that he escaped death by magic, and that lived on to inspire the impressed. Of course, yes, Christianity was seeping into these populations and all that, and many of the free blacks, of course, were taking that on. But because many of the people were so new, there wasn't even that generational change. People were still clinging on to their old beliefs about voodoo and the old world sort of traditions. And yeah, people were generally not alive long enough to make a genuine conversion to the religion of the other side. Now, meanwhile, by the 1780s, there was a new threat to the status quo, and it was coming up from an unlikely source: the ideals of the Enlightenment and the French Revolution. By 1789, across the ocean in France, revolutionaries declared the rights of man, proclaiming that universal liberty and equality was something that belonged to all. And these were radical ideas. They found their way to San Domingo and ignited the hopes and turmoil. White colonists interpreted liberty as the freedom to govern themselves, but also to keep their slave economy free from royal interference. Certainly not freedom for their slaves. Wealthy Grand Blancs even mulled autonomy or independence from France, in pretty much the same way that the American colonists had done so. But only to secure their own power. It wasn't any kind of traditional fight for freedom and liberty, equality, fraternity, this kind of thing. Now, as for the free people of color, they had their own ideas about all of this. The French Revolution's rhetoric was an opening to claim equality with whites. Prominent free men of color like Julien Raymond and Vincent Auguet petitioned Paris for equal rights. And lo and behold, eventually, in May 1791, the National Assembly in France granted full citizenship to free people of color, as long as they owned property. You'd think that would be happily ever after, right? Well, the white plantation owners were not too impressed with this. In any case, the decree came all the way from Paris back to Saint Domingue, and, well, they just refused to implement it. Once again, they did not want to be governed by the people all the way over there on the continent. They had their own ideas about their colony. In any case, even before that decree, Vincent Ogé had been tired of waiting. In October of 1790, Ogé, who was a well-educated free mulatto who had been in Paris, returned to Saint Domingue, determined to win the equality for his class. He led a brief armed uprising near Le Cap, demanding the right to vote and an end to racial discrimination against people of color. Ogé's rebellion did not aim to abolish slavery. That was perhaps a bridge too far. But it focused only on political rights for free black and mixed-race elites. Of course, when we say mulatto, that's what we're talking about, mixed race. The colonial authorities, well, they crushed the effort. Ogé did not get too far. He was captured and in early 1791 brutally executed, not by being hung or anything like that, but by being broken on the wheel and then beheaded. Now, just quickly, if you don't know what being broken on the wheel is, let me just describe it for you. They basically tie you up to this giant wheel, like a wagon wheel, and they beat all of your joints and bones into a fine powder. This isn't really enough to kill you. There isn't really any bleeding, but it's enough to just turn you into a bag of oatmeal, basically. Wet, soggy oatmeal. Ugh. Love a good bit of oatmeal, by the way. Bit of honey with that, yeah. Anyway, it was cited by later slave leaders as one of the factors that convinced them that no compromise with the white rulers was possible. Of course, you do that to somebody, it's meant to show... You're meant to set an example of them, right? If you just want to execute someone for a crime, well, you just hang them or shoot them. That's pretty easy, but doing something like being broken on the wheel, then beheaded, it's meant to send a message that anybody who dares step out of line is going to get this. Of course, the spectacle of the torture and the death of Ogé showed the enslaved what kind of mercy they could expect from the colonial regime. Tensions in the colony were reaching a breaking point by mid-1791. Indeed, one French observer had warned that the whites of Saint Domingue were, quote, sleeping at the foot of the volcano, oblivious to what was coming for them. And this volcanic eruption, in metaphorical terms, came in August of 1791. In the weeks following the secret Bois Camon ceremony, enslaved leaders in the northern province coordinated a massive rebellion. On the night of August 21st to 22nd, the slaves of the North Plain rose in revolt. The insurrection was carefully timed and shockingly swift. They set fire to plantation houses, sugar works, and cane fields. The night sky glowed an ominous orange from the inferno. Bands of slaves armed with machetes, knives, makeshift pikes, and a few stolen muskets swept through the parishes. They killed the masters and overseers, taking grisly revenge for years of abuse. The entire plantation families were dragged from their beds and massacred. Nothing was spared of the old order. Now here's the thing too. The women and children were not spared either. So as much as we can, think, well, slaves revolting, fair enough, it was still quite a gruesome affair. In any case, it was still seen as a war of liberation, fueled by a righteous fury. As for the planters, they had long feared such a moment, and now it was upon them. Within 1 week, tens of thousands of slaves had joined the revolt and seized control of most of the rich northern province. Hundreds of plantations were torched. The great engines of the colonial economy were being destroyed. The economic damage in those first days was incalculable, and the human toll, that was enormous. Several thousands of whites were killed in this night of fire, as the colonists would later call it. Whites who survived the initial onslaught barricaded themselves in a few fortified towns, or fled toward the coast, while rebel slaves fanned out across the countryside. Once white militias regrouped, they struck back ferociously, killing thousands of blacks in reprisal, including many who had not taken part in the revolt at all. Everyone just getting caught up. The cycle of vengeance had begun. But here's another thing too. It's important to note that in the beginning the slave rebels were not necessarily fighting for full independence from France, nor did they share a single coherent vision beyond freedom from bondage. Many insurgents actually professed to be fighting on behalf of the French king, that is, Louis XVI, against the local planters. A widespread belief among slaves held that the King of France had issued a decree freeing them, or at least easing their lot. But the colonial authorities were suppressing it. Of course, they suppressed the order in regard to the mulattoes and free blacks, so why wouldn't they suppress that order as well? Well, whether due to rumors or wishful thinking, they saw themselves as loyal subjects of a distant monarch, demanding the rights they thought he had granted. So, in an ironic twist, many rebel bands marched under the banner of the Bourbon king, vowing to uphold the king's justice against the treacherous slave masters. That is quite ironic, isn't it? They wanted liberty and justice of their own, and they wanted it within the French framework, not necessarily a break from France, at least not at this point. In any case, leaders emerged quickly from within the rebel ranks. Early rebel commanders like Bauquemin, Georges Boisseau, and Jean-François Papillon led bands of insurgents, drawing on maroon communities for support. Now, Bauquemin himself was killed by the French in November of 1791, his head severed and displayed on a pike in Le Cap, to show the feared voodoo priest was not invincible. One figure among the rebels would soon rise above all others, Toussaint Breda, later known as Toussaint Louverture, an educated former slave, nearly 50 years old. Toussaint was not initially a chief commander, but he quickly proved himself a brilliant organizer and strategist. He imposed discipline on his fighters and showed tactical genius in battle, qualities that would catapult him to prominence as the revolution unfolded. By early 1792, the insurgents controlled roughly a third of the colony, and this was mostly in the north. The colonial government was in disarray, clinging to the coastal cities. News of the uprising horrified planters and sympathetic officials in France. The prospect of losing the empire's richest colony, or of a black revolt spreading to other islands, forced the hands of the Legislative Assembly in Paris. In April 1792, the French government made a dramatic concession to try to restore order. It granted full civil and political rights to all free people of color in the colonies. This belated reform aimed to win over the gens de couleur and secure their help against the slave insurgents. And that same year, Paris also dispatched a new team of civil commissioners, backed by 6,000 French troops, to enforce the decree and re-establish control in Saint-Domingue. The French commissioners, notably Léger Félicité Saint-Tenay, a radical Republican with anti-slavery sympathies, found the colony in a multi-sided civil conflict, whites versus free mulattoes versus rebel slaves. By 1793, events in Europe made the situation even more volatile. Revolutionary France declared war on Great Britain and Spain. drawing those powers into the Caribbean fight. Spain, which controlled the neighboring colony of Santo Domingo, the eastern part of the island of Hispaniola, by the way, saw an opportunity to take over all of San Domingo. The British, with their bases in nearby Jamaica, likewise saw a chance to seize a profitable colony and also prevent the contagion of slave revolt from infecting their own sugar islands. Thus, both Britain and Spain intervened, turning the conflict into an international war. The Spanish from Santo Domingo actively recruited black rebels to fight against the French, offering freedom and land to slaves who would join the Spanish cause. The British, for their part, landed troops on the coast to aid embattled white planters and capture key ports, hoping to restore the old order, including slavery, at this time just under the Union Jack. By the late summer of 1793, the situation was so serious that the French commissioner, Sonthonain, made a radical decision. He proclaimed the emancipation of slaves in his jurisdiction, hoping to win the insurgents over to the French side. Early in 1794, the National Convention in Paris ratified this decision, and they abolished slavery throughout all French territories. Suddenly, at least on paper, the slaves of San Domingo had won, and they were not only free, but they were also French citizens. Toussaint Louverture, who had been fighting for Spain, pivoted in May 1794 and joined the French Republic once he was convinced the new French stance on abolition was genuine. He and his followers now fought under the tricolour flag of liberty, equality, fraternity, those new ideals of the French Revolution. With Toussaint's brilliant generalship, the French, now allied with ex-slaves, drove the Spanish back. Spain bowed out of the war by 1795. It had ceded its portion of Santo Domingo to France by treaty. The British invasion, which began in 1793, quickly turned into a nightmare for the invaders. Unaccustomed to the tropics, British troops fell victim to yellow fever and also malaria in staggering numbers. Soldiers who survived the musket fire often succumbed to disease. At times, British camps were reduced to half strength by illness alone, and that was before even the fighting began. A reinforcement sent from England only marched into the same fate. Meanwhile, Toussaint's seasoned guerrilla fighters, now armed and fighting for the Republic, harassed the British garrisons relentlessly. No matter how many redcoats showed up, they couldn't hold out for more than just a few coastal footholds. After 5 years of futile and worthless fighting, thousands of British dead and millions of pounds wasted, Britain decided that it was probably time to cut its losses. In 1798, British commanders negotiated a withdrawal from San Domingo, leaving the island to the forces of Toussaint and the Republic. Thus, by 1798, the external enemies had been defeated, and slavery had been abolished. The colony was effectively under the control of its black and mulatto revolutionaries. But now there was a question: under what terms and whose leadership would San Domingo be governed? So by the late 1790s, Toussaint Louverture had risen to become the dominant figure in San Domingo. He skillfully outmaneuvered rivals, and even the French officials. At one point in 1797, he engineered the expulsion of the French commissioner, Sonthonain, who had grown suspicious of Toussaint's growing power. Now, Toussaint's astute political sense and military prowess earned him widespread respect. He adopted the surname Louverture, meaning the opening, symbolizing his ability to find openings in the enemy's defenses and perhaps in political situations as well. With the foreign threats gone, tensions began to simmer between Toussaint and another faction, the Free Men of Color in the South, led by the mulatto general André Rigaud. In 1799, open conflict erupted between Toussaint, leading the predominantly black ex-slaves in the North, and Rigaud commanding the mulatto elite in the South. This struggle, known as the War of Knives, was quite brutal. Rigaud's forces massacred blacks in towns they captured, and Toussaint's forces, in turn, showed no mercy to defeated mulatto units. Although France's metropolitan government, now the Directory, still nominally governed Saint-Domingue, in practice, Toussaint and Rigaud were fighting for supremacy. Toussaint gained an edge by securing an unlikely ally, the United States. President John Adams' administration, in the midst of a quasi-war with France, decided to support Toussaint's side with naval power. The U.S. blockaded southern ports and provided Toussaint arms, seeing him as more friendly to American trade than Rigaud, who was perceived as a tool of the French royalist interests. And so, with this assistance, Toussaint's army prevailed. By 1800, he defeated Rigaud. The mulatto leader fled into exile. Toussaint Louverture now effectively controlled the entire colony. He maintained the pretense of loyalty to France, keeping the French tricolor flag flying and professing to govern in the name of the Republic. But in reality, he ruled Saint-Domingue as a semi-autonomous state unto himself. After the Civil War, Toussaint sought to rebuild the shattered economy and society. In 1801, to preempt any French attempt to reclaim authority, he led his troops into Spanish Santo Domingo, the neighboring eastern half of the island, which Spain had ceded to France but never evacuated. Toussaint conquered Santo Domingo and immediately abolished slavery there as well. Everyone just went free. God, what a day that would have been. The entire island of Hispaniola was now under his control, and slavery was extinguished everywhere under his jurisdiction. In July of 1801, Toussaint promulgated a new constitution for Saint Domingue. This constitution reaffirmed that slavery was forever abolished, and essentially made Toussaint Governor-General for life, with the power to choose his successor. But it did stop short of declaring full independence. Haiti was still ostensibly a French colony, but it granted autonomy so broad that Toussaint was, for all intents and purposes, ruling without oversight. Toussaint's regime in those years was paradoxical, to say the least. He was hailed, especially by the black masses, as the liberator of the slaves. Yet, to keep the economy from collapsing, he imposed a stern regime of plantation work that, in practice, differed very little from the old systems. The problem was freed slaves were required to stay on the plantations and work, now as paid laborers, sure, but it was all under this military-like discipline. And yes, I say paid laborers, but this does not mean they were paid well. Paid enough to have their food, their housing. Pretty much the same thing they got under slavery conditions. In any case, he even invited some white planters to come back, figuring that their expertise could help restore production and perhaps a bit of discipline. But I don't think many of them were wanting to come back, that's for sure. In any case, this policy caused understandable resentment. Some former slaves wondered if this freedom was just a new form of coercion. In late 1801, a northern lieutenant of Toussaint's a black general named Moise, who was also Toussaint's adopted nephew, by the way, led a brief rebellion protesting the forced labor policies and the preferential treatment given to returning white planters who were pretty much welcomed with open arms. Said, we're so glad to see you. Hold on a minute. Just a few years earlier, you were kicking them all out as oppressors. and now you're happy to have them back? Especially under the pretense of, well, the blacks here aren't working hard enough. Perhaps you've got the expertise to come back and, perhaps metaphorically or non-metaphorically, crack the whip. Of course, people are not going to be very happy about this, understandably. Now, as for the uprising of Moisset, that was crushed without mercy, executing his own nephew. He thus showed that he would not tolerate dissent, not even from his family. He was on a quest to rebuild this colony. Nonetheless, by 1802, Toussaint had managed to create a functioning, if fragile, order in San Domingo. Plantations, well, they were back in operation. Exports were flowing out, and the horrors of slavery had been replaced, at least in theory, by a system of paid labor. The colony was internally at peace, and Toussaint even welcomed foreign merchants, including Americans and British, to trade in his ports. However, across the ocean, things were changing. In France, a new ruler had risen, and he had very little sympathy for Toussaint's autonomy. The first consul, Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon was determined to reassert French control over San Domingo, and perhaps even restore the old plantation system. Planters who had fled San Domingo lobbied the new government to bring back their lost estates and re-establish slavery. Napoleon himself had already shown his hand by reintroducing slavery in other French colonies, such as Guadeloupe in 1802. He could not tolerate a semi-independent black-led regime in France's most valuable Caribbean possession. So, in late 1801, Napoleon dispatched a massive expedition under his brother-in-law, General Charles Leclerc, to restore French rule in San Domingo. Some 20,000 veteran troops, including Polish, German, and other auxiliaries, sailed for the colony. It was one of the largest French overseas forces ever assembled. Now, officially, Leclerc carried orders to uphold Toussaint's 1801 constitution and maintain the abolition of slavery. But secretly, he was instructed that once he had suppressed resistance, he was to reimpose slavery and eliminate the black leadership. If Toussaint did not submit peacefully, Napoleon ordered Leclerc to wage, quote, a war to the death. Kill 'em all, basically. So in January of 1802, the Armada of Leclerc arrived. They made multiple landings at Le Cap Français in the north, Port-au-Prince in the west, and a few places elsewhere. Toussaint and his top lieutenants, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, Henri Christophe, and others, prepared to resist. Outnumbered and lacking a navy, the Haitians nonetheless fought fiercely. In the north, Henri Christophe refused Leclerc's demand to surrender Le Cap. Instead, Christophe evacuated the city's 10,000 inhabitants and set Le Cap ablaze, rather than let it fall to the enemy. Now, this scorched earth tactic signaled the resolve of the revolutionaries. They would rather destroy their cities than see them re-enslaved. The French forces, expecting a quick victory, were stunned by the ferocity of the resistance, and soon bogged down by the same tropical ailments that had plagued earlier European expeditions. So you're talking about all those lovely little diseases that you get in colonial times. Of course, the fighting itself was brutal. In one battle, Dessalines held the fortress of Crête-de-Pierrot against repeated French assaults, inflicting heavy losses before his band of warriors slipped out in a daring night breakout. Leclerc's columns met fierce guerrilla warfare in the hills. Ambushes and surprise attacks by the former slaves took a steady toll. Under pressure, Leclerc attempted a mix of force and guile. He proclaimed that the French Republic had no intention of restoring slavery, a promise that many of the blacks had doubted, given the news from Guadeloupe. He offered some amnesty to any rebel leaders who would lay down their arms. After months of fighting, some of Toussaint's associates, even the formidable Dessalines at one point, opened negotiations with Leclerc, who dangled rewards and reassurances. Finally, in May of 1802, Toussaint Louverture agreed to a ceasefire. The terms seemed to be favorable. Leclerc promised that slavery would not be reinstated, and that Toussaint could retire peacefully to his plantation with full honors. Weary but exhausted, Toussaint stood his forces down. But guess what? Twist in the story. The French betrayed their promises. In June of 1802, they seized Toussaint during a parley. As Toussaint was led away in chains to a ship, he famously warned his captors, quote, "In overthrowing me, you have only cut down the trunk of the tree of liberty. It will spring up again from the roots, for they are many and they are deep." Napoleon ordered Toussaint shipped off to France. The great revolutionary leader was imprisoned in a cold dungeon high in the Alps at Fort de Joux, where he would die of pneumonia and neglect in April of 1803. Toussaint Louverture, the man who had shaped the revolution's course more than any other, never saw the final victory. Yet, as he predicted, his removal did not end the struggle. Indeed, after a short lull in proceedings, the French showing their true intentions, they disarmed black units, and news arrived that Napoleon had restored slavery on other islands. The black populace realized their worst fears. By late 1802, Dessalines, Christophe, Pétion, and virtually all of the local leaders had risen up again, united now in a fight to finish off the French. In May of 1803, Dessalines and other rebel generals held a conference to solidify their unity. There, Dessalines reportedly created Haiti's new blue and red flag by ripping the white band out of a French tricolor, a vivid symbol that white colonial authority was being rejected once and for all. Leclerc himself succumbed to yellow fever in November of 1802, as thousands of his soldiers also died from tropical diseases. The French command passed to General Donatien Rochambeau, a hardened veteran and one who was determined to crush the rebellion by any means. Rochambeau unleashed a campaign of terror. At Le Cap, he held public mass executions of black prisoners, hanging scores of them at a time. He even imported packs of ferocious bloodhounds from Cuba, specifically trained to hunt and rip apart human beings, and set them upon the suspected rebels. But his atrocities helped rally many who had still been loyal to France over to the insurgent side, for now it had become a war of race extermination in the eyes of the black and mulatto Haitians. Dessalines proved just as remorseless as Rochambeau. When Rochambeau hanged 500 blacks, Dessalines retaliated by killing 500 French prisoners and displaying their heads on pikes around Le Cap. Both sides engaged in no quarter warfare. It wasn't as if one side was doing all the killing. It was pretty bloody all around. Now, by 1803, the conflict had become one of attrition, and the balance was tilting toward the black forces. Napoleon's government, now back at war with Britain in Europe, could not easily send reinforcements or supplies. Dessalines took command of the united Haitian forces and led with ruthless energy. His men harried the French with guerrilla raids and scorched-earth tactics, denying them of any food or rest. The rainy season and disease continued to devour the French troops. Rochambeau's once formidable army dwindled by the day. Notably, some of Napoleon's own soldiers began to defect. Entire companies of Polish soldiers, who had been sent by Napoleon as part of his expedition, switched sides, sympathetic to the Haitians' fight for freedom. With French morale crumbling and their ranks thinning out, the tide of war turned decisively in the favor of the former slaves. And so, one by one, the French strongholds fell. In November of 1803, the final French forces were defeated at the Battle of Vertières, the last major engagement of the Haitian Revolution. Near Cap Français, Dessalines and his lieutenants, including the intrepid Colonel François Capois, launched an all-out assault on the remaining French defensive line. Amid pouring rain and thunderous cannon fire, the Haitians advanced in waves. Capois led one attack, mounted on horseback and shouting encouragement to his men. During the charge, a bullet struck Capois' horse, throwing him to the ground. Undeterred, Capois rose, drew his sword, and continued on foot at the head of his troops, crying, en avant, forward, forward. Impressed by such bravery, a French officer reportedly rode out during a lull and yelled bravo to Capois in a gesture of respect. The professionalism and courage of the Haitian troops at Vertières amazed even their enemies. By the end of that day, Dessalines' army had overwhelmed the French defences. Rochambeau, his forces devastated and surrounded, finally agreed to capitulate. The remaining French troops, barely 7,000 fit men out of tens of thousands sent, evacuated under a truce. The last French ships departed in late 1803, their mission a bitter failure. San Domingo was in ruins after years of scorched earth fighting, and the human cost of revolution was staggering. By that point, perhaps well over 100,000 of the colony's black inhabitants had died in the struggle, along with tens of thousands of Europeans, French and British. Napoleon's colonial ambitions in the West had been completely thwarted. He even abandoned his North American holdings, selling Louisiana to the U.S. in 1803 as a direct consequence of this debacle. And so finally, after 13 years of struggle, the revolutionaries of San Domingo achieved what seemed to be impossible. On the 1st of January 1804, General Jean-Jacques Dessalines, the lieutenant who had emerged as Haiti's new leader, formally declared the independence of the territory. The new nation would be known as Haiti, adopting the indigenous Taino name Haiti, meaning land of mountains, casting off forever the colonial name of San Domingo. In Gonesse that New Year's Day, he demanded that all of his officers swear an oath to forever renounce France and to die rather than live under its dominion. Independence or death became the new nation's motto. Never again would Haitians submit to French oppression. The Haitian Declaration of Independence was a passionate and uncompromising statement. Dessalines reminded the people of Haiti of the atrocities that they had suffered under French rule, the blood of their fathers, mothers, and children that had been shed. He proclaimed that forgiveness had been exhausted. It was a time for eternal separation from France. So, in the months that followed independence, Dessalines grimly carried out that pledge. He ordered the elimination of most of the remaining French colonists in Haiti, to ensure that the old masters could never regroup and threaten liberty. By April 1804, several thousand French men, women, and children who had stayed behind were not evacuated, but killed, with the exceptions made for a tiny handful of doctors, priests, and Polish defectors. The new state thus began essentially without a white population. It was a racial extermination. Dessalines, trying to forestall any future reconquest, even decreed that all Haitians would be legally classified as black regardless of color, to unify the society and prevent racial hierarchies. Dessalines became the first ruler of an independent Haiti, later crowning himself Emperor Jacques I in the style of Napoleon. Maybe old habits die hard. Now the revolution had completely overturned the old order. Those who had been slaves were now citizens and soldiers, while the once dominant whites were all gone. But the young country faced quite a few difficulties. Years of war had ravaged its cities and its fields. The colonial economy, the plantation system that had once made San Domingo so wealthy, was completely shattered. Dessalines initially tried to keep the plantations running with paid labor, much as Toussaint had, but the allure of true freedom often meant that laborers preferred to subsist on their own small plots, rather than toil on large estates for profit. And so, over time, much of the island's agricultural land would be parceled into small farms tended by peasant proprietors. Haiti also began its national life in diplomatic isolation. No major power initially recognized the new nation. The United States, bowing to its southern slaveholders, refused any diplomatic recognition of Haiti until 1862. Britain, Spain, and other European nations likewise shunned them in their early decades, unwilling to legitimize a republic born of a slave revolt. Meanwhile, in France, under King Charles X in 1825, he coerced Haiti into paying a massive indemnity as the price of recognition, a financial burden that weighed on the country for generations. Well, despite achieving their liberty, Haiti was essentially locked out of the international community and forced to fend for itself under onerous conditions. Yet, despite all these hardships, the significance of what had been achieved was pretty impressive. The Haitian Revolution was the first and only instance in history of enslaved people overthrowing their masters to create a free nation. And in doing so, Haiti became only second independent republic in the Western Hemisphere after the United States, and the first to permanently outlaw slavery. Now, this was an earth-shaking precedent in an age when European empires and the transatlantic slave trade still flourished. Haiti's very existence delivered a crucial blow to the system of slavery in the Americas, even though that system would persist elsewhere for decades. But it was a good start. News of the Haitian slaves' triumph spread far and wide. In enslaved communities from Cuba to the American South, Haiti became a beacon of hope, an example of how a mighty slave system could be toppled. Planters and slave owners, meanwhile, saw Haiti as an ever-present specter, a warning that their own slaves might one day do the same. In places like the United States, slaveholding authorities responded to Haiti by tightening slave codes and cracking down on any signs of rebellion, hoping to forestall another Haitian revolt on their soil. The Haitian Revolution forced the world to grapple with that idea, that the ideals of liberty and equality truly could apply to all people, including those who had been considered property. Though Haiti's subsequent history would be filled with quite a few challenges, the legacy of the revolution remains quite inspiring. The Haitian Revolution shows how the resilience of the human spirit and universal thirst for freedom can overcome the odds. But in the end, the people of Haiti forced open a door that others believed were forever locked. The rebellion was a pretty unique event with a universal message. The desire for freedom can burn brighter than anything, and once that kicks off, it's not easily snuffed out. The tree of liberty planted in Haiti was nourished with a lot of blood, but it grew and it flourished. It stands as a reminder through the ages that liberty taken by the formerly enslaved is inalienable, a sacred right. not granted by any master, but won by courage of those with nothing to lose but their chains. In any case, long ignored or downplayed by mainstream histories, I think the Haitian Revolution has in recent decades gained a bit more recognition as a turning point that challenged all the world to live up to its highest ideals of liberty and equality for all. More often than not, we judge Rome by its emperors, its generals, and of course the soldiers. But beneath it all is an underclass, the Roman slave. And that is not one tale, but many. Some slaves labored under indulgent masters and held positions of trust. Others suffered under owners who saw them as nothing more than a talking tool to be used up to no end. A slave might be an educated Greek tutor teaching a noble's child, or a human pack animal forced to turn a millstone from sunrise to sunset, or slave away in some dirty old mine. In any case, we're going to talk about the Roman slave today. All different types, from all different parts of the world. And as usual, you might come across a few characters that will surprise you. In any case, welcome to the channel. Thank you to those supporting on Patreon and YouTube memberships, keeping the entire channel ad-free. And if you can't do that at the moment, just give us a like, comment, and subscribe. That's good enough for us. Anyway, with all that being said and done, let's begin. So who exactly were slaves in ancient Rome? Well, it was not a one-size-fits-all. You see, in the Roman world, and do remember we're talking about the breadth of the Roman world, not just Rome, the city itself. Slavery wasn't based on race or one single ethnicity. It was rather a broad institution, and that encompassed many people of different backgrounds. As for the sources of enslavement, well, there was plenty of them. First and foremost, you had captured prisoners of war. They were the main bulk of it. Victims of piracy or kidnapping were up there too. Then you had children born into slavery. The offspring of enslaved mothers were automatically slaves. And then, of course, you had people who were sold into servitude due to debt or desperate poverty, doing anything just to get a roof over their heads and a simple meal. During the Republican era, so we're going back to 509 BC to 27 BC, Rome's expansion through warfare flooded the slave markets with foreign captives. Take this for an example. After Roman armies conquered Macedonia and Greece in the 2nd century BC, tens of thousands of Greek prisoners were sold as slaves. Handy to have around, too, if you wanted to learn Greek. Kind of ironic as well, because that was it was the language of the educated back then, but all of a sudden it was the slaves who were teaching their masters Greek. In any case, many of Julius Caesar's campaigns in Gaul as well, that is modern France, reportedly enslaved hundreds of thousands of war captives. In one of his letters, Cicero even joked that during Caesar's invasion of Britain, about the unlikely chance of getting any literate, cultured slaves from that far-off land. A little bit rude, I know, but it implies that Britons, if enslaved, would only be useful for the menial tasks. It's not like having the fancy Greek or Macedonian slaves around who could teach you mathematics and language. Over time, as Roman military conquest slowed in the early imperial era, warfare provided fewer new slaves. But the institution continued through natural reproduction and active trading networks. By the 1st century CE, an estimated 10 to 20% of the population of the Roman Empire was slaves. And just to reiterate that in numbers that make a little more sense, that's perhaps around 5 to 10 million people. In layman's terms, that is a lot of slaves. In Italy and major urban centers, the concentration was even higher. making enslaved people a visibly ubiquitous class, just part of the day-to-day routine, I'm afraid. And they came from virtually every region that the Romans touched. You had the Gauls, which we mentioned, along with the Greeks, but then you had Syrians, Thracians, Jews, Egyptians, Nubians, Britons, and a couple more groups that appear in Roman slave records, but the main ones were the ones just listed. We have to remember, too, that the notion of race, in the modern sense, it didn't really apply to Roman slavery. Slavery back in those days was just a matter of conquest and economics. There was no us and them mentality to it when it comes to race. A person enslaved by the Romans might have the same skin color as their master, or a different one. But it didn't matter. The only thing that did matter was that they were now the servile class and they'd lost their freedom. Don't complain, and just get to work. Roman writers often noted the ethnic origins of slaves: Cappadocian, Phrygian, German, etc. Sometimes the stereotypes about their aptitudes or character. I mean, we heard about what Cicero had to say about the Britons quite unfairly. But there was no single ethnic underclass of slaves. Slavery in Rome was a condition that one could fall into from misfortune, and occasionally even escape from. Well, that might be through the chance of manumission or buying yourself out of your contract. We'll discuss all that a little bit later. But we should mention, too, that Roman slaves came from all age groups. Children born into slavery were raised as slaves from the start. Others entered servitude as adolescents or adults, whether through capture or sale. Some individuals of free birth were enslaved as punishment for crimes or debts. And in rare cases, as we mentioned, some people even sold themselves into slavery, or even sold their own children to escape extreme poverty. No one's getting a Parent of the Year award for that one, essentially using slavery as a desperate survival strategy. Oh, but by the way, we should mention that Roman law did place a few limits on this practice, but I say a few, not too many, and of course it depends on the enlightenment of the time, Republican era being a little bit less enlightened than the Empire era. There were public slave markets in cities too, like Rome, where human beings were displayed and sold with tags describing their origin, skills, or any defects, much like you'd have a livestock market. Prices varied widely. An unskilled laborer might fetch a modest sum, whereas a beautiful young slave, whether male or female, or a highly skilled Greek grammarian, that could command a fortune. We do also hear of average farm slaves in the early empire selling for around 2,000 sesterces, which, to put it into more understandable terms, is about a few years' wages for a common laborer. Well-trained scribes or attractive youths might sell for 10 times that amount. So this was not something that was just open to the average man on the street. You couldn't just go down on a weekend and pick up a slave like you would, I don't know, a used car or something. It was a little bit more complex than that. But Rome was a big city, and it had a lot of rich people. Of course, slavery was deeply entrenched in the economy and social structure. It was pretty much just accepted as a fact of life by Romans of all classes. Even households of moderate means might own 1 or 2 slaves, perhaps a single domestic servant to help with the chores. Wealthy aristocrats owned dozens or even hundreds. The state itself owned slaves who worked in temples, baths, and public works. As for the emperors, they might have thousands of slaves staffing the palaces or estates. The ubiquity of slaves bred a constant undercurrent of fear and dependence in Roman society. On one hand, slaves were essential. You had to have them around to cook the meals, till the fields, clean the streets, and, just maintain the luxuries of the ultra-rich. But on the other hand, the Roman masters knew that those same slaves might resent their situation. Who would have thought, right? A proverb circulating in Rome warned, quote, "As many slaves, so many enemies." Enslaved people were not enemies when acquired, Seneca observes, quote, "We make them enemies by our own harshness." The potential for discontent and rebellion was always there. As we will see, Roman daily life included various measures to keep the slaves under control. But there's also a few rare moments when the tensions boiled over and the slaves rose up in revolt. Slaves in Rome, just like the bakeries, have many roles. One fact about Roman slavery is the sheer variety that they had to fulfill. There was virtually no occupation or task in Roman life that was not at some point performed by an enslaved person, except for perhaps emperor. Well, slaves were the ultimate general-purpose labor force. They could be found doing everything from the most menial drudgery to highly specialized and skilled work. The daily routine of a slave, therefore, depended immensely on what job or role they were assigned. A day in the life of a domestic house servant was very different from that of a farm field hand, which in turn differed from that of a mine worker or a gladiator. Therefore, we're going to look at several different typical settings of slave life to appreciate the range. First, let's look at the domestic servants and urban slaves. If you were a slave in an affluent Roman household, the familia urbana, or city household, your daily life might superficially resemble that of a busy servant. Yet, with the ever-present knowledge, you could not leave or refuse orders. You would typically sleep on a low cot or a mat in or near your master's house, perhaps in a small storeroom or a corner of the kitchen, sometimes even at the foot of your master's bed if you were a personal attendant. At first light, often before your masters themselves awoke, you would rise to begin the morning tasks. For example, a wealthy Roman nobleman starting his day needed assistance to dress and groom. One slave would lay out and clasp his tunic properly, while another might fetch his sandals and tie straps. If the master was a senator heading to the forum, a nomenclature slave would accompany him outdoors. This slave's duty was to remember people's names and whisper them to the master as they walked, ensuring that the master could greet acquaintances and clients correctly. If the mistress of the house was getting ready, her personal maidservants were hard at work as well. One slave girl might be arranging the lady's elaborate hairstyle. By the way, Roman high-class women often wore very intricate coiffures. Another was holding up a polished bronze mirror, and yet another had prepared the cosmetics and jewelry. Now, this could be a perilous task. The Roman satirists mention how exacting these mistresses were. The poet Juvenal, in one of his satires, describes a rich woman who keeps a whole troop of hairdressers and maids on their toes. If a single curl was out of place, or a braid not to her liking, she would fly into a rage. She'd snap at them, and they could expect a slap or worse. In Juvenal's biting account, one slave hairdresser, named Secas, even ends up with her own hair torn and her back bloodied by a whipping because her mistress found a flaw in the hairstyle. Such was the potential morning of a domestic slave. The day barely began, and one's fortunes already hinged on the temperament of their owner. Once the family was up and dressed, many domestic slaves shifted to other duties. Some had prepared breakfast. Slaves in the kitchen ground grain, fetched water and firewood, and cooked simple meals, often porridge or bread for the household's first meal, by the way. In a grand home, there were slaves for nearly every specialized chore. A cook, often a prized slave if skilled, oversaw the kitchen, assisted by scullions, who would chop ingredients and keep the fire going. A cupbearer or butler might be in charge of the wine and the silverware. There were slaves assigned as house cleaners who swept floors, dusted furniture, polished the family silverware, emptied the chamber pots. In an elite house, the floors were often beautiful mosaics, and the furniture costly. A clumsy move by a slave that broke a dish or spilled a jar of wine, well, that could lead to a lashing or perhaps worse. Thus, household slaves learned to work quietly, efficiently, often invisibly, gliding from task to task as the master of the house went about their daily routine. The daily life had a strict rhythm, and the slaves kept that rhythm running. In the morning, a noble Roman might go out for business or visits. His footmen slaves trotted behind him, carrying his cloak or documents ready to run messages. If he was carried in a litter, that is, a portable sedan chair, it was slaves who bore the poles on their shoulders, transporting their master through the streets. Meanwhile, back at home, if the household had children, a pedagogue slave would escort the children to school and back, and often stayed during lessons to supervise. Many Roman children were educated by Greek slaves or freedmen acting as tutors. These educated slaves enjoyed certain prestige within the household, though they were still not free. A tutor slave might spend his day in the peristyle garden teaching a young master Latin or Greek grammar, or even recounting episodes from Homer. Though treated with respect due to their knowledge, even learned slaves remained property. A capricious master could punish or sell them, just like any other. By midday, domestic slaves would serve the household's main meal. At a modest lunch, with only the family, this might be straightforward. Bring out platters of bread, cheese, olives, and fruit. But at formal dinners, which was a bit of a different sort of occasion, which often occurred in the evening as well, service became a more elaborate kind of performance. Enslaved attendants, carried in each course, carved meats, poured wine, stood by to meet every whim of the diners. And here we see some of the cruel etiquette that developed in the slave-owning households. The master and the guests reclined on couches, feasting, while slaves had to remain standing silently, unless spoken to. Seneca, the Stoic philosopher, was appalled at how some masters would force their slaves to stand mutely for hours on end at a banquet, not even allowing them to speak or even cough. He describes how a careless noise, a cough or a sneeze, might earn a slave a stroke from the rod. Some slaves were positioned to fan away flies or hold lights, essentially treated as living furniture. One particularly loathsome task was assigned to a slave who had to crawl on hands and knees around the dining room, cleaning up scraps and even vomit if a drunken guest overindulged, all while the feast continued above him. But not all households were so brutal, of course. There were kinder masters and mistresses who showed some concern for their slaves. A number of ancient anecdotes praise masters who dined with their slaves or even allowed them to speak freely. In fact, during the December feast of Saturnalia, it was customary, for one day at least, to invert the social order somewhat. Masters might serve their slaves a meal, or at least eat together in a common festivity. This was a more symbolic gesture, a brief relaxation of hierarchy that perhaps acknowledged the humanity of the enslaved. Some enlightened Romans like Seneca even argued that one should treat household slaves mildly and talk with them, saying, quote, "They are slaves, yes, but they are also friends, even members of the household." Such views, however, were notable enough to be recorded precisely because they were not the norm. In any case, for most domestic slaves, daily life required navigating the moods and commands of those above them, avoiding punishment, and seizing any small opportunities for comfort. A loyal slave might, over time, earn a degree of trust or affection from the family, becoming a beloved nanny to the children, perhaps, or a confidential secretary privy to his master's business secrets. These positions were enviable comparable to the lot of other slaves, but they also meant total immersion in the master's world, and probably less of a chance of manumission. I mean, they're too valuable to be let go, right? A slave who was a personal attendant might sleep outside the master's bedroom door, and be on call at any hour. The boundary between work and personal time, well, it just doesn't exist. Yet, even within a wealthy household, slaves did find ways to create a world of their own. The kitchen, the scullery, the slave quarters. In these spaces, out of the master's sight, the slaves could relax a little, joke, perhaps, share their sorrows and support one another. A domestic slave's daily life, then, was not only toil and obedience, it was also about forging bonds with fellow slaves, and finding slivers of normalcy under very abnormal conditions. So next up, we're far from the city villas. We're talking about the agricultural and rural slaves. Many enslaved people led lives of grueling manual labor on the land. By the late Republic, Rome's elite had amassed large farming estates called latifundia in Italy, and these were typically worked by gangs of slaves. If you were an agricultural slave on one of these estates, your daily existence was brutally simple. Dawn to dusk of labor, minimal shelter or rest, and of course an atmosphere of coercion and surveillance. A rural slave often slept in a rudimentary shack or a slave barracks on the farm. On some estates, especially where owners feared runaways, which was a problem, slaves were confined at night in a secure building called the ergastulum, which could be fortified as a barracks or even an underground cellar with barred windows. Not the best place to relax after a long day's work. But the very word ergastulum came to be synonymous with a prison for slaves. In the morning, the overseer, who might be a trusted slave himself, given the title villicus, unlocked the quarters and mustered the slaves for work at first light. The day's tasks varied by season: ploughing fields, planting and weeding crops, pruning the vineyards and olive groves, or harvesting grain, grapes, and olives. Summers in Italy are quite hot. That hasn't changed much over 2,000 years, and the slaves would be out under the fierce sun, swinging scythes and sickles to cut wheat or barley, their backs bent for hours. In other seasons, they trudged behind oxen-drawn ploughs in muddy fields, or stood on ladders to pick fruit from orchards. The work was not only tiring, but often quite dangerous. As for the farm tools, they were heavy. Accidents would have been quite common. A slip of a scythe, an overturned cart, things like that. It just happens. No work safe back then, I'm afraid. But an injured slave who could not work was likely to receive very little sympathy or medical care. Cato the Elder coldly advised that sick or aging slaves who could no longer perform should be sold off or even abandoned as useless. On the estate, every hour of daylight was devoted to productivity. Slaves typically ate their midday meal quickly in the field. Perhaps a chunk of coarse bread, a handful of olives or dried figs, and a sip of thin wine or vinegar water. Their diet was meant to be filling enough to keep them working. Cato recommended that each farm slave receive a ration of grain, around 1 modius per week, which is about 8 kilos, to bake into bread or porridge, plus a small measure of olive oil, occasionally a bit of salt fish for flavor. Now this was subsistence food. far from the delicacies they had to constantly serve to their masters. But who knows, maybe every now and then they'd take a little nibble off the side. No one would notice. Don't get caught doing that, though. In any case, rural slaves often worked in chains, especially those deemed likely to resist or escape. Columella, a Roman agricultural writer of the 1st century CE, noted that for certain labor, like vineyard digging, which required strength and gave a slave access to tools that could be used as weapons, it was prudent to keep the worker shackled. Chain gangs of slaves, their ankles fettered, sometimes all chained to a long length of iron, would toil together under the lash of a supervisor. The clank of chains and the crack of the whip were the soundtrack of the Roman countryside during harvest and planting seasons. An eyewitness from the late Republic time described how, quote, the fields are echoing with the sounds of slaves' shackles, and how these laborers, despite their exhaustion, were driven onward by overseers, wielding canes and whips. At sunset, the slaves' workday finally ended, not because of humane working hours, but simply because the darkness made the field work impossible to do. Sore, sunburnt, and covered in dust, the slaves would trudge back to their quarters. A meager dinner, often the same porridge or bread that they had at lunch, awaited them. Perhaps they might have a moment to tend to a personal fire, or care for any small belongings they had. Some slaves had little clay lamps or a blanket that they treasured, perhaps some crude wooden trinkets. But often their evening, free time was just consumed by yet more work, grinding tomorrow's flour by hand mill, mending tools or processing part of the day's yield, threshing grain under lamplight, for instance. If a slave was to fall ill from overwork or injury, they would face a rather cruel dilemma. Unless the master thought it worthwhile to nurse them, which was unlikely for a common field slave, they might be left to recover on their own with minimal rest. And if they could not, they might be dismissed or left to die. We even hear of masters abandoning sick slaves by the roadside or in a temple of the healing god Asclepius, on the theory that if the god cured them, then they would deserve to live. Emperor Claudius later outlawed that practice, decreeing that an abandoned slave who recovered would become free. That's a pretty good rule, isn't it? I think that's fair enough. Such laws, however, were quite rare, and just once again hint at the harsh realities of rural slavery. But not all farm slaves worked on large estates. Some were on smaller farms, with only a handful of slaves working alongside free tenant farmers. In those cases, a slave might have slightly closer relations with the master's family, perhaps even sleeping in a corner of the farmhouse and eating kitchen scraps. But the fundamental dynamic remained. The slaves did the hardest labor, and they didn't have a choice in the matter. So what was social life like for these rural slaves? Unlike urban slaves, who might mingle on the city streets or hear the news of the world, farm slaves were isolated. Their social circle was essentially their work gang. They might form strong bonds with each other. A shared suffering can create quite a bit of camaraderie. Anybody who's worked retail knows that. An older slave could become a leader or protector among them. Sometimes slaves on the same estate were allowed to form unions, or recognized by the unions rather that were recognized by the owner, such as pairing a male and a female slave to live as a couple. Owners thought that contented couples might be less rebellious and could produce children, increasing the slave stock, bit of generational wealth building on a very grim front. These informal slave families, called contubernia, offered an array of emotional normalcy. However, any such family unit existed only at the master's indulgence. A husband could be sold away from his wife, or a child from a mother, with the stroke of a money deal.
The knowledge of this vulnerability must have weighed on slaves even in their most happiest of moments, which were probably rare too. For most rural slaves, there was little relief or change day to day. The rhythms of the agricultural season, they were their only variation. Perhaps during winter after the pruning was done, there might be slightly less intense work. You might go back to tending animals or repairing tools. But even winter brought tasks like digging ditches and clearing fields. Unlike urban slaves, country slaves had virtually no chance to see spectacles, visit markets, gain an education. Their world was bound by the fields and the will of the overseer. Some owners were relatively benign and avoided excessive punishment, relying on incentives or steady routines to get the work done. But the others were notoriously cruel, driving their slaves relentlessly. The tomb of one Roman agricultural overseer even boasts of how many slaves he'd killed or punished during his tenure. Not really something to be proud of, but it certainly indicates the terror that such men wielded. But beyond the household and the farm, another category of enslaved laborers faced perhaps the most horrific daily conditions at all. Maybe those condemned to industrial toil, particularly in mines and quarries. The Romans exploited mines for gold, silver, lead, iron, and other metals across their empire. In Spain, the Balkans, Egypt, and elsewhere. And much of this mining was done by slaves or prisoners, kept under appalling conditions to say the least. If being a farm slave was harsh, being a mine slave was a living nightmare, almost said a lifing nightmare, that's a bit silly. Ancient authors speak of mines as a fate, only slightly better than death. Diodorus Siculus, a Greek historian of the 1st century BCE, gives a harrowing account of enslaved miners in the context of gold mines in Egypt. Through conditions in Roman mines would have been quite similar. He describes how workers were kept underground, day and night, chained in tunnels so narrow that often they had to lie down to chip away at the rock. They endured constant hunger and abuse. He says, their bodies are worn to nothing. Death is their only relief. Yeah, it doesn't sound very good. While Diodorus' account may be literary, archaeological evidence from Roman mines like those in Rio Tinto, Spain, or Laurion, Greece, confirms extremely cramped tunnels and remnants of shackles, suggesting the use of bound labor in dangerous conditions. A typical day for a mine slave likely began before dawn as well, with a paltry meal in a barracks near the mine mouth. They would then descend into the shafts, sometimes laddered pits going deep into the hillsides, carrying picks and oil lamps. All day they inhaled rock dust and noxious fumes. In mercury mines, the fumes themselves were a lethal overture. They hacked at veins of ore, pried out chunks of metal-bearing rock, and loaded them into baskets. Other slaves, often women or older men in some accounts, had the job of hauling these heavy baskets to the surface, or toiling at smelting furnaces to extract metal from the ore. In the confines of the mines, heat and smoke were suffocating. Lamps offered dim light. The risk of tunnel collapses or sudden flooding was ever present. Slaves who slowed down from fatigue would feel the whip of an overseer even in those depths. Some evidence suggests overseers went into mines armed with whips to keep the miners going. Above ground, another kind of dreaded assignment was working in the quarries and stone pits. In places like the famous Carrara marble quarries or the granite quarries of Egypt, slaves and convicts swung heavy mallets and chisels to split giant blocks of stone, or dragged blocks with ropes and rollers. obviously not good under the Egyptian sun either. The work was injurious and exhausting. Here too, slaves were kept in chains, and the workday lasted until dusk, or until a set quota was met. One Roman jurist from the imperial period notes that being sent to the mines or quarries, damnatio ad metella, that's what they used to call it, condemnation to the mines, was a judicial punishment equivalent to a slow death sentence, indicating just how horrific these conditions were. Even in urban settings, certain industries relied on slave labor and had a grim working environment. A prime example is flour mills and bakeries that supplied bread to Rome's population. In these bakeries, large stone millstones had to be turned to grind grain into flour. While animals like mules or donkeys were often used to turn the mills, there is evidence that human labor, usually slaves, was employed, especially if an owner had many slaves and wanted to save on animal upkeep. The 2nd century CE novel, The Golden Ass, by Apuleius, provides a rare first-person description of a rural mill where slaves and beasts labored side by side. The protagonist, transformed into a donkey, is sold to a miller and observes the slaves working there, their skin yellow and sickly from flour dust, their bodies scarred by whipping, many wearing fetters on their feet. They are so coated with grime and flour that they resemble ghosts. They shuffle in circles, turning the mill coughing in the smoky, flour-choked air, half blinded by darkness and dust. And while it is a literary account, archaeological remnants of bakeries in Pompeii show mills that could have been operated by humans or animals, and shackles have been found that indicate bakers sometimes kept slaves chained. Being assigned to a mill was even used as a threat in Roman comedy. A slave character in Plautus says that for a disobedient slave, the mill was as dreadful a punishment as flogging or fetters. This suggests that mill work was seen as extremely harsh, likely because it combined ceaseless menial labor with confinement. Whether in mines, quarries, or other industries, like garum fish sauce factories, tanneries, or fulleries for cloth cleaning, all malodorous and menial enterprises, slaves in these roles had a particularly rough life. Many of these positions were filled as punishments. A slave who repeatedly ran away or misbehaved might be sold to the mines by his master as the ultimate disciplinary measure. Unlike a household slave, who could hope to live to old age if he avoided misfortune, a mine slave or a quarry slave probably had a short life expectancy. It was quite literally a system of working people to death when they were deemed expendable. But one should also note the fate of gladiators, who were often slaves, though some were volunteer freemen after the money and the glory. Certainly one way to grind for an early retirement. Gladiators trained in special schools called ludi under harsh regimes, essentially a mix of sport training and a prison. A slave gladiator's day involved drilling with weapons under the eye of a laniste, a trainer, a strict diet to build strength, and sometimes brutal encouragement like beatings or forced sparring to harden them for the arena. While successful gladiators could become popular heroes and possibly earn freedom after many victories, the vast majority faced death in the ring. Their daily life, let me start that sentence again, sorry. Their daily life, though not one of continuous labor like a miner's, was dominated by violent training, fear, and the knowledge that any given fight could be their last. And in the context of slavery, gladiators occupy quite a special niche. They were simultaneously valuable investments, trained fighters with high upkeep costs, and utterly disposable, expected to kill or be killed for entertainment.
Well, next let's talk a little bit more about the disciplines, the punishments, because that is unfortunately a part of life for the slave. Roman law gave owners almost absolute power over these people. It was called vitae necisque potestas, the power of life and death. A master could punish a slave at will, and traditionally there was no legal penalty, even for killing a slave, although that did change later on. This near total power meant that violence was a constant threat. Beatings and whippings were routine, administered for any perceived wrongdoing, or simply just to assert dominance. Overseers carried rods and lashes, and they did not hesitate to use them. Branding was another fearsome punishment. A slave caught trying to escape or stealing might be marked permanently on the forehead with a hot iron. Masters sometimes fitted runaways with iron collars, engraved with messages offering rewards for finding them. Some punishments devised by cruel owners were downright ghastly. One wealthy Roman, Vettius Pollio, famously kept a pool of pet moray eels, and would have slaves thrown to these flesh-eating fish for even minor mistakes, until Emperor Augustus, who was dining with him on one such occasion, intervened in shock to save the slave and destroyed the pool. Such extremes were rare, but rare enough to be scandalous even in antiquity. More common was a climate of intimidation. Slaves were expected to fear the master's wrath at all times. Roman law itself enforced collective punishment to deter slave violence. If a master was murdered, every slave in the household could be executed on the assumption that they were all complicit. Now, this was not an idle threat. In 61 CE, after a Roman prefect named Pedanius Secundus was killed by one of his slaves, the Senate decreed that all 400 of his slaves had to be put to death. Despite public protests at the injustice, so many innocents, the mass execution was carried out. But not all masters relied on brutality. Some offered small incentives, or kindness, in hope of securing loyalty. A shrewd owner might promise a particularly faithful slave eventual freedom, or allow trusted slaves a bit of autonomy or profit. Philosophers like Seneca even urged their peers to treat slaves with compassion, reminding them that, quote, they are slaves but also human beings. What a novel idea, and noting that decent treatment could inspire devotion. There are indeed anecdotes of slaves who showed remarkable loyalty to the more humane masters, even saving their master's life in some cases and being rewarded with manumission. However, such cases, highlighted precisely because they were noteworthy exceptions, did not fundamentally change the authoritarian nature of the institution. And as we always say, don't let one feel-good story let a bad system off the hook. For most slaves, the master's power hung over daily life like a sword, and a slave's well-being depended entirely on the temperament and conscience of the person who owned them. Well, even though they lacked legal family rights, enslaved people still formed meaningful personal relationships. They just had to wait for the circumstance to allow it. Slaves were forbidden to marry, but many entered into informal unions known as contubernium, literally tent mates, essentially de facto marriages, if we're going to put it in a layman's term. A male and female slave might be permitted by their master to live as husband and wife and raise children together, even though any children born were legally the master's property. Such family bonds had no legal protection. A master could at any time sell a slave's spouse or child, yet slaves clung to them as a source of identity and hope. Within larger households or on estates, slaves developed their own community and social hierarchies. Experienced slaves mentored younger slaves on how to survive or endure a master's anger. They shared gossip, jokes, and small pleasures when they could. In the cramped slave quarters or smoky kitchens, friendships grew that helped soften the hardships of servitude. Slaves often looked out for each other in small ways. A kitchen servant might sneak extra bread for a friend who worked in the stables, or a group might collectively care for a sick comrade in the absence of any proper medical care. We even have evidence of slaves pooling money together to ensure a decent burial for one of their friends who died, a final act of solidarity in a society that would otherwise deny them honor or remembrance. Free time for slaves was limited, but occasional moments of respite did exist. Public festivals and holidays sometimes meant a slightly lighter workload or a few hours of leisure. During the famous Saturnalia festival in December, the normal social order was playfully relaxed. Masters and slaves feasted together, at least on that designated day, and slaves could wear the pileus, a cap symbolizing freedom as a token of role reversal. Such celebrations provided a brief emotional release and a taste of autonomy, even if it was temporary. Religion also offered slaves a measure of comfort and community. Enslaved people participated in household worship of family gods alongside the free members of the household. Many slaves found solace in the popular cults that welcomed all classes. For example, the cult of Isis from Egypt, or the ecstatic worship of the Phrygian goddess Cybele, seeking spiritual equality in the eyes of a deity when society denied them that status. In the first centuries of the Common Era, some slaves were also drawn to the nascent Christian faith, which preached that in the eyes of God there was neither slave nor free man. Christianity's promise of universal salvation and the brotherhood of believers must have been deeply appealing to those who were in slavery. Through religious gatherings, often secret in the case of Christianity's early spread, slaves could experience a sense of fellowship and worth beyond their social condition. And despite the constant threat of separation and cruelty, many enslaved men and women did dare to form families and create a subculture in the margins of their world. Human connections couldn't overturn the system of slavery, but they did provide vital emotional support. After all, people always tried to make the best of their circumstances. You can't just give up, that's for sure. Quiet acts of resilience were there. Slaves would assert their humanity by caring for one another in a world that couldn't care less. But despite living under coercion, Roman slaves found ways to resist. The most dramatic instances were the great slave revolts that broke out in the late Republic. The largest was the uprising held by the gladiator Spartacus in 73 to 71 BCE, when a band of enslaved fighters escaped their training school and assembled a rebel army that defeated Roman forces repeatedly for 2 years. Spartacus's insurgency terrified the Roman elite. It took several legions under Crassus with the help of Pompey's forces to finally crush them. And in the aftermath, Rome crucified thousands of the captured rebels along the Appian Way, a gruesome warning to others. Major uprisings like this were indeed exceptional, but they did linger in the Roman imagination as a specter of what slaves could do if pushed too far. And that certainly changed the way that people were treating their slaves. You'd want to be a little bit nicer. After all, look at what Spartacus and his boys did to their old masters. Well, far more common were subtle, everyday forms of resistance. Enslaved people often engaged in passive resistance or foot dragging. Roman agricultural writers frequently complained about slaves dawdling at work, feigning illness, or doing a task poorly on purpose. Signs that enslaved workers used cunning and slowness as a quiet way to retaliate against the endless demands. A slave might deliberately break a tool and shrug it off as an accident. Well, they would also pretend not to understand an order given in Latin, especially if they were foreign-born and could claim ignorance, or take an extra long detour when sent on an errand, snatching a few moments of rest or personal time when no one was looking. Masters were well aware of these tricks. Cato the Elder wrote about the need to keep slaves busy so they wouldn't become lazy and mischief-making. And in one amusing anecdote, a Roman writer describes catching his slaves lounging and gossiping when they were supposed to be working. As soon as they saw the master, they scrambled to their tasks, but the point was clear that slaves would take any opportunity to ease their burdens if they were unobserved. You can't really blame them, to be honest. Escape was another form of resistance, though it carried greater risks. Many slaves undoubtedly dreamed of running away to freedom. Some tried to slip away in cities, hoping to blend into crowds of the poor or disappear into the slums. Others formed or joined bands of runaway slaves, especially in the remote or border regions of the empire. The prevalence of formal fugitive slave notices, inscriptions, or papyrus ads offering rewards for capturing runaway slaves show how common this was. To combat runaways, owners employed measures like the aforementioned slave collars, and also hired professional slave catchers to chase down any deserters. A captured fugitive could expect savage punishment, flogging so severe it could scar for life, or being shackled in heavier chains, or perhaps being branded again, perhaps with the letters FVG for fugitivus runaway. Yes. Repeat runaways might even be executed, or sent to the mines as a final deterrent. Despite these dangers, the fact that runaway slaves existed in notable numbers speaks to the strength and desire for freedom. And as we always say, you've got to risk it for the biscuit. For some, the chance of a new life was worth gambling against a cruel death, especially when you're up against a life that's barely worth living. Slaves also resisted in small acts of sabotage or defiance. Perhaps they spat in their master's soup when no one was looking, or secretly smashed a cherished piece of their owner's pottery. We hear of slaves spreading subtly mocking graffiti about their masters on city walls, or deliberately mismanaging a household as a form of embezzlement. Such acts might go undetected, or if discovered, the slave would plead ignorance or mistake. There were also ways to assert some agency or get revenge, however trivial, in a situation of such powerlessness. But on rare occasions, slaves resorted to direct violence outside of mass revolts. Isolated incidents of slaves murdering their masters, they pop up in a few Roman sources, usually followed by the grisly retaliation as we described earlier. Poisoning was a particular anxiety among the Roman upper class. Since slaves often handled the food and drink, a desperate slave might attempt to poison a cruel master. Indeed, Roman authorities at times investigated slave conspiracies to poison the household. It was a testament to the intimacy of slaves' access, serving wine or cooking meals, and the master's simultaneous independence on fear and their human property. All these acts of resistance, from the silent foot-dragging in a vineyard to the open warfare of Spartacus's army, they all show that the slaves were not simply passive victims of their fate. They constantly tested the limits of their oppression and seized whatever small forms of power or autonomy they could. These efforts didn't dismantle the entire institution. That wouldn't happen till much later on. But they did win individual moments of relief, and they collectively reminded Roman society that the people they had enslaved were not going to be so content in their bondage. The need for ever-present discipline, the fear in the proverb, so many slaves, so many enemies, and the drastic punishments for revolt all point to an underlying reality. The rule of master over slave was maintained by force and could be challenged when that force was overcome or evaded. In the daily grind of Roman slavery, every act of resistance was a spark of human agency, asserting itself within this oppressive system. But amid all the suffering, there was one thing that kept the slave going, and that was the distant prospect of freedom. Manumission, the act of freeing a slave, was a regular practice in Roman society. Slaves could be freed in various ways. A master might grant freedom to a loyal slave as a reward, or include a provision in his will to emancipate certain slaves upon his death. Sometimes a slave saved up small earnings, and with the master's permission paid for his or her own freedom. In Roman law, a freed slave, called a libertus, became a free person with many of the rights of a citizen, although they still owed some obligations to their former master, who was now their patron. The children of freedmen and freed women would even be born full Roman citizens. Within a generation, a family could rise from slavery to freedom, a remarkable social mobility unique to the Roman system. This hope of manumission profoundly shaped slave life. It was for some the one attainable dream in an otherwise hopeless existence. A household slave who pleased his master might be promised eventual liberty, and many masters did keep such promises. In fact, inscriptions show that it was not uncommon for domestic slaves to be formally freed in middle age after long years of service. A kind of retirement, I suppose. These freed individuals typically stayed close to their former master's household, working now as paid clients rather than as property, and often prospering under their new patron's continued support. However, freedom was not an equal prospect for all. Highly skilled or urban slaves stood the best chance of being manumitted. A talented cook, a clever secretary, or a nurse who lovingly raised her master's children might earn gratitude that translated into legal freedom. And by contrast, the armies of field hands, miners, and other brutally exploited slaves were seldom set free. Their labor was too valuable, and their lives too expendable, in the eyes of their owners. But nevertheless, the idea of eventual freedom was a powerful motivator. Masters used it as an incentive for good behavior, and slaves clung to it as a beacon of hope that one day their situation might change. Life as a freedman or freed woman brought its own challenges, but it was, vastly preferable to slavery. Freed people became Romans in dress and status. Many started small businesses or trades, and some, especially those freed by the imperial household, rose to positions of great wealth and influence. The Roman civil service and palace administration, for instance, had many important officials who were former slaves. Social snobbery towards ex-slaves, of course, persisted. The old aristocratic elite often sneered at the success of low-born freedmen. But legally and economically, freedmen could now thrive just like anybody else. Some even managed to reunite family members. A freed father might save up to buy and emancipate his wife or children who were still in the slave system. But for those who attained it, manumission was an escape, not just from forced labor, but from the perpetual fear and humiliation that defined slavery. We find touching grave inscriptions set up by freedmen proudly recording their former servitude and subsequent successes, proof that they have overcome the lower station and earned their dignity in Roman society. Of course, countless slaves never lived to see freedom, yet the institution of manumission, even if it benefited only a minority, cast a ray of hope across the whole enslaved population. It meant that Roman slavery was not always a life sentence, and that, however faintly, the promise of liberty beckoned to the oppressed. Thank you so much for listening today. I hope you enjoyed the lives of Roman slaves. You probably enjoyed it a bit more than they enjoyed it. Of course, the institution of slavery goes well back in time, long before Roman times. It's always been around. And guess what? In some parts of the world, it still is around. And, well, then there's the issue, too, of what do we define slavery? Think about it. Our modern world, the way things are set up. Sure, you can leave your job. You can escape your abusive boss, i.e. your abusive master. But, well, what are you going to do after that? You're going to go live on the street? Unfortunately, we are shoehorned into this system. Well, at least we have some kind of choice. Things change slowly. Anyway, go learn some skills. It's the only escape, I'm afraid. Thank you very much for listening. We will roll the ending credits of our supporters and members, and I will see you in the next exciting video. Good night, and lots of love to you all.